Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fire in the hearth at 220B Baker Street whispered its secrets to the November shadows, casting amber light across the Persian rug where Sherlock Holmes sat cross-legged, examining a peculiar walking stick with the intensity of a jeweler appraising diamonds. The stick itself was unremarkable, oak, worn smooth by years of use, but Holmes studied it as if it contained the mysteries of the universe. Watson watched from his armchair, pipe smoke curling upward like lazy questions, the tobacco's sweet scent mingling with the smell of old books and the faint mustiness that clung to Victorian interiors like a faithful dog. Outside, London performed its evening ritual. Fog pressed against the windows, thick as cotton wool, muffling the clatter of hansom cabs and the calls of street vendors closing up their stalls. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled 7 times, each chime absorbed almost immediately by the grey blanket that wrapped the city in its particular kind of embrace, damp, persistent, and oddly comforting in its familiarity. "You're brooding again," Watson observed, his voice soft, accustomed to these silences that stretched between them like cats in sunny windows. Holmes didn't look up. "I'm thinking, Watson. There's a difference, though I'll grant you the distinction grows narrow when one has nothing particularly interesting to think about." He set the walking stick aside with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 unsolved puzzles. Mrs. Hudson's sister's nephew's walking stick reveals only that the nephew walks with a limp, prefers his left side, and has recently visited Brighton. Hardly the stuff of legend. "How on earth?" Watson began, then stopped himself, smiling. After all these years, he should know better than to ask. The fire crackled, and the gaslight on the wall hissed its gentle song. This was London in 1895, a city of empire and industry, where coal smoke painted the buildings black and progress marched forward with the steady determination of soldiers on parade. The British Museum was adding to its collection of world treasures. Some would say plundering, but that was an indelicate word for such a civilized age. The Underground Railway was expanding, burrowing beneath the streets like an industrious mole. And in drawing rooms across Belgravia, ladies discussed the latest Gilbert and Sullivan, while their husbands spoke in hushed tones about troubles in South Africa and the ever-complicated question of the East. It was an age of certainty wrapped in fog, of science pushing back against superstition, of gaslight conquering darkness one lamp at a time. And yet, for all its rationality, London loved its mysteries. The newspapers thrived on sensation. Jack the Ripper's shadow still lingered in Whitechapel's alleys, though the murders had ceased years before. People wanted their darkness served alongside their tea, their horror contained safely within the pages of penny dreadfuls. Holmes rose with the fluid grace of a man whose mind never quite settled into his body, crossing to the window. He pulled back the curtain, peering into the fog as if he might divine something from its swirling depths. "Nothing," he muttered. "No puzzles, no problems, no—" The sharp rap at the door interrupted him. Both men turned and Watson saw the sudden spark in his friend's grey eyes, the look of a hunting dog catching a scent. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps creaked up the 17 stairs. Watson had counted them once during a particularly boring afternoon, and she appeared in the doorway, slightly breathless, holding a silver tray with a single telegram upon it. "Just arrived, Mr. Holmes?" The boy said it was urgent. Holmes plucked the telegram from the tray. Before Mrs. Hudson could properly set it down, his long fingers unfolding the paper with the eagerness of a child opening a Christmas gift. Watson watched his friend's face as he read, noting the slight widening of the eyes, the barely perceptible lift of one eyebrow. "Watson," Holmes said slowly, his voice carrying that particular tone of suppressed excitement. "Have you ever been to Transylvania?" Watson blinked. "I can't say that I have. Rather far afield, isn't it?" "Indeed. Approximately 1,400 miles, give or take, depending on one's route." Holmes handed the telegram to Watson, then began to pace, his dressing gown swirling behind him like theatrical curtains. "And yet, it seems Transylvania has come to us." Watson adjusted his reading glasses and examined the telegram. The words were spare, as telegrams must be when each word costs money, but they carried an unmistakable weight. "Sherlock Holmes, 221B Baker Street, London. Stop urgent matter, life and death. Stop accused of vampirism. Stop need rationality. Stop count. Vasile Draculesti. Magura, Transylvania. Stop will pay handsomely. Stop." "Vampirism," Watson repeated, looking up. "Surely not." "Surely not, indeed," Holmes agreed, but his eyes gleamed with interest. "And yet, someone believes it enough to make an accusation. Or—" He paused mid-stride, pressing his fingertips together in that characteristic gesture. "Someone finds it convenient to make such an accusation. The question, my dear Watson, is which scenario presents itself in this curious case?" Watson read the telegram again, noting details. The name, Draculest, carried an almost theatrical weight, something from a Gothic novel rather than real life. Count. Nobility, then, or claiming to be. Transylvania. He tried to recall what he knew of the place. Part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, wasn't it? Mountains, castles, probably. Peasants who still believed in, well, all manner of things that rational Englishmen had long since dismissed. "You're actually considering this," Watson said, and it wasn't quite a question. Holmes stopped pacing and turned to face his friend, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Watson, 3 days ago you complained that I was unbearable when unstimulated. Yesterday you suggested I was in danger of shooting more holes in the wall from sheer boredom. And now, when presented with a nobleman accused of being a creature of legend, calling for help from halfway across Europe, you ask if I'm considering it." "Point taken," Watson conceded, "though I should note that Transylvania in November sounds considerably colder than London." "Bring your warmest coat," Holmes said, already moving toward his desk, pulling out maps and railway timetables with the efficiency of a general planning a campaign. "And your service revolver, though I doubt we'll encounter anything more dangerous than superstition, and, perhaps, remarkably persistent ignorance." Watson set down his pipe and moved to join Holmes at the desk. The map of Europe spread before them like a promise of adventure. His finger traced the route, London to Dover, across the Channel to Calais, then by rail through France, through Germany, into Austria, Hungary, and finally to the remote eastern reaches where the Carpathian Mountains rose like ancient sentinels. The Orient Express, Holmes murmured, studying the timetable. We can catch the morning departure if we're organized. 3 days of travel, perhaps 4, depending on connections, which gives our Count time to either prove his innocence or confirm his guilt, though I suspect the truth will be neither so simple nor so satisfying. The fire popped, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. Outside, the fog pressed closer, as if trying to peer in at these two men planning to journey toward darkness. But inside 221B Baker Street, the gaslight held steady, and the familiar comfort of books and tobacco and rational thought provided armor against any encroaching shadows. Watson found himself already mentally packing. His medical bag, certainly. Notebooks for recording the case. Warm woolens. He'd heard tales of Carpathian winters that froze the marrow. And yes, his revolver, though Holmes was likely right that it would prove unnecessary. Still, old habits from Afghanistan died hard, and one never quite knew when a weapon might provide comfort, if not actual utility. "Tell me what you know of vampire legends," Holmes said, not looking up from his timetable calculations. Watson settled into his chair, calling up memories from his somewhat haphazard education. Folklore, mainly. Creatures that rise from graves to drink the blood of the living. Various methods of protection, garlic, crucifixes, holy water, destroyed by sunlight or a stake through the heart, common across Eastern Europe, particularly in Slavic regions. Caused, I believe, by a combination of ignorance about disease, fear of death, and the universal human need to explain the unexplainable. Precisely, Holmes said, looking up with approval. Which is to say, caused by everything except actual supernatural beings. And yet, he tapped the telegram thoughtfully. Someone in Magura believes strongly enough to accuse a nobleman. That suggests either genuine fear or... He paused, eyes narrowing. Something else entirely. What sort of something else? Politics, perhaps. Economics. A land dispute. Any number of mundane motivations that might hide behind a supernatural mask. Fear is a powerful weapon, Watson, and an accusation of vampirism in a superstitious village would be considerably more effective than, say, an accusation of tax evasion. Watson nodded slowly. This was the Holmes he knew best, the one who looked past the dramatic surface to find the human machinery beneath. No ghosts, no vampires, no supernatural explanations. Only people, with their entirely natural capacities for deception, jealousy, greed, and fear. "When do we leave?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer. "First light," Holmes replied. "I'll send a telegram to the Count informing him of our arrival. And Watson." He looked at his friend with something approaching fondness. "Pack your warmest coat. I'm told Carpathian mists are rather less forgiving than London fog." The night deepened around Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson brought up tea, strong, dark, and sweet, and the two men spent the remaining hours before dawn in preparation. Holmes pulled down volumes on Eastern European folklore from his shelves, making occasional notes in his careful handwriting. Watson checked his medical supplies, reasoning that whatever awaited them in Transylvania, illness and injury were always possible. The fire burned low, and the fog outside began to thin as dawn approached, that grey London dawn that never quite committed to full light, as if the sun itself was uncertain about disturbing the city's dreams. Church bells rang 5 o'clock, then 6, and by 7 they stood on the doorstep of 220 Walby Baker Street, with their travelling bags, Two rational Englishmen preparing to journey into the heart of superstition. A hansom cab appeared through the thinning fog like a ship emerging from clouds, the horse's breath steaming in the cold morning air. The driver, bundled against the chill, touched his cap in greeting, and within moments they were clattering through awakening London streets toward the railway station. Watson watched the familiar city roll past, the shop fronts still shuttered, the street sweepers at their morning work, the early workers trudging toward factories and offices. This was the London he knew, solid and real, built on coal and iron and the steady accumulation of wealth and empire. Soon they would leave this certainty behind, travelling toward mountains and mists and medieval fears. But he had his revolver, his medical bag, and most importantly, he had Sherlock Holmes, that peculiar genius who could unravel any mystery with nothing more than observation, logic, and his remarkable ability to see what others missed. Whatever waited for them in the Carpathian hills, whatever truth hid behind the accusation of vampirism, Watson felt certain they would uncover it. The cab turned onto Marylebone Road, and ahead, through the morning mist, Watson could see the great glass and iron arch of the railway station rising like a cathedral to progress. The Orient Express would carry them eastward, toward the unknown, toward a nobleman accused of impossible crimes, toward a village gripped by ancient fears. Holmes was already smiling, that sharp, eager smile of a man whose boredom had finally, mercifully, ended. And Watson, despite his reservations about cold mountains and long journeys, found himself smiling too. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot. The Orient Express pulled away from Victoria Station with the confident hiss of steam and progress, its wheels finding their rhythm against the rails, like a heartbeat settling into sleep. Holmes had secured them a private compartment. First class, naturally, courtesy of the Count's promise of handsome payment. And Watson found himself pressed against burgundy velvet cushions as London's grey suburbs gave way to the softer greens of the English countryside. The compartment smelled of brass polish and old leather, that particular scent of expensive travel that spoke of diplomatic pouches and wealthy tourists pursuing culture across the continent. Their luggage had been stowed overhead, and Holmes had already spread several newspapers across his lap, though his eyes kept drifting to the window, watching England scroll past like pages in a book he'd read too many times before. 3 days, Watson murmured, settling into his seat with the resignation of a man who understood that comfort and train travel were only distant acquaintances. It seems rather a long way to go for what might prove to be simple village hysteria. Holmes folded his newspaper with precise creases, setting it aside. Perhaps. But consider, Watson, the logistics of the telegram itself. Our Count managed to send a message from one of the most remote regions of Transylvania, which suggests either remarkable determination or remarkable resources. Possibly both. And the phrasing, need rationality, implies a man who understands the nature of his predicament. He's not asking us to confirm the supernatural. He's asking us to disprove it. The train clattered over a bridge, and below them the Thames caught the weak morning light, turning briefly silver before fading back to its usual industrial grey. They were leaving London behind, that great engine of empire, heading toward something older, stranger, less certain. Watson watched his friend's profile against the window. Holmes had that look, the one that meant his mind was already racing ahead, constructing theories, discarding impossibilities, building careful scaffolding from fragments of information. It was exhausting to witness, and rather magnificent in its way, like watching a master pianist's fingers dance across keys, creating something complex and beautiful from simple black and white. The channel crossing at Dover was blessedly calm, the grey water rolling beneath their ferry with the gentle persistence of eternity. France received them with rain, soft, persistent rain that painted Paris in watercolours as they changed trains at the Gare de l'Est. The Orient Express proper awaited them there, that legendary train that carried diplomats and spies, opera singers and exiled royalty, all the fascinating detritus of a continent that couldn't quite decide whether it was rushing toward the future or clinging to its medieval past. Their new compartment was even more luxurious, all polished mahogany and crystal fixtures, with seats that converted to beds and windows dressed in silk curtains. A steward appeared with champagne and small pastries, speaking French with the practiced deference of a man accustomed to serving people who expected deference as their natural right. Holmes declined the champagne, but accepted coffee, thick, dark coffee that seemed to sharpen his already acute features. Watson took the champagne, reasoning that if one was going to travel across Europe toward an appointment with alleged vampirism, one might as well do so with some fortification. The train curved eastward, and France unfolded outside their window in shades of grey and green and brown. Villages clustered around church spires, their names like poetry: Epinay, Chalon, Nancy. Fields stretched toward horizons, bare now in November, waiting for spring with patient resignation. The rain continued, sometimes soft, sometimes insistent, tapping against the window glass like messages in code. Night fell somewhere between Strasbourg and Stuttgart, and the steward returned to convert their seats into sleeping berths, the compartment transforming with practiced efficiency into a small, comfortable cocoon. Watson lay in his berth, listening to the train's rhythm, feeling the gentle sway that was almost soothing once you surrendered to it. Above him, he could hear Holmes shifting occasionally, and he wondered if his friend slept at all, or simply lay there in the darkness, mind churning through possibilities. Morning brought Germany, ordered, efficient Germany with its neat farms and prosperous towns. They shared breakfast in the dining car, where white linens and silver cutlery attempted to maintain civilization despite the constant rocking motion. Holmes barely touched his eggs, but consumed 3 cups of coffee, reading a German newspaper he'd acquired at their brief stop in Munich, and occasionally muttering about Bavarian politics. "Did you know," Holmes said suddenly, looking up from his paper, "that vampire legends in Germany differ significantly from those in the Slavic regions? German vampires are generally seen as revenants, returned corpses driven by specific grievances. Slavic vampires, by contrast, are considered demons or possessed beings, capable of greater malevolence. The distinction matters when considering what sort of accusation our Count faces." Watson set down his toast. "You think the specific nature of the legend reveals something about the accusation?" "Everything reveals something, Watson. The question is whether we're attentive enough to see it." Holmes returned to his paper, but Watson caught the slight smile, the satisfaction of a teacher whose student had asked precisely the right question. The train climbed steadily through the afternoon, leaving the broad valleys behind for something more dramatic. The Alps appeared through the window like teeth, sharp, white, impossibly tall. Snow clung to their peaks even in November, and Watson felt a small thrill of something between fear and wonder. He'd seen mountains in Afghanistan, brown and brutal under relentless sun. But these were different. These were the mountains of fairy tales, the places where stories happened, where ordinary rules might not quite apply. Vienna welcomed them at dusk, the great Habsburg capital spreading along the Danube in imperial splendor. They had a 6-hour layover, and Holmes insisted they use it to stretch their legs and, as he put it, remind ourselves that civilization does exist, even at the edge of the unknown. They walked through streets that glowed with gaslight and ambition, past opera houses and palaces, past coffee houses where intellectuals argued about Freud's latest theories and whether the emperor was too old to properly govern. Vienna was where West met East, where German efficiency encountered Slavic passion, where a dozen languages competed for dominance in the marketplace. Holmes led them to a small cafe near St. Stephen's Cathedral, where he'd apparently visited before on some case Watson couldn't recall. They ordered sachatorte and coffee, and for an hour simply sat, watching Viennese life parade past the window. Ladies in the latest fashions, soldiers in dress uniforms, students carrying books, all of them certain, or pretending to be certain, that the world made sense. "This is what we defend," Holmes said quietly, surprising Watson with the philosophical turn. "Not England specifically, but this. Order, reason, the belief that problems can be solved through observation and thought, rather than superstition and fear." Watson nodded, understanding. This was why Holmes did what he did. Not for fame or money, though both came readily enough, but because he genuinely believed in the power of rational thought to push back darkness. It was rather noble, when you stopped to consider it, though Holmes would be mortified to hear the word applied to himself. The night train from Vienna to Budapest was less luxurious, the compartments smaller, the other passengers more varied. They shared their car with a Hungarian merchant who spoke enthusiastically about the booming trade in agricultural equipment, and a Serbian Orthodox priest who said nothing but told his prayer beads with steady, patient fingers, the wooden beads clicking softly in rhythm with the rails. Watson slept poorly, waking several times as the train stopped at small stations whose names he couldn't pronounce. Each time he woke, he saw Holmes silhouetted against the window, watching the darkness slide past, and he wondered what his friend saw in those shadows, what patterns he was already constructing from insufficient data. Budapest at dawn was magnificent, the Danube splitting the city into Buda and Pest, bridges arching across like promises, the Parliament building rising in Gothic revival splendor that seemed both brand new and ancient. They had only an hour here before the next connection, barely time for breakfast and the purchase of a Hungarian newspaper that Holmes couldn't read but studied anyway, as if the shape of the letters might reveal secrets. The trains grew progressively less elegant as they moved eastward. The next leg took them through the Hungarian plains, the Puszta, flat and brown and endless, where villages appeared like islands in an ocean of earth. The other passengers changed too. Fewer businessmen and tourists now, more farmers and labourers, women in headscarves and men in rough wool coats, all of them carrying the particular weariness of people for whom train travel was necessity, rather than adventure. Holmes observed them all with his characteristic intensity, noting details that Watson could only guess at. The quality of someone's boots, the calluses on another's hands, the specific regional style of a woman's embroidered vest. each observation filed away, catalogued, ready to be retrieved when needed. The mountains began to reappear on the second day after Vienna, but these weren't the theatrical Alps. These were older, darker, more worn down by time. The Carpathians rose gradually, forest-covered slopes that climbed toward peaks hidden in perpetual mist. The trees were different here, darker pines mixed with bare deciduous branches that reached toward grey skies like supplicating arms. The villages they passed grew smaller, more isolated. Wooden houses with steep roofs to shed snow. Churches with distinctive onion domes painted in fading colours. Fields carved from forest, each one representing generations of labour to clear and maintain. This was the edge of empire, where Habsburg authority grew thin, where local custom still mattered more than Vienna's distant edicts. "We're entering another world," Watson said softly, watching a village disappear behind them, its houses already swallowed by mist. "Indeed," Holmes agreed. "A world where the 19th century sits uneasily atop the medieval. Where telegraph wires carry messages between villages that still believe in Strigoi and Moroi. Where orthodox priests bless fields against demons, while agricultural reports from Vienna suggest improved ploughing techniques. It's a collision, Watson, between modernity and antiquity, and we're heading directly into the impact zone." The train slowed, climbing now, the engine labouring against gravity and altitude. Outside, the mist thickened, clinging to the trees like grey cotton. Watson could see why legends thrived here. This landscape seemed designed for mystery, for stories told around fires when the darkness pressed close. Even in daylight, what passed for daylight beneath the perpetual cloud cover, shadows pooled in hollows and gathered under trees, patient and waiting. They reached their final railway destination at Brasov as evening approached on their third day of travel. The town clung to the mountainside, its Saxon architecture incongruous against the wild Carpathian landscape. Red-tiled roofs, a Gothic church with a spire that pierced the mist, streets that climbed steeply, cobbled and narrow, designed for horses rather than the modern world. Holmes had arranged, via telegram from Vienna, for a carriage to meet them. The driver was waiting outside the small station, a grizzled Romanian with weather-carved features and eyes that assessed them with the frank curiosity of someone who didn't see many English gentlemen. His name was Nikolai, and his German was barely functional, but his horses were sturdy mountain breeds, shaggy and calm, built for difficult terrain. The carriage itself was old, but well-maintained, enclosed against the weather with leather curtains that could be drawn against wind and rain. Their luggage was secured with practiced efficiency, and within minutes they were climbing out of Brasov, heading north toward Magura, toward the village that feared its nobleman, toward whatever truth waited at the center of this Gothic puzzle. The road, if it could be dignified with that term, wound through pine forests that pressed close on either side. The mist was thicker here, reducing visibility to perhaps 20 yards, turning trees into suggestions rather than certainties. The horses' hooves made soft, muffled sounds on the earth, and the carriage creaked with the particular music of wood and leather under strain. Watson pulled his coat tighter. Holmes had been right about the cold. This wasn't London's damp chill, which could be ameliorated with tea and a good fire. This was mountain cold, sharp and clean and unforgiving, the kind that found every gap in one's clothing and reminded you that nature didn't particularly care about human comfort. They'd been climbing for perhaps 2 hours when Nikolai called back to them in his rough German, pointing ahead. Watson leaned forward, peering through the mist, and saw lights, faint, golden, flickering. A village. Magura. The houses emerged gradually from the grey. Wooden structures with steep, shingled roofs and deep eaves. Small windows glowed with firelight, and smoke rose from chimneys, quickly absorbed by the encompassing mist. The village was larger than Watson had expected. Perhaps 200 souls clustered along a single main street, with smaller lanes branching off like nervous tributaries. And above, barely visible through the mist, perched on a hill that rose beyond the village like a watching presence, Watson could make out the dark silhouette of what could only be a castle. Towers, steep walls, narrow windows that caught the last grey light of evening and reflected nothing back. It looked, Watson thought with a slight chill, exactly like the castle from a Gothic novel, the place where terrible things happened, while virtuous heroines fainted and stalwart heroes arrived too late to prevent tragedy. "Our destination, I presume?" Holmes said dryly, following Watson's gaze. "Castle Draculest, home to our client, the accused vampire. Rather on the nose, architecturally speaking." The carriage rolled down Magura's main street, and Watson became aware of faces at windows, watching them pass. Not friendly faces. Not hostile exactly, but wary. Suspicious. The way villagers everywhere regarded strangers who arrived asking questions. Doors closed as they passed. A woman hurried 3 children inside, her hand protective on the smallest one's shoulder. An old man standing outside what looked like a tavern or inn spat deliberately on the ground and turned away. "We're not welcome," Watson observed quietly. "Did you expect to be?" Holmes replied. "We're outsiders, arriving at the behest of the man they fear. To them, we're not detectives here to uncover truth. We're the vampire's allies, brought from the distant west to confuse and deceive. We'll need to be very careful, Watson. Fearful people are unpredictable people." The carriage stopped before a slightly larger building, 2 stories, with a painted sign showing a bear, or possibly a very large dog. The artistry was ambiguous. Nikolai climbed down and opened their door, gesturing toward the building. "Gasthaus," he said, exhausting his German vocabulary. "Sleep." Holmes paid him generously, adding extra coins until the man's weathered face cracked into something approaching a smile. Money, Watson reflected, spoke every language fluently. They gathered their bags and approached the inn. The door opened before they could knock, and a woman stood there, middle-aged, solid, wearing traditional dress with a white headscarf. Her face was carefully neutral, revealing nothing, but her eyes were sharp, assessing. "Herren," she said, her German heavily accented but functional. "Rooms, yes? You are the Englishman." It wasn't a question. Obviously their arrival had been anticipated, discussed, analysed before they'd even entered the village. "We are," Holmes confirmed. "Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson from London. We're here at the request of Count Draculest." Something flickered across her face at the name. Fear, or anger, or perhaps some complicated mixture of both. But she stepped back, allowing them to enter. "Rooms upstairs, dinner soon. You will want to rest, yes? Long journey." The inn's interior was dim, lit by oil lamps and a large fireplace where wood crackled and popped. The smell of smoke and cooking meat and unwashed bodies filled the space. Not unpleasant exactly. just different from London's particular perfumes. Several men sat at rough wooden tables, drinking from pewter mugs, and they all turned to stare as Holmes and Watson entered. The conversation, which had been a low rumble in Romanian, ceased entirely. Watson felt the weight of those stares, the assessment, the judgment. He'd felt it before in Afghanistan, entering villages where British soldiers were viewed with suspicion or hostility. The sensation was the same, being profoundly, uncomfortably foreign, every gesture subject to interpretation, every word potentially offensive, despite best intentions. Holmes seemed unbothered, nodding politely to the room at large before following the innkeeper's wife up narrow wooden stairs that creaked under their weight. The rooms she showed them were small but clean, each with a narrow bed, a washstand, and a single window overlooking either the street or, in Holmes's case, the castle above. "Dinner, 1 hour," she said, already turning to leave. Then she paused, looking back at them with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. "The Count," she said slowly. "He is. You should be careful. Very careful. Strange things happen near the castle. People see things, hear things. Maybe you should leave, go back to England where you are safe." "Strange things such as?" Holmes asked gently. But she shook her head, making a gesture that might have been religious. Warding off evil, perhaps. 1 hour. Dinner. And she was gone, her footsteps rapid on the stairs, as if she regretted saying even that much. Watson moved to his window, looking out at the village below. Full darkness had fallen now, and the mist seemed to glow faintly with the light from scattered windows. Somewhere a dog barked, a lonely sound quickly muffled by the encompassing grey. And above, beyond and behind, the castle waited on its hill, dark against the dark sky, watching over the village that feared it. "Well," Watson said quietly, "we've arrived. Now the question is whether we'll discover a rational explanation or find ourselves in a Gothic novel with no clear path to the final chapter." Holmes joined him at the window, his sharp profile outlined against the faint light. "The explanation will be rational, Watson. It always is. The supernatural doesn't exist. Only people, with their entirely natural capacities for deception, fear, and self-delusion. Our task is simply to determine which combination of those entirely human qualities has resulted in a nobleman being accused of vampirism." He turned from the window, his eyes bright with that particular intensity that meant his mind was already working, already assembling pieces of a puzzle Watson couldn't yet see. "But I'll grant you this, the setting is rather magnificent in its Gothic excess. If one were going to stage an accusation of vampirism, one could hardly choose better than a Carpathian village in November, complete with castle, mist, and suspicious villagers. It's almost theatrical. Almost. Quite deliberately theatrical, I suspect. Which is itself a clue, Watson. Someone has gone to considerable trouble to construct this narrative. Tomorrow we begin dismantling it, piece by careful piece." Outside, the mist pressed closer, and somewhere in the village below, someone began to sing. A sad, minor-key melody that drifted up through the darkness like smoke, like memory, like all the old songs that have ever been sung in lonely places when night falls and the familiar world grows strange. The phantom of the Carpathian hills was waiting. But so, Watson thought with quiet confidence, was Sherlock Holmes. And that, he suspected, would make all the difference. Dawn arrived in Magura, not with light, but with a gradual lessening of darkness, as if the sun itself was reluctant to fully commit to this remote Carpathian village. Watson woke to the sound of roosters and distant church bells, their tones carrying that particular resonance of orthodox ritual, deeper, more mournful than the Church of England bells he knew from London. The air in his small room was cold enough that his breath misted, and frost had painted delicate patterns on the inside of his window glass, nature's own artwork in ice and silence. He dressed quickly, layering wool against the mountain chill, and descended the narrow stairs to find Holmes already in the common room, engaged in what appeared to be a careful negotiation with the innkeeper's wife. A plate of bread, cheese, and hard-boiled eggs sat before him, alongside a pot of something that smelled vaguely like coffee, but probably wasn't. Not in any sense a Londoner would recognize. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said, switching from his halting German to English with evident relief. "Mrs. Radulescu has been educating me about the village's recent troubles. Do join us." Mrs. Radulescu looked less pleased about this educational exchange, her round face set in lines of worry and something harder, resentment, perhaps, or fear, worn so long it had calcified into habitual suspicion. She wiped her hands on her apron repeatedly, a nervous gesture, as if trying to cleanse herself of the very conversation. Watson settled onto the wooden bench, accepting the plate she provided with a nod of thanks. The bread was dark and dense, the kind that stuck to your ribs and kept peasants working through long winter days. The cheese was sharp, pungent, made from sheep's milk, if he wasn't mistaken. Not unpleasant, just profoundly foreign in the way that food always marked one as a stranger in strange lands. "Mrs. Radulescu was just telling me," Holmes continued, his tone deliberately casual, "about the incidents that have troubled Magura these past months. Livestock deaths, strange lights near the castle, villagers seeing figures in the mist, all quite disturbing, I'm sure." The woman's hands stilled on her apron. She looked toward the door, as if checking for listeners, then leaned closer, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "Is not natural," she said, her German thick with accent. "Before the Count, he keep to himself, yes. Old family, old ways, but no trouble. Then, 3 months past, things change. Petru's best milk cow, dead in field. No marks, but all blood gone. Gone." She made a sucking gesture that was grotesquely explicit. "Blood gone entirely?" Holmes asked, his grey eyes sharp, despite the casual tone. "You're certain?" Petru cut the cow open himself, trying to understand. Empty, like wineskin. And more deaths after. Sheep. Goats. Always the same. No wounds you can see. But blood gone. And the Count. She crossed herself, a swift, nervous motion. People see him walking at night. Walking when good Christian people sleep. What does he do in darkness, eh? Why does he not stay in his castle like proper noblemen? Watson spread cheese on his bread, considering. Livestock deaths weren't unusual in rural areas. Disease, predators, accidents all took their toll. But deaths specifically characterized by blood loss, combined with sightings of the nobleman at night, would certainly feed superstitious fears in a community already primed to believe in vampires. The question was whether someone was deliberately feeding those fears, or if this was simply coincidence interpreted through the lens of folklore. "Has anyone approached the Count directly?" Watson asked. "Surely, if he's a reasonable man." Mrs. Radulescu's laugh was bitter, cut short. "Reasonable? He is boyar, old nobility. We are peasants. You think we walk to castle and knock on door like visiting neighbours?" She shook her head. "The priest, Father Alexei, he try. He go to castle, speak with Count. But Count sent him away, say is all foolishness, say to stop spreading fear. After that, she lowered her voice even further, Father Alexei becomes sick, very sick. 2 weeks he lay in bed, white like snow, weak like baby. He recover, but everyone know, everyone see. The Count punish him for speaking against him. Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson, quick, communicative in the way that long partnership allowed. The priest's illness could be natural, could be dozens of things, but its timing was certainly convenient for maintaining a supernatural narrative. Either genuinely unfortunate coincidence, or someone had deliberately made the priest sick to reinforce the fear. But who? The Count himself, to maintain his isolation? Or someone else? Someone who benefited from the village's terror? We'll need to speak with Father Alexei, Holmes said, more to Watson than Mrs. Radulescu. And with this Petru, who lost his cow, and we should examine the sites where the animals died, though 3 months on, I doubt much evidence remains. Evidence? Mrs. Radulescu frowned. What evidence you need? The Count is Strigoi. Everyone know this now. He must be stopped before more death comes, before he take not just animals, but people. She looked between them with something approaching pity. You come from big city, yes? London, where everything is stone and train and science. You think you understand. But here, in mountains, old things still live. Old rules still matter. Science cannot explain everything, gentlemen. Some things are beyond your English understanding. Holmes smiled, that thin, controlled smile that meant he was being patient, despite finding the conversation somewhat tedious. On the contrary, Mrs. Radulescu, I find that science explains everything quite adequately, once one has sufficient data. But I appreciate the warning. Now, if you could direct us to the path leading to Castle Draculest, we have an appointment with your Count. She stepped back, as if he'd announced an intention to walk into a dragon's lair, which, Watson supposed, was rather how she viewed it. You go to Castle? Today? In daylight, yes. You go only in daylight. This seemed to be both question and plea. In daylight, Holmes confirmed, rising from the table. I assure you, Mrs. Radulescu, we'll be quite careful. Dr. Watson and I have faced considerably more dangerous situations than a conversation with a nobleman, regardless of what that nobleman might be accused of being. The path to the castle began at the northern edge of the village, marked by a weathered wooden cross that stood at the divergence of roads, one leading deeper into the mountains, presumably toward other villages, and the other climbing steeply toward the castle. The cross was old, its carved Christ figure worn smooth by weather and time, and someone had recently left offerings at its base. Bread, salt, a small bouquet of dried herbs. Protection, Watson assumed, or perhaps appeasement of whatever forces were believed to inhabit these heights. The climb was steeper than it had appeared from the village, the path switching back on itself repeatedly as it ascended the hill. Pine trees crowded close, their branches heavy with mist that dripped steadily, creating a constant soft percussion. The air smelled of wet earth and resin, clean and sharp, so different from London's coal-tinged atmosphere that Watson felt almost dizzy with the freshness of it. Holmes climbed with his characteristic energy, seemingly unbothered by the altitude or the steep grade, occasionally pausing to examine something, a footprint in the soft earth, a broken branch, marks on a tree trunk that might have been anything or nothing. His mind was cataloguing, Watson knew, storing details for later correlation, building his understanding of this place piece by small piece. They'd been climbing perhaps 20 minutes when the trees suddenly opened, and Castle Draculest revealed itself properly for the first time. Watson stopped, breath catching not from exertion, but from the sheer Gothic drama of the scene before them. The castle rose from grey stone, built directly onto the hillside, so that in places the living rock became wall, and wall became rock. A seamless merger of natural and constructed. It wasn't large as castles went, perhaps 30 rooms at most, but what it lacked in size, it compensated for in sheer dramatic positioning. 3 towers of varying heights reached toward the low clouds, their conical roofs tiled in dark slate that gleamed wetly. Narrow windows, more like arrow slits in places, watched the approach with blank, unreadable faces. A wooden bridge spanned a small ravine where water rushed far below, the only access point Watson could see, easily defended, easily closed off. 15th century, mostly, Holmes observed, studying the architecture with professional interest. Built during the period of Ottoman conflicts, which explains the defensive positioning. That northeastern tower is earlier, though, probably 13th century, incorporated into the later construction. Interesting adaptation of Byzantine defensive principles to local terrain. Quite impressive, really, from a military architecture standpoint. Watson looked at his friend with mild exasperation. Holmes, we're approaching a castle where a man accused of vampirism lives, and you're admiring the architectural heritage? Why shouldn't I? The castle isn't supernatural, Watson. It's stone, mortar, and several centuries of weathering. Whatever mysteries wait inside are human mysteries, which makes them infinitely more interesting than any Gothic nonsense about the undead. Holmes started forward again, crossing the wooden bridge with confidence, despite the way it swayed slightly under their weight. The castle's main gate stood open. Weathered oak reinforced with iron, scarred by age and use. Beyond it, a small courtyard paved in uneven stone spread before them, with the main building rising on 3 sides. On the 4th side, the cliff dropped away sharply, offering a view across the valley below, where Magura huddled in its protective mist, small and vulnerable from this height. A man stood waiting in the courtyard centre, hands clasped behind his back, posture erect, despite what Watson estimated to be 60 years at least. He wore dark clothes of good quality, but outdated cut, the fashion of perhaps 20 years ago, maintained carefully, probably the best he owned. His face was lean, aristocratic, with high cheekbones and a strong nose, clean-shaven in contrast to the bearded peasants of the village below. His hair, iron grey, was pulled back in an old-fashioned queue. But it was his eyes that caught Watson's attention, dark, intelligent, and carrying an expression of such profound weariness that it seemed almost like grief made permanent. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson." His English was excellent, barely accented, the product of education and breeding. "I am Count Vasily Draculest. Thank you for making this long journey. I confess I half expected my telegram to be dismissed as the ravings of a madman. The phrase accused of vampirism does rather strain credibility in your modern age." Holmes stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting, a gesture that carried weight, Watson realized, accepting the Count as a man deserving of respect, rather than as a curiosity to be studied at arm's length. "Count Draculest, I assure you, I've investigated stranger claims, though I'll grant that few have required quite so dramatic a setting." The Count's handshake was firm, brief, and he allowed himself a small smile at Holmes's comment. "Yes, The castle does rather insist upon Gothic atmosphere, doesn't it? My ancestors built for defence, but they also built for psychological effect. A castle perched on a cliff communicates power, authority, separation from the common world below. Unfortunately, in the current circumstances, that separation has become isolation, and isolation has bred fear and suspicion. He turned to Watson, offering his hand. "Doctor, I'm grateful you've accompanied Mr. Holmes. If nothing else, your medical perspective may prove valuable. Please, come inside. I've had coffee prepared. Actual coffee. Not the local substitute made from roasted grain. One of the few advantages of noble blood is access to luxury goods, even at the edge of civilization." The castle's interior surprised Watson with its relative comfort. He'd expected dank stone corridors and medieval austerity, but while the architecture was certainly old, the furnishings were not. They entered a great hall with a massive fireplace where logs burned cheerfully, casting warm light across Turkish carpets and furniture that, while not fashionable, was well maintained and comfortable. Tapestries covered the stone walls, providing insulation against the cold, depicting hunting scenes and heraldic devices in faded colours. Books lined shelves along one wall, hundreds of volumes, their spines showing the wear of actual reading rather than decorative display. "My refuge," the Count said, noting Watson's survey of the room. 300 years of Draculesque history contained in these walls, and most of that history consisting of tedious agricultural records and petty disputes over grazing rights. We were never a powerful family, you understand. Minor nobility at best, holding this small region through force, faith, and fortunate marriages. But we held it, generation after generation, which is its own kind of achievement. He gestured toward chairs arranged near the fire, and a servant appeared, an old woman, silent and efficient, carrying a tray with coffee service. Real coffee, as promised, its aroma almost painfully civilized in this remote setting. She poured with practiced grace, then disappeared as quietly as she'd come, a ghost in the castle's familiar corridors. Holmes settled into his chair with the satisfied look of a man who'd found something interesting. "Tell us, Count, in your own words, how this situation developed. When did the accusations begin, and what specific form did they take?" The Count cradled his coffee cup, staring into the fire as if the flames might hold answers to questions he'd asked himself repeatedly. 3 months ago, as near as I can date it. Petru Ionescu's cow died. You'll have heard this already, I imagine. Village gossip travels faster than telegraph. The cow was old, perhaps 8 years, and died in the field one night. Petru found it at dawn, and because he found no obvious cause of death, he chose to interpret the death superstitiously, rather than naturally. "The blood," Holmes prompted. Mrs. Radulescu mentioned the blood was gone. "So Petru claims. I cannot verify or dispute his claim, as I wasn't present and certainly wasn't invited to examine the carcass. But I can tell you that livestock die, Mr. Holmes. They die of age, disease, accident, predation. The fact that Petru couldn't immediately identify the cause doesn't mean the cause was supernatural. It means only that Petru is a farmer, not a veterinarian, and his diagnostic capabilities are limited to his experience." Watson sipped his coffee. It was excellent, rich and strong, and asked, "But why would he immediately assume vampirism? Surely there are more prosaic explanations that would occur first." The Count's smile was bitter. "You forget, Doctor, where you are. This isn't London. where superstition has been mostly relegated to parlour entertainment and Gothic novels. This is Transylvania, where the Orthodox Church maintains considerable influence, where education is limited, where the old beliefs run deep as the mountains themselves. My family name doesn't help matters. Draculecht, Holmes said thoughtfully, derived from Dracul, the dragon or the devil, depending on context and pronunciation, related to the Order of the Dragon, presumably. 15th century alliance against Ottoman expansion. You've done your research, yes, an ancestor, distantly related to the more famous Vlad Dracul, bore the dragon title with pride. But in local memory, that glory has transformed into something darker. Dracul becomes demon, dragon becomes devil. And old stories tell of men who made pacts with darkness to gain power, who became strigoi after death, rising from graves to torment the living. When livestock began dying, when I made the mistake of walking abroad at night, it was easy, too easy, to revive those old associations. You walk at night frequently? Watson asked. I do. The Count's voice carried defiance, mixed with sadness. I suffer from insomnia, Doctor, a condition I've endured for years. When sleep eludes me, I walk, through the castle, sometimes along the paths outside. I find the night peaceful, the solitude conducive to thought. But to the villagers watching from below, seeing lights in the castle at strange hours, occasionally glimpsing a figure on the ramparts, these nocturnal habits become evidence of supernatural nature. A good Christian sleeps at night. Therefore, one who walks in darkness must be ungodly. The logic is medieval, but persistent. Holmes set down his cup and leaned forward, his expression intent. Let's be precise about timeline. The cow died 3 months ago. What happened next? More deaths over the following weeks. 3 sheep belonging to different families. A goat. A dog that had been known to chase chickens, possibly poisoned by an irritated neighbour, but attributed to me. Each death reinforced the narrative. Then Father Alexei came to speak with me 2 months ago. Mrs. Radulescu mentioned he became ill. He did. After visiting here, questioning me about the deaths, suggesting, diplomatically, that perhaps I should leave the region for a time to allow tensions to ease. I refused, naturally. This is my home, my family's home. I've committed no crime, supernatural or otherwise. I will not be driven from my own castle by superstitious fear. The Count's voice had hardened, pride and anger surfacing. A week after his visit, Father Alexei took to his bed with some fever. He recovered, but the timing was interpreted as confirmation. The Count punishes those who speak against him. Therefore the Count must be strigoi. What actually caused the priest's illness? Watson asked, his medical interest piqued. I have no idea, Doctor. I didn't cause it. I can assure you of that. But I cannot prove a negative. I cannot demonstrate that I didn't somehow curse him or drain his vitality or whatever supernatural mechanism the villagers imagine. That's the particular horror of these accusations. They exist beyond the reach of evidence or reason. How does one prove one isn't a vampire? It's like proving one doesn't have invisible servants or cannot fly. The absence of evidence becomes, perversely, evidence of absence of evidence, which the fearful interpret as cleverness rather than innocence. Holmes stood and began to pace, a habit Watson recognized as the sign of his mind working through complexities. You mentioned lights seen in the castle at unusual hours. Do you have any explanation for those beyond your own nocturnal wanderings? The Count hesitated, and Watson saw something flicker across his face. Uncertainty, perhaps, or embarrassment. I've taken to conducting certain experiments. Scientific experiments, I should clarify, not occult rituals, though I imagine the distinction is lost on the villagers. I have a laboratory of sorts in the Eastern Tower, where I pursue certain interests in chemistry and natural philosophy. When sleep eludes me, I sometimes work there. The processes I employ occasionally produce light, phosphorescent reactions, combustion experiments, that sort of thing. Nothing supernatural, but certainly dramatic when viewed from below through mist and prejudice. "May we see this laboratory?" Holmes asked immediately, his interest clearly captured. "Of course. Though I warn you, my equipment is somewhat makeshift, my methodology probably appalling by rigorous scientific standards. I'm an amateur enthusiast, not a trained researcher." The Count rose, setting aside his coffee. "The Eastern Tower is this way. Mind the stairs. They're steep and somewhat worn. The castle may look romantic from a distance, but living here is a constant battle against decay, damp, and the simple entropy that claims all human constructions given sufficient time." He led them through corridors that grew progressively colder and darker, the tapestries giving way to bare stone, the carpets ending where function superseded comfort. They climbed a spiral staircase carved from the living rock, worn smooth by centuries of feet, narrow enough that Watson's shoulders nearly brushed both walls, higher and higher, until Watson's legs burned and his breath came short, the altitude combining with exertion to remind him he was 50 years old, and perhaps not as fit as he'd been in his army days. Finally, they emerged into a circular room at the tower's top, and Watson stopped, surprised despite himself. The space was part laboratory, part library, part observatory. A telescope stood at one window, pointed toward the mountains. Tables held chemical apparatus, beakers, retorts, glass tubing, arranged with the careful precision of someone who knew their use. Books were stacked everywhere, many open, marked with slips of paper. Notes covered the walls, written in several languages Watson couldn't identify. And along one wall, phosphorescent minerals glowed faintly even in daylight, arranged in careful rows, labelled in careful script. "My sanctuary," the Count said softly. "Here at least I can pursue knowledge without interference. Chemistry, astronomy, mineralogy, whatever captures my interest. It's a poor substitute for true scientific community, but when one is isolated by geography and, increasingly, by fear, one makes do with what resources are available." Holmes moved immediately to the chemical apparatus, examining it with the keen interest of a fellow practitioner. "Phosphorescent compounds," he murmured, noting the materials. "You're studying luminescence? Interesting. And these notes? You're recording observations systematically. This is quite respectable work, Count Draculesht." The Count's pleasure at the compliment was evident and touching. "Thank you. I've tried to maintain proper methodology. It's difficult without access to scientific journals or collaboration, but I subscribe to several publications from Vienna and Berlin when the post manages to reach me. My research is modest, but it occupies my mind, gives purpose to the sleepless hours." Watson joined them at the table, noting the careful drawings of chemical structures, the logged experiments with their outcomes. This was the work of an educated, curious mind, trapped by circumstance in a remote location, pursuing knowledge as a refuge against loneliness. It was rather sad, really, and made the Count's situation feel more tragic than threatening. "On nights when you cannot sleep," Holmes said, "you come here and work. Sometimes your experiments produce light, phosphorescence, flame, luminescent reactions. Someone in the village sees lights in the tower at midnight, 3 in the morning, pre-dawn hours. They tell others. The story grows with each retelling. The Count performs dark rituals. The Count conjures demons. The Count is not human. Precisely, the Count said wearily. I am guilty only of insomnia and intellectual curiosity. But in a fearful community, those become evidence of evil. Tell me, Mr. Holmes, how does one prove one's humanity when humanity itself is in question? How does one demonstrate innocence when the very accusation places one beyond the reach of normal proof? Holmes turned from the laboratory table, his grey eyes thoughtful. By finding the truth beneath the fear, Count Draculesht. By discovering what's really killing the livestock, what actually made the priest ill, who benefits from maintaining this supernatural narrative. Someone does, I assure you. Fear is always useful to someone. Our task is to determine who that someone is and expose them. The Count looked at Holmes with an expression Watson recognized. Hope mixed with skepticism. The look of a man who'd been disappointed before, and didn't dare believe that disappointment might end. You truly think this can be resolved rationally? That evidence and logic can overcome generations of superstition? I know it can, Holmes said, with the absolute confidence of someone whose entire world-view rested on that foundation. The supernatural doesn't exist, Count. Only the natural, sometimes deliberately obscured. And nothing hidden can remain so under sufficient scrutiny. Outside, the mist pressed against the tower windows, and far below, the village of Magura huddled in its fear. But here in the eastern tower, surrounded by books and beakers and the careful work of an educated mind, Watson felt the first stirring of understanding. This wasn't a story about vampires. It was a story about isolation and fear, about the collision between old beliefs and modern knowledge, about a man trapped between two worlds, nobility without power, education without community, curiosity without collaboration. And somewhere in that complicated web of circumstance and superstition, there was truth waiting to be uncovered. Holmes had promised to find it, and Watson had learned, over years of partnership, that when Sherlock Holmes made such promises, they were rarely broken. The game, indeed, was afoot. The descent from the eastern tower left Watson's legs trembling with exertion, though he tried not to show it. Pride, he reflected, was a curious thing, perfectly willing to climb endless stone stairs to avoid appearing weak, even when no one particularly cared about one's physical condition except oneself. Holmes moved with his usual elastic energy, apparently unbothered by altitude or exercise, his mind clearly already racing ahead toward the next phase of investigation. Count Draculesht led them back to the great hall, where the fire had been built up and a light lunch laid out. Bread, cheese, cold meat, pickled vegetables, the substantial fare of mountain people who understood that warmth and calories were necessities, not luxuries. The old servant woman who'd brought coffee earlier moved about silently, replenishing plates, her face carefully blank, but her eyes watchful. Watson wondered what she thought of all this. Her master accused of vampirism, 2 English detectives arrived to investigate. Did she believe the accusations, fear her employer, or simply endure, as servants had endured for centuries, keeping her thoughts private and her position secure? I should like, Holmes said, settling into his chair with a plate balanced on his knee, to examine the sites where the livestock died. I assume the carcasses are long gone, but the locations themselves may prove informative. And I'd like to speak with the villagers who found the animals, Petru Ionescu particularly, since his was the first incident. The Count nodded slowly, though his expression suggested doubt. You're welcome to try, though I warn you, the villagers are unlikely to be forthcoming. I'm the enemy in their narrative, and you're my allies. That makes you suspect by association. But Father Alexei might speak with you. He's educated, been to seminary in Sibiu, understands the difference between superstition and faith. He recovered his health, though the experience clearly shook him. The timing of his illness troubles me, Watson interjected, spreading sharp cheese on dark bread. 2 weeks of fever following his visit here. What symptoms exactly? Weakness, you mentioned? Pallor? Anything else? You'd have to ask him directly, Doctor. I only know what village gossip conveyed, filtered through fear and embellishment. He couldn't eat, supposedly. Couldn't keep down food or water. Lost considerable weight. The description, I admit, does have unfortunate parallels to certain vampire legend elements. The victim slowly drained of vitality, wasting away. But correlation isn't causation, as I'm sure you'd agree. Holmes set down his plate, his meal barely touched. Food was always secondary to thought for him, a necessary inconvenience. I'd like to spend tonight observing the castle and its surroundings. You mentioned walking at night. Would you be willing to maintain your usual routine? If someone is deliberately creating supernatural incidents, they may do so again, and observation might prove illuminating. You want to watch for the phantom, the Count said, something that might have been bitter amusement in his voice. Very well. I warn you, November nights in the Carpathians are not pleasant. The cold cuts through wool like water through cloth. But if you're determined, I can provide you with furs and a vantage point on the western rampart that overlooks both the village and the surrounding forest. Excellent. Watson, you should rest this afternoon. We may have a long, cold night ahead. Holmes stood, already moving toward the window, drawn by something outside. Count, that forest to the north, does it connect to the village lands? And the stream I heard from the bridge, where does it flow? The Count joined him at the window, pointing out features of the landscape that were barely visible through the persistent mist. The forest is mixed holdings, some mine, technically, some common land, where villagers have traditional rights to gather wood and forage. The stream flows down from the mountains, passes below the castle, eventually reaches the valley floor and joins the larger river near Brasov. In spring, when the snow melts, it becomes quite dramatic. In November, it's merely cold and persistent. Watson finished his lunch, listening to them discuss topography and property boundaries, the conversation technical and detailed. Holmes was mapping the terrain in his mind, Watson knew, storing every detail for later correlation. Where could someone approach unseen? Where might livestock be vulnerable? What natural features might be exploited to create mysterious effects? All of it data, waiting to be assembled into understanding. The afternoon passed quietly. The Count retreated to his library to attend to correspondence, leaving Holmes and Watson to explore the castle at their leisure. They wandered through rooms that spoke of faded grandeur, a formal dining hall with a table that could seat 20, now shrouded in dust covers, a music room with a pianoforte whose ivory keys had yellowed with age, bedrooms furnished in styles ranging from Baroque to vaguely modern, most clearly unused for years. The castle was too large for one man and one elderly servant, Watson reflected. It demanded a family, guests, life. Instead, it held only echoes and the particular sadness of spaces meant for community occupied by solitude. "He's lonely," Watson observed as they stood in what had once been a nursery, now empty except for a rocking horse with a missing eye and paint flaking from its wooden flanks. Isolated by geography, by social position, by his own inclinations toward study rather than society. The villagers fear him, and that fear has calcified into hatred. He has no peers here, no friends, no family, only books and chemicals and the endless Carpathian mist. Loneliness, Holmes said, is often the price of intelligence in provincial settings. Those who think differently become suspect. Those who pursue knowledge rather than tradition become threatening. The Count is caught between worlds, too educated for the village, too isolated for proper society. And now someone is exploiting that isolation, using it to destroy what little connection he has with the people whose lands surround his own. You think someone is deliberately orchestrating this? I think, Holmes said carefully, that fear, this organized, this persistent, this specifically directed, rarely occurs spontaneously. Someone is feeding it, whether through actual incidents or through careful manipulation of natural events. The question is, who benefits from the Count's destruction? Who gains if he's driven from the castle or killed by mob violence? Watson considered. The land, perhaps. If he dies without heirs, the property would revert to whom, exactly? The Emperor? Local authority? Worth investigating. Also worth asking who owes him money, who has disputes with him, who might want access to the castle or its contents. The motive may be prosaic. Property, debt, old grievances. But the method is theatrical. Use the village's existing superstitions to accomplish entirely worldly goals. Holmes moved to the nursery window, looking out toward the village below. Fear is remarkably efficient. It requires no evidence, generates its own momentum, and once established, becomes almost impossible to dislodge through reason alone. Whoever conceived this scheme understands human psychology quite well. They returned to the great hall as afternoon faded toward evening. The Count emerged from his library looking tired, the weariness in his face more pronounced. He'd changed into heavier clothes against the night's cold. Wool trousers, a thick shirt, a coat lined with fur that had seen considerable wear. Sunset comes early in the mountains, he observed, noting the dimming light. By 5 o'clock, we're in twilight. By 6, full darkness. The villagers will be securing their animals, barring their doors, hanging garlic and holy symbols. They do this every night now, have done for 2 months, exhausting to live in perpetual fear, but they seem unable to stop, unable to consider that the threat they fear doesn't exist. Holmes had also changed, layering wool and accepting a heavy fur coat that smelled of age and storage and the particular musk of whatever animal had contributed its pelt. Tell me about the property disputes you mentioned earlier. Who has traditional rights in the forest? Are those rights clearly defined or subject to interpretation? The Count settled into his chair with a sigh. Traditional rights are never clearly defined, Mr. Holmes. That's rather the point. They're based on custom, memory, assertion, and counter-assertion. The villagers claim rights to gather wood, to pasture pigs on forest mast, to collect mushrooms and herbs. I claim ownership of the land itself. Neither claim is absolute, neither is entirely groundless. We've coexisted in this ambiguity for generations, but... He paused, choosing words carefully. There has been pressure lately to formalize arrangements. The Habsburg administration is modernizing, surveying lands, establishing clear titles, converting traditional rights into legal contracts. And you've been resistant to this modernization? Watson asked. Not resistant exactly, cautious. Once rights are written down, they become fixed. What's generous in custom may become limiting in law. What's ambiguous can become absolute. I've been negotiating with village representatives, or trying to. The process has been contentious. Holmes leaned forward, interest sharpening. Contentious how? Who represents the village in these negotiations? Primarily 3 men. Petru Ionescu, the farmer whose cow died first. Ion Stancu, who owns the mill and serves as unofficial village headman. And Father Alexei, who mediates disputes and carries moral authority. We've been meeting intermittently for 6 months, trying to draft an agreement acceptable to all parties. The negotiations were proceeding slowly but civilly until... He gestured helplessly. Until the deaths began. After that, the meetings stopped. No one will come to the castle. No one will speak with me except through intermediaries, and those reluctantly. So the vampire accusations effectively ended negotiations that were, presumably, moving toward some resolution. Holmes stood, beginning to pace. Tell me, in those negotiations, were you winning or losing? Would the final agreement have favored you or the village? The Count considered. Neither, I'd hoped. I was seeking compromise, formalize some rights, maintain others as traditional, establish clear boundaries while preserving flexibility. But Petru was pushing for maximum village rights with minimum obligations. He wanted access to all forest lands, wanted to reduce my share of mill revenues, wanted to eliminate certain feudal dues that, while small, still technically apply. We were at an impasse, actually. The negotiations had stalled. And then his cow died, and he had a perfect excuse to abandon negotiation entirely, Holmes said softly. Moreover, he gained a weapon, fear, that could potentially drive you from the castle altogether, leaving the lands effectively under village control, regardless of legal niceties. Quite convenient. Watson saw where Holmes was leading. You think Petru killed his own cow? To create the vampire panic? I think it's worth considering. A man who stands to gain substantially from ending negotiations might find creative ways to do so. But we're speculating without data. Tonight's observation may prove illuminating. Count, when you walk at night, do you follow regular routes, predictable patterns? Somewhat. I walk the ramparts, sometimes descend to the forest path, occasionally visit the old chapel in the woods. It's on castle grounds, built by an ancestor. Now ruins, but still peaceful. Why? Because, Holmes said, if someone is creating supernatural incidents, they need to know where you'll be and when. Predictability enables theatrical effects. We'll need to be less. Predictable tonight. Vary the pattern. Watch for watchers. Watson, you'll take the western rampart with the Count. I'll position myself in the forest below, observing approaches. If anything interesting occurs, I'll be in position to intercept. The old servant woman brought them an early dinner, stew thick with meat and root vegetables, hot and nourishing, designed for people facing cold nights. They ate mostly in silence, Holmes absorbed in thought, the Count in visible apprehension, Watson in that peculiar mental state before action, alert, focused, the old soldier's readiness that never entirely faded despite years away from warfare. Night fell with mountain swiftness. The last grey light extinguished, like a candle snuffed. The temperature dropped precipitously, and Watson was grateful for the heavy furs as they climbed to the western rampart. The Count carried a hooded lantern, its light carefully shielded, and Watson had his revolver, checked and loaded, tucked in his coat pocket. Holmes had vanished into the darkness below, moving with the silence that had always seemed slightly uncanny, as if he could simply will himself to become invisible. The rampart was perhaps 5 feet wide, bordered by crenellations that offered some protection from wind and concealment for observation. The stone was cold enough that Watson could feel it through his gloves when he steadied himself against the wall. Below, the village lights glimmered faintly, oil lamps and candles behind shuttered windows, the church's windows showing the warm glow of perpetual candles before icons. Beyond, the forest was absolute darkness, the trees invisible except where they block stars, creating negative spaces against the sky. "This is my nightly world," the Count said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Darkness, cold, solitude. I know every stone of these walls, every irregularity. I can walk them blind, and often do when the mist is thick. Out here, at least, I feel something. Not quite peace, but clarity perhaps. The problems of daylight seem smaller when one stands beneath the stars, remembering that all human concerns are temporary against geological time." Watson understood. He'd felt similar things in Afghanistan, on watch during cold desert nights, when the universe's indifference became oddly comforting rather than threatening. "How long have you lived alone here?" "My parents died when I was 20, 12 years ago. An influenza outbreak. They were both gone within a week of each other. I inherited the castle and the responsibilities and the isolation. I'd hoped to marry, establish a family, fill these empty rooms with life and noise and children. But—" he gestured toward the darkness below. "Who would marry the strange nobleman in his remote castle? The village girls are forbidden to speak with me. The families of my social class are in Vienna, Budapest, distant places where I'm an oddity at best. So I've remained alone, growing stranger with each passing year, until now even the pretense of connection has been severed by fear." A sound drifted up from below, something between a howl and a wail, rising and falling, utterly unhuman. Watson's hand went instinctively to his revolver, and beside him the Count stiffened. "Wolf," the Count said after a moment. "They come down from the high mountains in winter, following deer and chamois. The villagers believe I control them, naturally, that they're my servants, or my transformed self. They're simply animals, hunting, surviving, no more supernatural than sheep or cattle." The howl came again, closer now, joined by others. A pack, Watson realized, multiple voices harmonizing in that eerie chorus that had terrified humans since humanity's first nights in caves. Beautiful and terrible simultaneously, a reminder that nature existed entirely apart from human concerns, pursuing its own rhythms regardless of belief or fear. Movement below caught Watson's eye, a light, flickering, moving through the forest. Not the steady glow of a lantern, but something more erratic, appearing and disappearing, now green-tinged, now blue, dancing between trees like something alive and malicious. "Do you see that?" Watson whispered urgently, pointing. The Count followed his gesture, tension radiating from him. "Yes, this is what they see, the phantom lights. I've observed them before, but never determined their source. They appear perhaps twice a week, always in the forest, always moving, always that strange color. They're what convince the villagers I'm conjuring demons. Watson watched the light bob and weave, trying to judge its height, its speed, whether it followed paths or moved randomly through undergrowth. It was perhaps 8 feet off the ground, moving at walking pace, clearly under someone's control, despite its erratic appearance. Not supernatural then, but deliberately created to appear so. "Holmes is down there," Watson murmured, more to himself than the Count. "If anyone can discover the source, it's him." They watched in tense silence as the light continued its dance, now approaching the castle, now retreating toward the village, now circling as if searching for something. The wolves howled again, their voices surrounding the forest, coming from multiple directions. The effect was profoundly unsettling, the strange light, the wild calls, the darkness pressing close. Watson understood viscerally how villagers, seeing this from their windows, would interpret it as supernatural. Every instinct screamed danger, threat, otherness. Then, abruptly, the light vanished, simply gone, as if it had never existed. The forest returned to unbroken darkness, and even the wolves fell silent, as if whatever had disturbed them had passed. Watson and the Count remained motionless, watching, waiting. Minutes stretched, each one feeling longer than the last. Watson's hands were numb with cold, despite his gloves, and his breath created clouds that dispersed immediately into the larger mist. A low whistle came from below, 3 notes descending. Holmes's signal. Watson responded with 2 notes, acknowledging. Then they waited for his return, knowing he'd found something, but unable to ask what, until he rejoined them. When Holmes finally appeared in the castle courtyard 20 minutes later, his coat was covered in pine needles, and his face showed the particular satisfaction of someone who'd confirmed a hypothesis. He gestured for them to return to the great hall, and they descended from the ramparts gratefully. Watson's legs protesting the stairs, but his mind alert with anticipation. In the warmth of the hall, with the fire rebuilt and brandy poured, Holmes finally spoke, laying several objects on the table like a conjurer revealing his tricks. A glass vial, stoppered with cork, a length of thin wire, a fragment of phosphorescent mineral, and a piece of cloth, stained with something that glowed faintly even in the firelight. "Your phantom," Holmes announced, "is entirely human and remarkably clever. The lights are created using phosphorescent compounds, likely calcium sulfide mixed with strontium for the green color, copper compounds for blue. The material is painted onto cloth or suspended in solution, then attached to a pole or staff. Wave it about in darkness, and it creates exactly the effect we witnessed. Mysterious lights that appear and disappear, moving through the forest as if alive." The Count stared at the objects. Someone is doing this deliberately, creating false supernatural incidents? Not merely creating them, but staging them with considerable sophistication. Look at this wire. It's used to create a pulley system in the trees, allowing the light to be raised and lowered, to move along fixed paths while appearing to float freely. And the timing is careful, always on moonless nights, always when mist provides maximum atmospheric effect, always when you're known to be awake and moving about the castle. Someone is watching your patterns and scheduling their performances accordingly. Watson examined the glowing cloth. But who? And can you prove it? I tracked the light to its source, a clearing about 300 yards from the castle walls. Whoever was operating it fled when I approached, but they left these items behind in their haste. Tomorrow, We'll examine the clearing in daylight, look for footprints, dropped items, any evidence that might identify our theatrical phantom. But I can tell you this much. Whoever is doing this has access to chemical supplies, understands basic principles of luminescence, and has been surveying the forest to identify optimal staging locations. That considerably narrows our suspect list. The Count had gone very still, staring at the evidence on the table. When he finally looked up, his eyes held something Watson hadn't seen before. Not just hope, but anger, righteous and burning. Someone has been destroying my reputation, terrorizing the village, isolating me deliberately, using their ignorance and fear as weapons. And they've done so with calculated precision, using my own scientific interests against me, creating false mysteries designed to confirm the villagers' worst superstitions. Precisely, Holmes agreed. This isn't spontaneous panic, Count Draculest. It's orchestrated persecution. And tomorrow we begin identifying the orchestra conductor. Outside, the wolves howled again, their voices carrying across the dark valley. But here in the castle's great hall, surrounded by evidence and reason and the warm glow of firelight, Watson felt the mystery beginning to crack, revealing the human machinery beneath the supernatural facade. The phantom had been seen. Now it would be unmasked. And Watson suspected that when they finally revealed the truth, it would prove to be exactly as Holmes had predicted. Not monsters or demons or creatures of legend, but simply people with their entirely natural capacities for cruelty, greed, and deception. The game was progressing, and Sherlock Holmes was winning. Dawn brought no dramatic revelation of sunlight, merely a gradual shift from black to grey, as if the Carpathian Mountains themselves were reluctant to fully embrace daylight. Watson woke stiff from the narrow bed and cold that had seeped through blankets during the night, his breath still misting in the unheated bedroom. The castle's stone walls, so impressive from outside, proved remarkably porous when it came to retaining warmth, and he dressed quickly, layering wool with the practiced efficiency of a man who'd served in Afghanistan and learned that cold, like enemy fire, was best met with preparation rather than complaint. He found Holmes already awake, or perhaps still awake. It was sometimes difficult to tell, standing at the great hall window with a cup of coffee growing cold in his hand. His friend's face showed the particular intensity that meant his mind had been working through the night, assembling pieces, testing theories, discarding impossibilities with the ruthless efficiency of a master craftsman selecting tools. "The clearing," Holmes said without preamble, not turning from the window. "We need to examine it in daylight before weather or wildlife disturbs whatever evidence remains. The Count has agreed to guide us. He knows the forest paths, which will save considerable time. And afterward, we speak with the villagers. Petru Ionescu first, I think. The man whose cow died so conveniently." Watson joined him at the window, accepting coffee from the ever-present servant woman who materialized with the silence of a ghost and the efficiency of long practice. Below, the village was stirring, smoke rising from chimneys, figures moving between buildings, the ordinary business of rural life proceeding despite the extraordinary fears that gripped the community. From this height, Magura looked almost peaceful, a collection of wooden structures nestled in the valleys, protection, surrounded by forest and mountains that had stood long before the village existed and would stand long after it crumbled to dust. "You think Petru is our phantom?" Watson asked quietly. I think he has motive and opportunity. Whether he has the knowledge to create phosphorescent compounds is another question, but chemical supplies can be purchased or stolen, and the technique isn't particularly complex for someone with basic education. We'll need to search carefully for evidence linking him specifically to the incidents, but yes, he's our primary suspect, a man who stands to gain substantially from driving the Count from his lands. The Count appeared a few minutes later, dressed for outdoor work in heavy boots and a coat that had seen considerable wear. His face looked haggard in the morning light, the sleepless night evident in the shadows under his eyes and the deeper lines around his mouth. But there was something else too, a kind of grim determination, the look of a man who'd lived too long under accusation and finally saw the possibility of vindication. "Ready?" he asked, and at Holmes's nod, led them out through the castle's main gate and down a path that diverged from the main approach. This trail was narrower, less maintained, winding through forest that pressed close on both sides. Pine branches hung low, occasionally brushing their shoulders, depositing cold water from the night's mist. The ground was soft with centuries of accumulated needles, muffling their footsteps, and the air smelled of resin and earth, and the particular dampness of mountain forests in November. They walked in silence for perhaps 15 minutes, the Count moving with the confidence of someone who knew every route and stone. Watson followed, his medical bag slung over one shoulder out of habit. One never knew when injury or illness might require attention, and his hand occasionally checking the reassuring weight of his revolver in his coat pocket. Holmes moved like a hunting dog on scent, his sharp eyes cataloguing everything, his mind clearly working through possibilities. The clearing, when they reached it, was perhaps 30 feet in diameter, roughly circular, with a flat rock at its center that looked like it might have served some purpose once. Altar, meeting place, boundary marker. The trees surrounding it were older than average, their trunks thick, their branches creating a canopy overhead that would block rain and, more importantly for theatrical purposes, would make the space invisible from above, while leaving it open enough for movement and manipulation. Holmes immediately began a systematic search, moving in a widening spiral from the rock outward, occasionally dropping to his hands and knees to examine something at ground level. The Count and Watson stood back, knowing better than to disturb his process, watching as he worked with that peculiar combination of intensity and patience that characterized his methods. "Here," Holmes said, after perhaps 10 minutes, pointing to the ground near the clearing's eastern edge. Footprints, partially obscured by pine needles, but still visible. 2 sets, possibly 3. And look, he indicated a tree trunk. Marks where rope or wire was tied, probably to create the pulley system I mentioned. Recently done, the bark is still fresh where it was abraded. Watson joined him, crouching to examine the footprints. They were indeed visible, once you knew to look. Impressions in the soft earth showing boots, one set noticeably larger than the others. "Can you determine anything about who made them?" "Working man's boots," Holmes murmured, using a small ruler from his pocket to measure the impressions. "Worn soles, local manufacture probably. This larger set shows a slight drag of the right foot, old injury perhaps, or simply fatigue affecting gait. And here," he pointed to marks in the earth. Something was dragged, a sack or bundle, heavy enough to leave a trail. The phosphorescent materials, most likely being transported to and from the site. The Count was examining the tree trunk, running his fingers over the abraded bark. "This tree is on my land, definitely within the castle boundaries. Whoever did this was trespassing. Not that traditional right-of-way makes much legal distinction in these parts, but it proves they were operating deliberately on my property, close enough to the castle to be observed from the ramparts, but far enough to remain concealed during preparation." Holmes continued his examination, occasionally making notes in the small book he always carried, his handwriting cramped and nearly illegible to anyone but himself. He collected samples, pine needles from specific locations, scraping from the tree bark, a small clump of earth containing part of a footprint, all of it carefully wrapped and labeled, evidence to be analyzed later, possibly correlated with materials found elsewhere. "The sophistication bothers me," Holmes said, straightening. "Creating phosphorescent compounds requires knowledge, materials, and time. It's not something a simple farmer would undertake casually. Either our perpetrator has education we haven't accounted for, or they're working with someone who does." "Watson, your thoughts on the priest's illness. Could it have been induced artificially?" Watson considered, calling up his medical training. "Possibly. The symptoms described, weakness, inability to eat, pallor, prolonged fever, could result from various toxins. Arsenic, for instance, or certain plant-based poisons. Dosage would be critical, enough to produce dramatic illness without actually killing. It would require some medical or chemical knowledge, but not necessarily extensive. Folk medicine in these regions includes considerable understanding of toxic plants, passed down through generations." "So our phantom might also be a poisoner," Holmes mused. "That adds another dimension. Someone with knowledge of chemistry and toxicology, or access to someone who possesses such knowledge. Count, who in the village has education beyond basic literacy? Who might have chemical knowledge or medical training?" The Count frowned, thinking. "Father Alexei attended seminary, 4 years of education including some natural philosophy. The teacher, Maria Popescu, was trained in Brasov, probably has secondary education. Ion Stancu, the miller, learned his trade in Sibiu, would have some practical knowledge of mechanics and weights. Petru. No formal education that I know of, though he's clever enough in his way. But his daughter, Anna, she's perhaps 18, went to the convent school for 2 years. Unusual for a peasant girl, but Petru had ambitions for her." "The daughter," Holmes said sharply. "Interesting. Young enough to be influenced, educated enough to be useful. Tell me about Anna Ionescu." "I barely know her. She helps her father with the farm, occasionally works at the inn. Quiet girl, or so I've been told. After her mother died, 3 years ago, she took over the household. Why?" Holmes didn't answer directly, but Watson saw the calculation in his eyes, the pieces rearranging into new patterns. A daughter educated beyond her station, loyal to a father with ambitions, young enough to be fearless in ways that older, more cautious people might not be. It was speculative, certainly, but it opened possibilities. They returned to the castle by a different route, Holmes insisting on surveying as much of the forest as possible, noting paths and clearings, streams and rock formations. He was mapping the terrain comprehensively, Watson realized, understanding the physical space where these supernatural dramas had been staged. Knowledge was power in Holmes's world, and geographical knowledge was often the difference between theory and proof. Back at the castle, they found the Count's servant woman had prepared a substantial breakfast: eggs, ham, fresh bread, strong coffee. They ate while Holmes outlined his plan for the day, speaking around mouthfuls of food with the unself-conscious practicality of someone who viewed eating as fuel rather than pleasure. Watson and I will visit the village this afternoon. We'll speak with Petru, examine the site where his cow died if possible, observe the household dynamics. Count, you should remain here. Your presence would only make the villagers defensive. Can you provide us with something official-looking? A letter of introduction, perhaps, establishing us as investigators acting in the interest of Habsburg authority? It might encourage cooperation. The Count nodded. I'll draft something. Though I warn you, Habsburg authority is viewed with considerable ambivalence here. The empire is distant, its rules often incomprehensible or inconvenient. Local custom tends to supersede imperial law in practical matters. Nevertheless, the appearance of official sanction may prove useful. Holmes finished his coffee and stood. Also, I'll need access to your laboratory again. I want to analyze these samples from the clearing. Compare them with any chemical supplies you have. See if there's overlap that might suggest theft or borrowing. They spent the morning in the eastern tower. Holmes conducting experiments with the focus of someone who'd found his natural element. He mixed compounds, compared phosphorescent reactions, made careful notes in his cramped handwriting. Watson watched, occasionally handing him equipment, more interested in the process than the specific results. This was Holmes at his best, methodical, patient, letting the evidence speak rather than forcing it to confirm preconceived theories. The Count worked at a smaller table nearby, drafting and redrafting his letter of introduction, seeking the right tone, authoritative enough to command respect, humble enough to avoid seeming like imperial imposition. It was a difficult balance, Watson reflected, managing the politics of a region where old feudal relationships coexisted uneasily with modern administrative structures. The phosphorescent materials used in the clearing, Holmes announced after perhaps 2 hours of work, are not from your supplies, Count. The composition is similar, but not identical. Different ratios, different preparation methods. Whoever created them had access to raw materials and basic chemical knowledge, but wasn't working from your specific formulations. That suggests independent preparation or purchase from a supply house, possibly in Brasov or even Cluj. So I'm cleared of creating the lights myself? The Count asked with weary humor. You were never seriously suspected of that particular aspect. The question was whether someone was using your materials without your knowledge or bringing their own. The answer is clearly the latter, which supports deliberate orchestration rather than opportunistic exploitation of available resources. By early afternoon, Watson and Holmes were ready to descend to the village. The Count provided them with his letter, sealed with his family crest pressed into red wax, lending it appropriate gravitas. He also gave them directions to Petru Ionescu's farm, which lay on the village's northern edge, closest to the forest and the castle above. Be careful, the Count said as they prepared to leave. The villagers aren't violent by nature, but fear makes people unpredictable. If they perceive you as genuinely threatening, if they believe you're helping the vampire they fear. He didn't finish the sentence, but his meaning was clear enough. Watson touched the revolver in his pocket, taking comfort from its weight. We'll be careful. We're Englishmen conducting an investigation, nothing more threatening than that. The descent to Magura took less time than the ascent had, gravity assisting their steps. The village appeared different in daylight, less ominous, more simply poor. The houses, which had seemed mysterious in mist and darkness, revealed themselves as practical, structures built for survival rather than beauty. Steep roofs to shed snow, small windows to conserve heat. Wooden construction because stone required money and skill that these peasants lacked. It was a village built by people whose primary relationship with the world was struggle. Against weather, against hunger, against the simple, relentless difficulty of extracting life from mountain soil. They found Petru Ionescu's farm by following the Count's directions and their noses, the unmistakable smell of livestock and manure announcing agricultural activity. The farmyard was larger than Watson had expected, well maintained, with a substantial barn and several outbuildings, suggesting prosperity beyond mere subsistence. Chickens scratched in the yard. A dog chained near the house barked their arrival with more enthusiasm than menace. Petru himself emerged from the barn, wiping his hands on rough trousers, his face registering surprise and suspicion in equal measure. He was perhaps 50, solidly built, with the weathered features of someone who'd spent his entire life outdoors. His eyes were sharp, intelligent, assessing them with the frank calculation of a man who understood that strangers meant either opportunity or threat, and was prepared to respond to either. Holmes stepped forward, removing his hat in polite greeting. "Mr. Ionescu, I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. We've come from London at the request of Count Draculest to investigate the unusual incidents that have troubled Magura these recent months. We have a letter from the Count explaining our purpose, if you'd care to examine it." He offered the sealed letter, and Petru took it with evident reluctance, breaking the seal and studying the contents. His lips moved slightly as he read. Literate, then, which was somewhat unusual for a peasant farmer, though perhaps his ambitions for his daughter's education reflected his own past schooling. When he finished, he looked up, his expression unchanged. "The Count sent you to prove he is not Strigoi," Petru said, his German functional but heavily accented. "Why should I help him? Why should any of us? We know what we know. We see what we see." "And what exactly have you seen?" Watson asked gently, adopting the bedside manner he'd developed over years of medical practice, calm, sympathetic, non-judgmental. "We'd like to understand, to hear directly from you what's been happening. The deaths, the strange occurrences, all of it. We're not here to dismiss your concerns, Mr. Ionescu. We're here to find the truth." Petru studied them both, clearly debating whether to speak or send them away. Finally, he gestured toward the house. "Come, we talk inside. The day is cold, and—" He glanced around as if checking for observers. "His better neighbours not see me speaking with the vampire's English friends." The house's interior was dim, but surprisingly comfortable. A large stove radiated heat from one corner. Rough furniture, homemade but sturdy, filled the single main room. Icons hung on the walls. Orthodox saints, with their characteristic flat, stylized features, painted on wood, surrounded by dried flowers and small candles. A loom stood near the window, half-completed cloth stretched across its frame. This was a working household, Watson realized, every space utilized, nothing wasted or purely decorative. A young woman appeared from what must have been a sleeping room. Anna, presumably Petru's daughter. She was perhaps 18, as the Count had estimated, with dark hair pulled back severely and eyes that held the same sharp intelligence as her father's. She wore traditional dress, embroidered vest over a white blouse, layered skirts, but something in her bearing suggested education, awareness beyond the village's limited horizon. "My daughter, Anna," Petru said. "She speaks German better than I do. Went to convent school in Brasov. Smart girl." Pride coloured his voice, unmistakable, despite his gruff tone. Anna nodded acknowledgement, but said nothing, moving to the stove where a pot simmered, filling the room with the smell of cooking cabbage and onions. She stirred it mechanically, but Watson noticed her attention was clearly on them, listening even as she feigned domestic distraction. Holmes settled onto the bench Petru indicated, Watson beside him. "Tell us about your cow," Holmes said. "The one that died 3 months ago. Walk us through exactly what happened, from the moment you last saw it alive to when you found it dead." Petru's face darkened with memory and anger. "Was my best milk cow. 8 years old, still producing well. I put her in the field at dusk, as always. Good pasture, close to the house. In the morning, I go to bring her for milking, and she is there, lying on her side, dead. No sound in the night, no struggle I hear, just dead." "And you examined the body?" Holmes prompted. "Of course I examine. I am farmer, not fool. I look for wounds, for signs of predator attack. Nothing. No marks, no blood on the ground, nothing. But when I cut her open—" He paused, and Watson saw genuine fear flicker across his face. "Empty. The blood, all the blood, gone. Like something drain it completely, drink it all. You understand? No blood at all. Not natural, not possible by any normal way." Watson leaned forward. "As a doctor, I can tell you there are several conditions that might explain apparent loss of blood. Internal hemorrhaging that settles in specific locations, making other areas appear bloodless. Certain diseases that affect blood consistency. Even post-mortem changes that—" "No," Petru interrupted firmly. "I know animals, doctor. I slaughter for meat. I know what dead animals should look like inside. This was different, wrong. And after, more deaths. Always the same. No wounds you see, but blood gone. And always after we see the lights in the forest, hear the wolves howling, know the Count walks his walls at night like demon surveying his hunting ground." Holmes had been studying Petru's face during this recitation, and Watson knew that look. His friend was reading micro-expressions, noting hesitations, cataloguing the difference between genuine fear and performed emotion. What he concluded, Watson couldn't yet tell, but something was registering, being filed away for later analysis. "These lights in the forest," Holmes said casually. "Have you seen them yourself? Directly, I mean, not heard about them from others?" Petru hesitated fractionally, barely perceptible, but Watson caught it and knew Holmes had too. "I see them, yes. Twice. Green lights, blue lights, moving between trees like they are alive. Dancing lights, spirit lights. Everyone see them now. Is common. And they always appear near the castle. Never on the far side of the village, never in areas distant from Count Draculeshti's lands." Another hesitation. They are where the vampire's power is strongest. Near his castle, near his lands. This makes sense, yes. Holmes smiled, but it wasn't a pleasant expression, more the look of a hunter who'd just confirmed his prey's location. It makes sense if one accepts supernatural causation. Less sense if one considers geography, property boundaries, and the theatrical requirements of creating convincing, mysterious lights. "Tell me, Mr. Ionescu, Do you have any chemical knowledge? Any understanding of phosphorescent compounds, luminescent reactions, that sort of thing? The question hung in the air like a sword, and Watson saw multiple reactions flicker across Petru's face: surprise, indignation, and something else, something that might have been fear or guilt, before his expression closed down entirely, becoming carefully neutral. "I am farmer," Petru said flatly. "I know soil, animals, weather, not chemicals, not science. Why you ask this? Simple curiosity. Someone with chemical knowledge could create lights that appear supernatural, but are actually quite mundane, just as someone with knowledge of toxicology could make a man ill in ways that mimic vampiric attack. Just as someone with strong motivation might find creative ways to turn village superstition into a weapon against an opponent in property negotiations." The accusation was implicit, but unmistakable. Petru stood abruptly, his face darkening with anger. Genuine or performed, Watson still couldn't tell. "You accuse me? You say I kill my own cow, make false lights, hurt Father Alexei, all to... what? Trick my own village? For what purpose?" "To end negotiations with the Count," Holmes said calmly. "Not rising, not backing down. Negotiations that were not proceeding in your favor. To gain control of forest lands and mill revenues without having to compromise. To drive the Count from his castle and claim the territory without legal challenges. Fear is remarkably efficient for achieving political goals, Mr. Ionescu, and you would benefit substantially from the Count's departure." Anna had stopped stirring the pot, frozen at the stove. Her face showed shock, and something else, Watson thought. Knowledge, perhaps. Complicity. She knew something, certainly, though whether she was participant or simply aware was unclear. Petru's hand moved to his belt, where Watson belatedly noticed he carried a large knife, probably used for farm work, but dangerous nonetheless. Watson's hand went to his pocket, to the revolver, ready, but not yet drawing it. The moment balanced precariously, violence possible but not inevitable. Then Anna spoke, her German clear and precise, educated. "Father, don't. They don't understand. They come from cities where everything is explained, where mystery doesn't exist. They cannot understand what we live with, what we fear. Sending them away won't help. The Count will simply send others, or the authorities will come, and then—" She trailed off, but her meaning was clear enough. Then things would become official, legal, beyond the village's ability to control. Petru's hand moved away from the knife. He looked at his daughter with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. Pride, worry, love, and something more complex. A recognition of her intelligence that both pleased and troubled him. "You should leave," Petru said to Holmes and Watson, his voice tight with controlled anger. "Go back to the castle, to your vampire Count. Tell him we will not be bullied, not by him, not by English detectives with their science and their accusations. We know what we know. And if he does not leave our lands, if he continues to hunt in darkness, to spread his evil, we will deal with him ourselves, in the old way, the way that works when law and reason fail." The threat was explicit, and Watson stood slowly, his hand still near his revolver. This was how lynch mobs began. Fear combined with frustration, superstition armed with righteous anger. They needed to leave before the situation escalated, but they also needed to convey that they'd learned something, that the investigation was proceeding regardless of village cooperation or threats. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Ionescu," Holmes said, rising with deliberate calm. "We'll continue our investigation, And I'll give you one piece of advice. Whoever is creating those forest lights should stop immediately. We have physical evidence now, and it's only a matter of time before we trace it to its source. Confession and cooperation will be viewed more favorably than continued deception and eventual exposure. He moved toward the door, Watson following, both of them keeping their attention on Patru without obviously watching him. Anna stood by the stove, her face pale, her hands gripping the spoon so tightly her knuckles showed white. She looked at Watson as they passed, and in that brief moment he saw something in her eyes, plea perhaps, or warning, or simply the trapped desperation of someone caught between loyalty and knowledge. Outside, the afternoon had grown colder, the sky darker with approaching weather. They walked quickly back toward the castle path, neither speaking until they were well clear of the farmhouse, and certain they weren't being followed. "Well," Watson said finally, "that went poorly." "On the contrary," Holmes replied, his voice light with satisfaction. "It went excellently. We now know that Petru is involved, that his daughter likely knows details she's reluctant to share, and that we're close enough to the truth to provoke threats rather than mere denials. Progress, Watson. Definite progress." Progress toward what? A mob storming the castle? Violence? Progress toward resolution. And yes, possibly toward violence, which is why we need to move quickly. Tomorrow, we speak with Father Alexei and examine his illness more carefully. Then we need to search Petru's property. Legally difficult, but possibly necessary. And we need to win Anna's cooperation. She's the weak point in their conspiracy, if conspiracy it is. Young enough to be frightened by consequences, educated enough to understand the seriousness of false accusation, and clearly troubled by what's been happening. They climbed back toward the castle as the first snow began to fall, tiny flakes that dissolved almost immediately, but promised heavier accumulation to come. Winter was arriving in the Carpathians, and with it, Watson feared, a crisis that might end in revelation or violence or both. The phantom had been glimpsed. Now they needed to unmask it completely, before fear turned deadly and superstition claimed lives in the name of protection. The game was reaching its critical phase, and Watson only hoped they could solve the puzzle before it solved them. Permanently. The snow fell more heavily as evening approached, transforming the Carpathian landscape into something from a Gothic fairy tale, the castle towers becoming ghostly silhouettes against the darkening sky, the forest below disappearing beneath a white veil that muffled sound and obscured vision. Watson stood at the great hall window, watching the transformation with the unease of someone who understood that beauty and danger often wore the same face. Snow meant isolation, meant the village would be even more cut off, meant that if violence erupted, assistance would be impossible. Holmes paced behind him, restless energy barely contained, his mind clearly working through the day's revelations and planning the next moves in this increasingly dangerous game. The Count sat near the fire, staring into the flames, with the expression of a man who'd lived too long under siege and was approaching either surrender or desperate action. Watson couldn't tell which, and that uncertainty troubled him. "We need Father Alexei," Holmes said abruptly, stopping mid-pace. "His illness is the key element that transformed village suspicion into certainty. If we can prove it was artificially induced, demonstrate the method and possibly the perpetrator, we undermine the entire supernatural narrative. Count, can you arrange for him to visit the castle? Would he come?" The Count looked up from the fire, considering. Perhaps. He's a reasonable man, educated, not entirely ruled by superstition despite his profession. And his illness frightened him. Not just the physical symptoms, but the implications. If we can offer him answers, explanations that don't require believing he was cursed by a vampire. He trailed off, then nodded decisively. I'll send a message. Whether he responds is another matter, but I can try. The message was dispatched with the elderly servant woman, who bundled herself against the snow and descended toward the village with the steady determination of someone who'd walked these paths through far worse weather. Watson watched her go, a small dark figure against the white landscape, and felt a pang of admiration for these mountain people who endured conditions that would defeat softer city dwellers within days. While they waited, Holmes returned to the Eastern Tower laboratory, insisting Watson accompany him. I want to test a theory about the priest's illness, he explained, climbing the narrow stairs with his characteristic energy. If it was poisoning, certain substances would produce the described symptoms, and if those substances are accessible locally, we narrow our suspect list considerably. The laboratory was cold, despite a small brazier the Count had lit earlier, the circular room feeling exposed to the elements at this height. Holmes moved immediately to the bookshelves, pulling down volumes on toxicology and local flora, flipping through pages with the speed of someone who could absorb information at a glance. Here, he said, finding something and turning the book so Watson could see. The page showed a detailed botanical illustration of a plant with distinctive leaves and small flowers. Aconitum, monkshood, wolfsbane, grows throughout these mountains, used traditionally in hunting to poison arrow tips. The roots contain aconitine, which in sufficient doses causes precisely the symptoms Father Alexei experienced: weakness, nausea, inability to eat, pallor, prolonged recovery time, and it's readily available to anyone who knows where to look. Watson studied the illustration, his medical training providing context. Dosage would be critical. Too much would kill, too little would have minimal effect. Someone would need knowledge of preparation and administration, or access to someone with that knowledge. Rural midwives and healers often maintain sophisticated understanding of medicinal and toxic plants. That knowledge, misapplied, becomes weapon rather than cure. Holmes set the book aside, moving to another shelf. The question is whether we can prove Father Alexei was poisoned with aconitine specifically, and if so, whether we can trace the source to Petru or his household. His daughter, Watson said quietly. Anna. She attended convent school. Nuns often teach herbalism, medicinal preparations. She would have had education in exactly the sort of plant knowledge required. Holmes turned, his grey eyes sharp with interest. Yes, and she was clearly distressed during our visit, clearly conflicted. Loyalty to her father versus understanding of the seriousness of what's been done. If we can separate her from Petru's influence, convince her that a confession is safer than continued complicity. He left the thought unfinished, but Watson understood. They descended back to the great hall as darkness completed its conquest of the afternoon. The Count had ordered dinner prepared: roasted venison from the castle's own hunting, root vegetables, dark bread, wine from some family reserve that had probably been aging since before Watson was born. They ate with better appetite than the situation warranted, the body's practical demands overriding the mind's anxieties. The servant woman returned as they were finishing, stamping snow from her boots and unwinding layers of wool. She spoke briefly with the Count in Romanian, her weathered face expressionless, then withdrew to the kitchen. The Count looked at Holmes and Watson with something approaching hope. "Father Alexei will come," he announced, "tomorrow morning, after conducting services. He's curious about your presence, apparently. English detectives investigating vampirism. He wants to hear your theories, understand what rational explanation you might offer for what he experienced." "Excellent," Holmes said with satisfaction. "That gives us tonight to prepare our presentation. Watson, I'll need your medical expertise to explain aconitine poisoning in terms a layman can understand. We need Father Alexei convinced not just intellectually, but emotionally. Convinced enough to potentially testify against whoever administered the poison." The evening passed in preparation. Holmes assembled his evidence, the phosphorescent materials from the clearing, his chemical analysis, maps showing the locations of incidents in relation to Petru's property. Watson prepared notes on aconitine poisoning, symptoms, dosage, recovery timeline, everything needed to demonstrate that natural causes could explain supernatural effects. The Count provided background on village politics, property disputes, the specific points of contention in the failed negotiations with Petru. By midnight, they had constructed a comprehensive case, not yet proof sufficient for legal proceedings, but certainly enough to create reasonable doubt about supernatural causation. The question remained whether reasonable doubt would be sufficient in a community where belief ran deeper than reason, where centuries of folklore carried more weight than modern evidence. Watson retired to his small bedroom, but slept poorly, waking repeatedly to the sound of wind driving snow against the windows and the deeper, more unsettling sounds of the castle itself. Creaks and groans as stone contracted in the cold, the whisper of drafts through corridors, the occasional thump of snow sliding from roofs. Old buildings had their own language, he reflected, their own ways of complaining about age and weather, and the simple burden of standing upright through centuries. Dawn came reluctantly, grey light filtering through snow-laden clouds. Watson dressed and descended to find Holmes already awake, or still awake, it was impossible to tell, standing at the window with his violin, playing something slow and melancholic that seemed to echo the mountain landscape's desolate beauty. The Count sat nearby, listening, his face showing an appreciation that suggested music was one of many civilized pleasures his isolation had largely denied him. "Morning, Watson," Holmes said, without pausing his playing. "Father Alexei should arrive within the hour. The Count has ordered the great hall prepared for our presentation. I thought a degree of formality might lend appropriate weight to the proceedings. We're not merely chatting about theories. We're offering definitive explanation for phenomena that have terrorized an entire community." The priest arrived as predicted, escorted by the servant woman who delivered the message. Father Alexei was younger than Watson had expected, perhaps 40, with a full dark beard going grey at the edges and intelligent eyes that assessed them with frank curiosity. He wore the black robes of an Orthodox priest, a large silver cross hanging on his chest, and moved with the careful deliberation of someone who'd been seriously ill and remained conscious of physical vulnerability. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson." His German was excellent, his voice carrying the particular resonance of someone trained in public speaking. "I confess your presence in Magura has created considerable discussion. English detectives investigating claims of vampirism on behalf of the accused vampire himself. It's quite unprecedented. Holmes gestured toward chairs arranged before the fireplace. Please, Father, sit. Can we offer you coffee, tea? We appreciate your willingness to visit despite the weather and the complicated circumstances. Father Alexei settled into the offered chair, accepting coffee with a nod of thanks. I come seeking understanding, Mr. Holmes. I experienced something 2 months ago that shook my faith, not in God, but in my ability to distinguish spiritual truth from physical manipulation. I was ill, genuinely ill, weak as a newborn for 2 weeks. And the illness came immediately after I confronted Count Draculest about the village's fears. The timing was impossible to ignore, and many in the village interpreted it as proof of supernatural retaliation. But you have doubts, Watson said gently, settling into his own chair and adopting the sympathetic physician's manner that had served him well over decades of practice. Otherwise you wouldn't be here. The priest's expression showed something between relief and shame. I do, because during my illness, even in my weakest moments, I never felt cursed. I felt sick, naturally sick, as if from disease or poison rather than spiritual attack. But admitting those doubts to my congregation would be seen as weakness, as failing to believe in the very spiritual realities I'm ordained to represent. So I've remained silent, allowed the vampire interpretation to persist, and felt increasingly complicit in a narrative I'm not certain is true. Holmes leaned forward, his intensity focused, but not aggressive. Father Alexei, how did your illness begin? Walk us through the first symptoms, the progression, everything you remember. The priest closed his eyes, clearly marshalling memories he'd perhaps tried to suppress. The day after visiting the castle, I began feeling nauseated. By evening, I couldn't keep down food or water. Severe weakness followed. I could barely stand. My heart raced irregularly. I felt cold, desperately cold, even near the fire. The symptoms intensified over 3 days, then plateaued. I remained weak, barely able to perform my duties, for nearly 2 weeks before gradually recovering. Watson was already nodding, recognition sparking. And during the acute phase, the first 3 days, did you experience any numbness, tingling in your extremities, difficulty breathing? Father Alexei's eyes opened, surprise evident. Yes, all of that. My fingers and toes felt numb, as if frozen, and breathing was difficult, required conscious effort. How did you know? Watson glanced at Holmes, who nodded permission to proceed. Because those symptoms, taken together, are characteristic of aconitine poisoning, monkshood, wolfsbane, a plant common throughout these mountains, used traditionally in hunting, and, occasionally, in medicine at very carefully controlled doses. In larger amounts, it produces exactly what you experienced, and the timing of recovery, approximately 2 weeks, matches aconitine's metabolic clearance from the body. The priest had gone very still, his coffee forgotten in his hand. Poisoning. You're saying someone poisoned me deliberately. But how? I ate nothing unusual, drank nothing that... He stopped, memory clearly surfacing. Wait. After visiting the castle, I stopped at Petru Ionescu's farm. He offered me tea, traditional hospitality. I thought nothing of it, drank it gratefully. It was cold that day. The tea was warming. And Petru would have had opportunity to prepare the tea with aconitine extract mixed in, Holmes said quietly. The bitter taste of the poison masked by strong tea, honey perhaps, spices. A calculated dose, enough to make you dramatically ill, not quite enough to kill. The timing ensured that villagers would connect your illness to your confrontation with the Count, reinforcing the supernatural narrative Petru was constructing. Father Alexei set down his coffee cup with a hand that trembled slightly. Why? Why would Petru do such a thing? He's ambitious, yes, aggressive in protecting his interests, but to poison a priest? To win a property dispute, the Count said from his position near the fire. We were negotiating forest rights, mill revenues, various feudal obligations that persist in ambiguous legal limbo. Petru wanted maximum rights with minimum obligations. I was seeking compromise. The negotiations had reached an impasse. Then his cow died, possibly naturally, possibly not, and he saw opportunity. Create a vampire panic, drive me from the castle, claim the lands without legal challenges. Your illness was simply one element in a broader strategy of manipulation through fear. Holmes rose and moved to the table, where he'd arranged his evidence. Let me show you what we've discovered. He held up the vial containing phosphorescent material. This was recovered from a clearing in the forest where mysterious lights have been observed. Not supernatural lights, Father, but deliberately created ones. Phosphorescent compounds painted on cloth, manipulated using pulleys and poles to create the illusion of spirits moving through trees. Theatrical effects designed to terrify observers predisposed to supernatural interpretation. He laid out additional evidence, piece by piece. The wire fragments, footprint measurements, chemical analysis, maps showing incident locations. The presentation was methodical, comprehensive, building toward inevitable conclusion. Watson watched Father Alexei's face throughout, seeing intellectual conviction war with emotional resistance. This was a man whose worldview was being simultaneously validated and challenged. His illness explained naturally, but his community's fears revealed as manipulation rather than genuine spiritual threat. The livestock deaths, Father Alexei asked quietly, were those also staged? Some possibly natural, some possibly deliberately killed, and the blood drained post-mortem to simulate vampiric attack. We haven't yet examined the sites thoroughly, but the pattern of incidents, all on properties of Petru's allies, all timed to reinforce the growing panic, suggests coordination rather than random supernatural predation. The priest stood, moving to the window, staring out at the snow-covered landscape. When he spoke, his voice carried deep weariness. I believe you. God forgive me, but I believe you. And if I believe you, I must act. The village is prepared to take matters into their own hands, Mr. Holmes. There's talk of coming to the castle in force, of dealing with Count Draculest in the old way, stake and fire. I've tried to counsel patience, to suggest we wait for proper authorities, but fear is stronger than my counsel. If we cannot stop this soon, violence becomes inevitable. Then help us, Holmes said intently. Return to the village. Speak with Anna Ionescu privately, Petru's daughter. She's conflicted, clearly troubled by what's been done. She has education, understands consequences that her father may be blind to. Convince her to confess what she knows, testify to how the poison was prepared and administered. With her testimony and our physical evidence, we can break Petru's conspiracy and end this panic before it turns deadly. Father Alexei turned from the window, his expression showing the resolve of someone who'd made a difficult decision. I'll try. Anna is a good girl at heart, intelligent, devout. She confesses regularly, and I've noticed reluctance recently, burden she carries. If she understands that remaining silent makes her complicit in potential murder, not of a vampire, but of an innocent man, her conscience may overcome her fear. "We need her by tomorrow night," Holmes said. "That's our timeline. Petru knows we're investigating, knows we're close to exposing him. He'll either escalate or try to eliminate the threat. Either scenario likely involves violence. We need to preempt it with truth, with evidence sufficient to create reasonable doubt even among the most fearful villagers." The priest nodded, accepting the urgency. "Tomorrow night. I'll do what I can. And Mr. Holmes, thank you for giving me back the ability to trust my own perceptions, to believe that faith and reason need not be enemies. That's worth considerable risk." After Father Alexei departed, trudging back through snow that was now nearly a foot deep, the three men remaining in the castle looked at each other with the grim awareness that they'd reached the critical phase. Everything now depended on whether a young woman's conscience would prove stronger than her loyalty, whether truth would arrive before violence, whether reason could triumph over centuries of superstition. "We should prepare for the worst," Watson said practically. "If Petru suspects Father Alexei is turning against him, if he realizes we're building a case that exposes his conspiracy, he may act precipitously. The castle's defensible, but we're only 3 people, one of them not trained in combat, and the villagers number in the hundreds." Holmes finished the thought. "Yes, which is why we need a backup plan. Count, is there any way to summon Habsburg authorities, imperial police, military garrison, anyone with legal authority to intervene?" The Count shook his head. "The nearest garrison is in Brasov, 3 hours away in good weather. Impossible to reach in this snow. Telegraph lines don't extend to Magura. We're too remote, too economically insignificant. We're isolated gentlemen, which is both our vulnerability and, possibly, our protection. The villagers fear me, but also respect tradition. They may threaten, but actually executing a nobleman carries enormous risk, legal, spiritual, practical. Empty threats are safer than action that might bring imperial retaliation." "Don't bet your life on that calculation," Watson said quietly. "Mobs rarely think through consequences. Fear drives them, and fear makes people capable of anything." The day wore on in tense preparation. Holmes conducted another search of the forest clearing, looking for additional evidence, anything that might strengthen their case. Watson checked his revolver, ensured adequate ammunition, prepared his medical supplies for potential casualties. The Count organized the castle's defenses such as they were. Gates that could be barred, windows that could be shuttered, supplies sufficient for a siege, though hopefully it wouldn't come to that. Evening brought no word from the village, no sign of Father Alexei's progress. Snow continued falling, building drifts against the castle walls, transforming the landscape into something pristine and treacherous. Watson stood watch on the western rampart, wrapped in furs, watching the village lights below like distant stars, wondering what conversations were happening in those warm rooms, whether truth was gaining ground or fear cementing its hold. Night fell, and still no word. They retired to the great hall, keeping vigil, waiting. The fire burned low, the wind howled around the towers, and somewhere in the village below, a young woman wrestled with conscience, deciding whether to speak truth or maintain silence, whether to save an innocent man or protect her guilty father. The phantom had been unmasked intellectually. Now came the harder task, convincing others to see what reason had revealed, to abandon comfortable fear for uncomfortable truth. Watson touched his revolver again, taking cold comfort from its weight. Tomorrow would bring resolution, one way or another. Either reason would triumph, or violence would erupt, or some complicated mixture of both would unfold in ways impossible to predict. The game was in its final phase, and the outcome remained desperately uncertain. Outside, the wolves howled in the darkness, their voices carrying across the snow-covered valley. But whether they sang of danger or merely of winter's indifferent arrival, Watson couldn't tell. He could only wait and watch and hope that dawn would bring answers rather than disaster. Morning arrived with unexpected clarity. The snow had stopped during the night, and pale sunlight broke through the clouds for the first time since Watson and Holmes had arrived in Transylvania. The light transformed the landscape, making the white-covered mountains glitter like something from a cathedral's stained glass, beautiful and cold and utterly indifferent to human drama. Watson stood at the great hall window, watching the village below begin to stir. Smoke rising from chimneys, figures moving between buildings, ordinary life proceeding despite the extraordinary tensions that gripped the community. Holmes appeared beside him, looking uncharacteristically rumpled, evidence that he'd actually slept, rather than simply paced through the night. "Today," he said quietly, "we'll have our answer. Either Ana Ionescu will come forward, or Petru will make his move. The waiting is nearly over, Watson, for better or worse." The Count joined them, carrying coffee that steamed in the cold air. His face showed the lines of sleepless worry. But there was something else too, a kind of grim acceptance, the look of a man who'd carried burden too long, and was almost relieved to finally reach crisis, regardless of outcome. "Whatever happens," he said, "I'm grateful you came. Even if this ends badly, at least I'll know the truth. At least I'll die understanding that I was destroyed by human malice, rather than my own supernatural nature. That's worth something." "No one is dying," Watson said firmly, his hand unconsciously checking his revolver's position. "We're three intelligent men with evidence, reason, and sufficient defensive position. The village may threaten, but actually storming a castle in deep snow requires more organization and commitment than fear alone provides." They were finishing breakfast when the servant woman appeared, her weathered face showing unusual animation. She spoke rapidly in Romanian, gesturing toward the window, and the Count set down his coffee with sudden intensity. "Someone is coming from the village," he translated. "A single figure, walking alone. The woman can't tell who from this distance." They moved to the window, watching the figure climb the snow-covered path with slow determination. As it approached, details emerged. Small stature, wrapped in shawls and heavy skirt, moving with the careful steps of someone unaccustomed to deep snow. A woman. And as she drew nearer, Watson recognized the dark hair, the bearing that suggested education and consciousness of purpose. "Ana Ionescu," Holmes said with quiet satisfaction. "She's come. Father Alexei succeeded." They waited in tense silence as she completed the climb, crossed the wooden bridge, entered the castle courtyard. The Count went to greet her personally, a gesture of respect that Watson noted, treating her as an honored guest rather than a peasant supplicant. When she entered the great hall moments later, escorted by the Count, Watson saw her face clearly for the first time in good light. Young, yes, but with the kind of maturity that comes from responsibility assumed too early, from being the woman of a household before one is quite ready. Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying, her expression showing fear and determination in equal measure. "Miss Ionescu," Holmes said gently, indicating a chair near the fire. "Thank you for coming. I know this required courage. Please, sit. You're safe here. I promise you that. Whatever you tell us will be used only to prevent further harm, not to pursue punishment beyond what justice requires." She settled into the chair with visible relief, accepting the tea the Count offered, her hands wrapping around the cup, as if seeking warmth or comfort, or simply something solid to hold. When she spoke, her German was clear, educated, confirming what Watson had suspected about convent schooling. "Father Alexei spoke with me last night," she began, her voice quiet but steady. "He told me what you discovered, what you believe happened, and he asked me to think about my immortal soul, about whether remaining silent about sin makes one complicit in that sin. I didn't sleep. I prayed, I thought, I wrestled with loyalty and truth, and I realized—" She paused, tears spilling. "I realized that protecting my father from consequences of his actions isn't loyalty. It's enabling evil, and I cannot do that, not even for him." Holmes leaned forward, his expression intent, but not aggressive. "Tell us what you know, Anna. Start at the beginning, take your time. We need to understand everything, how it began, who was involved, what exactly was done." She drew a shaky breath, marshalling her thoughts. "It started with the negotiations. Father was frustrated, angry that Count Draculesht wouldn't simply grant everything the village wanted. He said the Count was hiding behind feudal privilege, that the old nobility were parasites who contributed nothing while demanding everything. He wanted the forest lands, wanted to reduce the mill obligations, wanted to end all the old payments. When the negotiations stalled, he began thinking of other ways. To force the Count's hand, Watson prompted gently. Yes, Father has a cousin in Brasov who works for an apothecary. Father visited him, asked questions about chemicals, compounds, things that might create unusual effects. The cousin thought it was for farm purposes, gave him information, even sold him some materials, phosphorescent compounds he called them, substances that glow in darkness. Holmes nodded. The mysterious lights, who actually created them? Who operated them in the forest? Anna's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. I did. Father showed me how, taught me to mix the compounds, to paint them on cloth, to set up the rope and pulley system in the clearing. He said we were protecting the village, that the Count was dangerous, that creating fear was necessary to drive him away before he harmed anyone. I believed him at first. I thought we were doing something brave, something protective. And the livestock deaths, Watson asked, were those natural or deliberate? Father's cow did die naturally. He didn't lie about that. But when he examined it and found the blood had pooled in certain areas, making other areas appear drained, he saw opportunity. He told others the blood was completely gone, embellished the story, let supernatural explanations spread. The other deaths... She paused, shame coloring her face. Father killed them himself, cut their throats, drained the blood into containers which he buried in the forest. Then he made sure the bodies were found in dramatic circumstances, always after the lights had been seen, always reinforcing the pattern. The Count had gone very pale, his hands gripping the arms of his chair. He murdered animals deliberately to frame me as a vampire, destroyed property, spread terror, all for property rights. He convinced himself it was justified, Anna said, tears flowing freely now. He said, you were the real monster. That nobility had oppressed peasants for centuries, that any method of ending that oppression was righteous. He believed it, truly believed it, or convinced himself he believed it, which amounts to the same thing. Holmes's voice remained gentle, but persistent. And Father Alexei's illness, that was poison, wasn't it? Aconitine specifically. Anna nodded miserably. I prepared it. Father brought monkshood roots from the forest, told me to make tea from them, said it would make the priest sick, but not kill him. I studied herbalism at the convent. The nuns taught us medicinal preparations, warning us about toxic plants and proper dosages. I knew monkshood was dangerous, but Father insisted the dose would be safe, would only cause temporary illness. I prepared the tea, and Father served it to Father Alexei when he stopped at our farm after visiting the castle. The timing was perfect to suggest supernatural retaliation. Did you understand, Watson asked carefully, that the dose could have killed him? That aconitine poisoning is unpredictable, that individual response varies, that you were essentially gambling with his life? I understand that now, she whispered. But then, I trusted my father. I believed he wouldn't ask me to do something truly evil. I was wrong. I've been complicit in conspiracy, fraud, animal cruelty, attempted murder. I know the penalties for such crimes, but I cannot live with this burden any more. I cannot watch the village prepare to murder an innocent man while I remain silent about the truth. Holmes stood and began to pace, his mind clearly working through implications, strategies, next steps. Your testimony is valuable, Anna, but testimony alone may not be sufficient. The village is primed for violence. Belief is deeply entrenched. We need more. We need your father's confession, or we need to catch him in the act of another staged incident. Count, has anything else occurred in recent days? Any new mysterious events? The Count shook his head. Nothing since you arrived. Perhaps Petru is being cautious, waiting to see what you discover before staging additional incidents. Or planning something dramatic, Holmes countered. Something that will discredit us and justify immediate violence against the Count. Watson, did you notice anything unusual last night? Any lights, sounds, activity? Watson thought back through the cold night watch. Nothing definitive, but around midnight I thought I heard voices in the forest, distant, muffled by snow, impossible to be certain. Could have been wind, or wolves, or simply imagination. Or preparation, Holmes said grimly. Anna, does your father know you're here? Does he suspect you might confess? He doesn't know I'm here. He left early this morning for the mill, said he had business with Ion Stanku. But he's been watching me carefully, knows I've been troubled. Father Alexei's conversation with me last night. If Father learns about that, he'll know I'm wavering. And if he knows I'm wavering. She trailed off, fear evident. Then he'll either try to silence you or accelerate his plans before your confession undermines them, Holmes finished. Which means we may have very limited time. Count, I need you to write a complete account of everything Anna has told us. Have her sign it. Witness it yourself. That creates documentary evidence regardless of what happens next. Watson, you and I are going to the village. If Petru is planning something dramatic, we need to disrupt it before it unfolds. The Count moved immediately to his desk, pulling out paper and pen. Anna looked at Holmes with something approaching gratitude mixed with terror. If I testify against my father publicly, the village will turn on me. I'll lose everything: home, community, future. Who will marry the girl who betrayed her own father? The girl who chose truth over complicity, Watson said gently. The girl who prevented murder. Those are qualities worth considerably more than local approval, Anna. And if necessary, there are convents that take in women seeking refuge, places where your education and courage would be valued rather than condemned. She nodded slowly, accepting the reality that her decision had severed her old life, that returning to her father's house was no longer possible. Then I'll sign whatever document the Count prepares, and I'll testify publicly if required. But please, she looked at Holmes with desperate intensity, please don't let this end in violence. Whatever my father has done, he's still my father. I don't want him hanged or shot. I want him stopped, but I want him to live. We'll do everything possible to resolve this peacefully, Holmes assured her, though his expression suggested he considered violence a distinct possibility. But understand, Anna, your father has committed serious crimes. There will be consequences. The question is whether those consequences come through law or through mob action. We're trying to ensure the former rather than the latter. 20 minutes later, Watson and Holmes were descending toward the village, both heavily armed. Watson with his revolver, Holmes with a pistol he'd borrowed from the Count's modest armory. The snow made footing treacherous, but the path was clear enough, packed down by Anna's earlier ascent. Behind them, the castle stood solid against the bright sky, and within it, Anna Ionescu sat, writing her confession while the Count witnessed, creating documentary evidence that would either save his life or serve as his epitaph. The village felt different in daylight and clear weather, less Gothic, more simply poor and struggling. Watson could see details obscured by mist and darkness during previous visits, the careful repairs to buildings, the neat stacks of firewood, the small garden plots waiting for spring, all evidence of people working hard to survive in an unforgiving environment. These weren't monsters or fanatics by nature. They were ordinary people who'd been manipulated by one of their own, their legitimate fears and traditional beliefs weaponized for personal gain. Holmes led them directly to Petru's farm, moving with purpose, but not quite running, conveying urgency without panic. The farmyard was quiet, no sign of activity. The barn doors closed against the cold. They were approaching the house when movement caught Watson's eye. Figures gathering near the village centre. Perhaps 20 or 30 people, more arriving constantly. And at the centre of the growing crowd, speaking with animated gestures, stood Petru Ionescu. Too late, Holmes muttered. He's already mobilizing them. Come on, we need to hear what he's saying, understand what narrative he's constructing. They moved closer, staying at the crowd's edge, where they could observe without becoming immediate targets. Petru's voice carried clearly in the cold air, passion lending it projection and force. The English detectives are deceiving you. They come with their science and their evidence, but they serve the vampire, not truth. The Count has seduced them with money, with promises, with his dark powers. And now they hide in his castle, planning how to continue his reign of terror. How many more animals must die? How many of us must fall ill before we act? The authorities in Brasov don't care about us. We're too remote, too insignificant. We must protect ourselves, in the old way, the way our ancestors knew was necessary when evil walked among them. The crowd murmured agreement, fear and anger visible on faces, the particular mix of emotions that preceded violence. Watson recognized the dynamic from his military service, the moment when a group of individuals transformed into a mob, when reason became impossible and action inevitable. They needed to interrupt the momentum, but doing so required either overwhelming authority or compelling alternative narrative, and they had neither. Then, Father Alexei pushed through the crowd, his black robes and silver cross immediately commanding attention. "Petru, stop this. I've spoken with the English detectives. I've heard their evidence. The Count is not Strigoi. He's an innocent man, victim of deliberate conspiracy to steal his lands. And you," he pointed directly at Petru, his voice carrying absolute conviction, "you are the architect of that conspiracy. You created the lights. You killed the animals. You poisoned me with monkshood tea to make villagers believe the Count had cursed me. I know the truth, and I will not allow murder to be committed based on lies." The crowd went silent, shock rippling through them. Petru's face darkened with fury and something else. Fear, perhaps, recognition that his conspiracy was unraveling. "The priest has been deceived," he shouted, "or worse, corrupted. The vampire's influence is stronger than we thought. We cannot trust anyone who's been to the castle, anyone who's drunk from the vampire's cups or breathed his air. They're all compromised." "Then, how do you explain this?" Holmes stepped forward, holding up the vial of phosphorescent compound, his voice carrying the particular authority of someone accustomed to being heard. "Material recovered from the forest clearing where your mysterious lights originated. Not supernatural phenomena, Mr. Ionescu, but theatrical effects created using chemicals purchased from your cousin's apothecary in Brasov. We have receipts, we have testimony, we have physical evidence linking you directly to the fabrication of every supposedly supernatural incident." "Lies," Petru shouted, but his voice carried desperation now rather than conviction. "Fabrications created by the vampire and his English servants. You cannot trust them." "Then trust me," Anna's voice rang out, clear and strong. She emerged from behind the church, where she must have followed them from the castle, her face pale but determined. "Trust your own daughter, father. I'm the one who operated the lights. I'm the one who prepared the poison. I did it because you told me to, because I trusted you when you said we were protecting the village. But we weren't protecting anyone. We were destroying an innocent man to steal his property, and I will not be complicit in murder. I've signed a full confession, everything, the chemicals, the dead animals, the poison, all of it documented, witnessed, ready for Habsburg authorities when they finally arrive." The crowd's attention swung between father and daughter, confusion evident. This wasn't the clear supernatural narrative they'd been fed. This was complicated, human, a family drama with legal and moral dimensions that couldn't be resolved through simple violence. Petru stared at his daughter with an expression that cycled through disbelief, betrayal, and finally cold rage. "You stupid girl," he said, his voice low and venomous. "You've destroyed everything. Everything I built, everything I worked for. For what? For the vampire? For feudal nobility that views us as animals to be exploited. You've betrayed your own blood, your own people, for nothing." "I've betrayed lies," Anna said, tears streaming, but voice steady. "I've chosen truth over complicity, and if that makes me traitor in your eyes, father, then I accept that judgment. But I will not accept the blood of an innocent man on my hands. I will not stand silent while murder is committed in the name of protection." The crowd was wavering now. Watson could see it. The momentum broken, doubt creeping in. This was the critical moment, when they might choose reason over violence, or might simply redirect their rage toward new targets. He kept his hand near his revolver, ready, but hoping desperately he wouldn't need to draw it. Ion Stanku, the miller who served as unofficial village headman, pushed forward. He was perhaps 60, grey-bearded, with the careful demeanour of someone who'd learned to navigate competing interests and survive by choosing sides judiciously. "If what the girl says is true," he said, slowly, addressing the crowd rather than any individual, "then we've been deceived, not by the Count, but by one of our own. That's a serious matter. Perhaps we should wait, investigate properly, not act in haste we might regret." "Yes." Father Alexei seized the moment. "Investigation, proper authority, legal resolution. That's the Christian path, the civilized path, not mob violence based on manufactured fear. The Count has agreed to suspend all negotiations about property rights until this matter is resolved. He's offered to submit to Habsburg investigation, to open his castle to official inspection. He has nothing to hide because he's done nothing wrong." Petru looked around at the wavering crowd, seeing his conspiracy crumbling, his carefully constructed narrative falling apart. For a moment, Watson thought he might simply surrender, might accept defeat and face legal consequences. But then, something changed in his expression. Desperation becoming dangerous, cornered fury replacing calculation. "If I cannot have justice," Petru said quietly, almost conversationally, "then at least I'll have revenge." He pulled a knife from his belt, the same large blade Watson had noticed during their first visit, and before anyone could react, he turned and ran, not toward the crowd, but toward the castle path, moving with surprising speed for a man his age. "He's going after the Count," Holmes shouted, already moving. "He's alone in the castle, except for the servant woman. Watson, come on." They ran, plunging through snow that grabbed at their legs, slowing them. Behind, Watson could hear others following. Father Alexei, Ion Stanku, some of the younger men from the village. The crowd was transforming again, this time from mob to rescue party. The dynamics shifting with the bewildering speed that characterized group behavior in crisis. The climb to the castle was brutal. Steep, snow-covered, altitude stealing breath. Watson's legs burned, his lungs ached, but he pushed through, fear for the Count overriding physical discomfort. Holmes was ahead, moving with that peculiar energy he could summon when needed, and Petru was farther ahead still, desperate fury lending him speed. They reached the castle courtyard to find the gate still open. Anna must not have closed it when she left. Petru had already crossed the bridge, disappeared inside. Holmes drew his borrowed pistol, Watson his revolver, and they entered cautiously, unsure what they'd find. The great hall was empty, fire burning low, breakfast dishes still on the table. No sign of struggle, no sound except their own harsh breathing. Then, from above, they heard voices, raised, angry. One of them, the Count's cultured tones, the other, Petru's rough peasant accent. The Eastern Tower. They took the spiral stairs two at a time, muscles screaming protest, weapons ready. At the top, the laboratory door stood open, and inside, Watson could see the Count backed against his workbench, hands raised, placatingly, while Petru advanced with his knife, murder evident in his stance. "Petru, stop," Holmes commanded, leveling his pistol. "It's over. Your daughter has confessed everything. The village knows the truth. Killing the Count now won't change anything except add murder to your crimes." Petru didn't turn, didn't lower the knife. "He's taken everything from me. My property rights, my dignity, now my own daughter. He deserves death, and I'll gladly hang for delivering it." "I've taken nothing," the Count said quietly, his voice remarkably steady for a man facing death. "You destroyed yourself, Petru. Your greed, your willingness to harm others for personal gain, your manipulation of fear, those choices were yours. I'm simply the convenient target you selected for schemes that had nothing to do with actual grievance and everything to do with ambition." "Lies!" Petru lunged forward, knife flashing toward the Count's chest. Watson fired without conscious thought, military training overriding hesitation. The revolver's report was deafening in the stone room, and Petru jerked backward, the knife clattering to the floor. He clutched his shoulder where Watson's bullet had struck, blood welling between his fingers, his face showing shock and pain. "Not a killing shot," Watson said, moving forward with his medical bag already opening. "You'll survive, Petru. You'll stand trial, face legal consequences, but you'll survive. I'm a doctor. I don't kill when wounding is sufficient." The fight went out of Petru like air from a punctured bladder. He collapsed to his knees, and Watson immediately began treating the wound. Practical, professional, the same care he'd provide to any injured patient regardless of circumstance or character. Behind them, Father Alexei and Ion Stanku arrived, breathing hard, taking in the scene with expressions of relief and somber recognition that their community's crisis had reached its violent culmination, but would go no further. "It's finished," Holmes said, lowering his pistol. "The conspiracy is exposed, the perpetrator stopped, the truth documented. Habsburg authorities can take over from here, conduct proper investigation, deliver proper justice. Count Draculesht, you're exonerated. The village owes you apology and probably restitution, though I doubt you'll receive either with particular grace." The Count slumped against his workbench, the accumulated strain of months suddenly visible in his posture. "I don't want restitution. I just want peace. I want to return to my chemicals and my books and my solitary walks without fear of being murdered for existing. Is that possible?" "It's possible," Watson said, working on Petru's shoulder with practiced efficiency. "Though it will take time for trust to rebuild, for fear to fade. Communities heal slowly from this kind of trauma. But truth is powerful medicine, and eventually it does its work." They descended from the tower in solemn procession, Petru supported by Father, Alexei and Ion Stanku, Watson following to ensure the wounded man didn't collapse, Holmes and the Count bringing up the rear. In the great hall, Anna waited, her face showing relief and sorrow in equal measure when she saw her father alive but wounded, stopped but not killed. "Thank you," she said to Watson, her voice barely above a whisper, "for not killing him, for giving him chance to face justice rather than death. That's more mercy than he probably deserves. But it's what I prayed for." The village men took custody of Petru, agreeing to hold him until proper authorities could be summoned from Brasov. The wound wasn't life-threatening, Watson assured them, but required monitoring to prevent infection. He provided instructions, left supplies, played the role of doctor regardless of his patient's crimes. By evening, the crisis had passed. Word had spread through Magura, the truth about the phantom, about Petru's conspiracy, about the Count's innocence. The reaction was complex: shame, anger at being deceived, relief that actual supernatural threat didn't exist, resentment toward the Count mixed with grudging acknowledgement that he'd been wronged. Human, complicated, messy, in the way that truth always is when it displaces comfortable narrative. Holmes and Watson prepared to depart the following morning. The snow had cleared enough to make the journey to Brasov feasible, and staying longer served no purpose. Their investigation was complete, their client vindicated, justice set in motion. What remained was the slow work of community healing, and that was beyond their expertise or responsibility. The Count saw them off personally, pressing generous payment into Holmes's hands despite his protests, adding extra for their return journey and accommodations. "You gave me back my life," he said simply. "My sanity, my future. That's worth considerably more than money, but money is what I have to offer. Thank you, both of you. I won't forget what you've done." Anna appeared as they were preparing to leave, approaching shyly. She carried a small package wrapped in cloth. "For your journey," she said. "Bread and cheese from the farm. And this," she held out a folded paper, "a letter, if you'd be willing to deliver it to the convent school in Brasov. I'm requesting admission, seeking refuge. I cannot stay in Magura, not after what's happened. Father Alexei has agreed to provide recommendation, but I need to make formal application." Watson took the letter carefully. "We'll deliver it personally. And Anna, you did the right thing. That requires courage most people never have to demonstrate. The sisters will recognize that, I'm certain." The journey back to Brasov was long, but unremarkable. The ordinary discomfort of winter travel through mountains, the tedium of train compartments and station platforms, the gradual return to civilization's comforts and complications. They reached Vienna, then Munich, then Paris, the cities growing, progressively more familiar as they traveled westward toward England and home. On the Channel crossing, standing at the rail, watching grey water roll beneath grey sky, Watson finally asked the question that had been troubling him. "Do you think it will last? The truth, the peace? Or will fear return once we're gone, once memory fades?" Holmes considered, his sharp profile outlined against the sullen sky. "Some will always prefer comfortable lies to uncomfortable truth, Watson. Human nature doesn't change, and superstition has roots deeper than reason. But we've planted doubt, created documentation, demonstrated that natural explanation exists for supposedly supernatural events. That's not nothing. That's the difference between ignorance and willful ignorance. And some people, not all, but some, will choose truth once they've seen it clearly." "You're an optimist, Holmes. I never realized." "I'm a realist who understands that progress is incremental, that battles against irrationality are never finally won, but must be fought repeatedly, in each generation, in each community. We didn't save the world in those Carpathian hills, Watson. We saved one man, exposed one conspiracy, helped one village take small step toward modernity. That's all. But that's also everything. It's how civilization advances. One rational choice at a time, one truth revealed, one supernatural explanation replaced by natural understanding." London welcomed them with its familiar fog, its coal smoke perfume, its endless busyness that was both exhausting and oddly comforting after the mountain silence. Baker Street looked exactly as they'd left it. Mrs. Hudson fussing about the dust, the fire laid ready for lighting, the familiar books and chairs and comfortable disorder that meant home. That evening, settled into his chair with pipe and paper, Watson began writing. Not for publication immediately. Some stories required distance before they could be properly told. But for record, for memory, for the simple satisfaction of capturing truth before time softened its edges. He wrote of castles and mountains, of fear and manipulation, of a lonely nobleman accused of impossible crimes, and a young woman who chose conscience over loyalty. He wrote of phosphorescent compounds and poisoned tea, of mobs and confessions, of the thin line between reason and superstition that every human community negotiates with varying success. And he wrote of Holmes, that peculiar genius whose absolute faith in rationality was itself almost mystical, whose certainty that every mystery had natural explanation bordered on religious conviction, who fought darkness not with holy water and crucifixes, but with chemistry and logic and relentless observation, who proved again and again that monsters were always human, and humanity was always capable of both extraordinary evil and extraordinary courage. Outside, London settled into evening. Somewhere in the great city, crimes were being committed, mysteries accumulating, people wrestling with their own small dramas of fear and greed and love and loss. Tomorrow or next week or next month, someone would knock on the door of 221B Baker Street, bringing Holmes a new puzzle, a new challenge to his conviction that reason could explain everything. But tonight, in the quiet comfort of gaslight and familiar spaces, Watson simply wrote, recording truth for those who might someday want to read about the phantom of the Carpathian Hills, and the detectives who proved that phantoms are always, ultimately, only human. The fire crackled. Holmes played his violin, something slow and satisfied. And outside, the fog pressed close. London's particular mystery, beautiful and ordinary and entirely natural, like all mysteries once you understood their causes. The game, for now, was complete. And Watson, writing steadily in his careful doctor's hand, found himself smiling, grateful for adventure, grateful for partnership, grateful for the simple, persistent truth that reason, given chance and courage, could illuminate even the darkest corners. The phantom was unmasked, the mystery was solved. And tomorrow, as always, would bring new challenges, new puzzles, new opportunities to prove that the supernatural didn't exist. Only the natural, sometimes deliberately obscured, always eventually revealed to those patient and observant enough to look. Thank you for joining this journey into the Carpathian shadows. May your own sleep be peaceful, your dreams free of phantoms, except the beautiful, harmless ones that remind us that wonder exists not in supernatural explanation, but in the endless fascinating complexity of the natural world and the human hearts that navigate it. Good night. The fog came to Whitechapel like an old friend who'd overstayed their welcome, thick and grey and smelling of coal smoke, mixed with something vaguely organic that the Thames refused to name. It pressed against the gas lamps along Commercial Street, turning their amber glow into soft, bleeding halos that seemed to pulse with each breath of wind from the river. The cobblestones beneath were slick with evening damp, reflecting those lights in fractured patterns that shifted as Dr. John Watson made his way home, his walking stick tapping a steady rhythm against the stones. Tap, 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 a sound that felt reassuring in its predictability, though tonight it seemed to echo longer than it should, as if the fog itself were listening. Watson paused at the corner of Hanbury Street, not because he was lost. He knew these streets well enough by now, had walked them often enough in his years alongside Holmes. But because something in the air had changed, a quality to the silence, perhaps, or rather, the absence of the usual sounds. No distant laughter from the public houses, no arguments spilling from tenement windows, no crying children or barking dogs, just the fog, and his walking stick, and somewhere far off, the low, mournful toll of a church bell marking the hour. 7 chimes. Early evening, though the darkness suggested midnight. He adjusted his collar against the chill, and noticed, for the first time, that his breath misted before him in small clouds that joined the greater fog almost immediately, as if eager to belong to something larger than themselves. The cold had teeth tonight, but it was an October cold, the kind that reminded you that winter was coming but hadn't quite arrived yet, still holding a hint of autumn's decay in its bite. Leaves, long since fallen, had turned to mulch in the gutters, releasing an earthy scent that mingled with the smoke and the Thames. And something else, something copper-bright and unsettling, that Watson, with his medical training, recognized instantly as blood. Not fresh blood, old blood, the kind that had seeped into wood or stone and dried there, leaving only its ghost of scent behind. He told himself it was his imagination, sharpened perhaps by fatigue. He'd spent the day at his practice, treating the usual ailments of London's poor: consumption, rheumatism, infected wounds that wouldn't heal in the damp. But the smell persisted, and, with it, came a prickling awareness at the base of his skull that he'd learned to trust during his years in Afghanistan. The feeling that said, "Pay attention. Something here is wrong." A door opened somewhere down the street, spilling yellow light and the smell of boiled cabbage onto the pavement. Watson turned toward it instinctively, and in doing so caught sight of a woman hurrying past, her shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, her eyes downcast. She was young, perhaps 20, with the hollow-cheeked look of someone who knew hunger as an intimate companion. She didn't look at Watson, didn't acknowledge his presence at all, but as she passed, he heard her whisper something under her breath. 2 words, spoken like a prayer or a curse. "It's back." Watson opened his mouth to ask what she meant, but she was already disappearing into the fog, her footsteps quick and light against the cobblestones, fading to nothing within moments. He stood there, walking stick still raised mid-stride, feeling oddly foolish and oddly unnerved in equal measure. It's back. What was back? And why had those 2 words been enough to drain the colour from her face and put that particular quality of fear in her voice? Not surprise, but recognition. The fear of something expected, something known. He continued walking, but slower now, his medical mind cataloguing details with the methodical precision Holmes had both admired and mocked over the years. The street was too quiet, the fog was too thick, and now that he was paying attention, he noticed other signs. Windows that should have been lit at this hour were dark. A shop that usually stayed open until 8 had closed early, its shutters drawn tight. A group of children who'd been playing in the street that morning were conspicuously absent. Whitechapel had always been a place of poverty. Yes, and crime, certainly. Watson was under no romantic illusions about the East End. But it had also been a place of life, of stubborn, grimy, determined survival. Women hanging washing between buildings. Men gathering outside public houses, sharing cigarettes and complaints. street vendors calling out their wares, the constant churning humanity of people who refused to be ground down entirely by circumstance. Tonight, it felt abandoned, or rather, it felt like a place in hiding. Watson turned onto Wentworth Street and found himself walking past the market stalls that lined it, most already packed away for the evening. A few stragglers remained. A man selling roasted chestnuts from a small cart, the coals beneath glowing orange in the gloom. An old woman with a basket of wilted flowers that no one would buy. Watson nodded to them both, received no acknowledgement, and continued on. The chestnut seller was staring into the fog with the fixed intensity of someone watching for something specific. His hand, Watson noticed, rested on a thick wooden club propped against the cart. "Evening?" Watson said, his voice sounding too loud in the muffled quiet. The man's eyes flicked to him, assessed him quickly. Coat too fine for this neighborhood, bearing too straight, accent too educated, and dismissed him just as quickly, returning his gaze to the fog. But the old woman, she looked at Watson properly, and her eyes were rheumy but sharp, the kind of sharp that came from seeing too much and surviving it anyway. "You'll want to be getting home, sir," she said, her voice cracked but firm. "Not a night for wandering." "Oh?" Watson kept his tone light, curious, but not alarmed. "Any particular reason?" The woman and the chestnut seller exchanged a glance, the kind of wordless communication that passed between people who'd lived side by side for years, who understood each other's dialects of silence. Then the woman leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to something that wasn't quite a whisper, but was clearly meant to be private. "There's been another one." "Another what?" But she was already turning away, gathering her basket, muttering something that might have been a prayer, or might have been a curse. The chestnut seller spoke without looking at Watson, his eyes still fixed on the fog, his hand still on his club. "Best get indoors, sir. Lock your doors. Don't open them for anyone." Watson felt a flash of irritation. He was a grown man, a veteran, perfectly capable of walking through London at evening without needing warnings from street vendors. But the feeling died almost as soon as it arose. Because there was something in the man's voice that wasn't theatrical, wasn't the affected concern of someone trying to sell a story or extract sympathy. It was genuine. It was fear. "What's happened?" Watson asked, more gently now. The man finally looked at him, really looked at him, and Watson saw exhaustion in his face, the kind that came from sleepless nights and constant vigilance. "You don't know?" "Thought everyone knew by now. It's all anyone's talking about, though they're doing their talking behind locked doors these days." "I've been at my practice all day," Watson explained. "Haven't heard the news." The chestnut seller laughed, but there was no humor in it. "News. Right. That's one word for it." He paused, seemed to be weighing something, then continued. "There's been attacks. 3 of them now, maybe 4 depending on who you ask. People found in the alleys, torn up bad. Real bad. The kind of bad that don't come from any knife or club." Watson's medical training immediately presented him with several possibilities. Severe lacerations, blunt force trauma, perhaps defensive wounds indicating a struggle. But before he could ask for more details, the old woman had returned, apparently unable to leave well enough alone. "It's the werewolf," she said, and there was no hesitation in her voice, no doubt. Just flat, tired certainty. "It's come back, just like the old stories said it would. Comes every 30 years, regular as clockwork. My grandmother told me about it when I was a girl, and her grandmother told her. Now, it's here again, and we're paying for the sins of the past. We are. Watson opened his mouth to offer a rational explanation. There was no such thing as werewolves, of course. These were the 1890s. They had electric lights and telephones and scientific understanding. But something stopped him. Perhaps it was the look in the woman's eyes. Perhaps it was the fog pressing close around them. Perhaps it was simply that he'd seen enough in his life, both with Holmes and before Holmes, to know that certainty was a luxury the world rarely afforded. Where did these attacks happen? He asked instead. First one was on Dorset Street, the chestnut seller said. Week ago, Monday. Woman named Mary Kelly worked the streets. Found her in a doorway at dawn, throat torn open. Police said it was a client gone mad, but the wounds... He shook his head. I seen knife wounds, sir. I seen what men do to each other when they're drunk and angry. This wasn't that. Second was on Thrall Street, the old woman added. Man this time, docker named Jack Foster. Strong fellow, could lift a barrel of rum over his head easy as you please. Found him in an alley, ripped up like something had been feeding on him. The way she said feeding made Watson's skin prickle. And the third? Last night, the chestnut seller said quietly. Boy, couldn't have been more than 15. Apprentice to a butcher. They found him this morning in the yard behind the 10 Bells pub. His master identified him by his boots, because there wasn't much left of his face. Silence fell between them then, heavy and cold. Watson found himself thinking of his service in Afghanistan, of field hospitals and battlefield wounds, of the things the human body could survive and the things it couldn't. He thought of infection and blood loss and trauma, of the fine line between life and death that he'd walked so many times as a doctor. And he thought, despite himself, of the old stories, the folk tales, the legends that persisted in places like Whitechapel, where modernity hadn't quite managed to scrub away the old beliefs. The police are investigating, I assume, he asked, forcing his voice back to something professional, something rational. Police. The chestnut seller spat into the gutter. Yeah, they're investigating, writing reports, taking statements, doing all the things police do. Lot of good it's doing. Meanwhile, people are scared to leave their homes after dark, shops are closing early, and the streets are empty as a graveyard. Smart thing, the old woman said, is to do the same. Get home, lock your doors, stay inside. It hunts at night, see? Always at night, when the fog's thick and the moon's hidden. Won't find you indoors, can't cross a threshold uninvited. That's what the old stories say. Watson wanted to point out that whatever was doing this, and he had no doubt it was a person, a human being, probably disturbed, and certainly violent, had no supernatural restrictions on its movements. But the woman was already shuffling away, and the chestnut seller was dousing his coals, clearly intent on packing up despite the early hour. Watson continued on toward Baker Street, but his mind was churning now, turning over what he'd heard. 3 attacks, possibly 4. Victims of different genders and ages. Severe trauma, described in terms that suggested tearing rather than cutting. The attacks happening at night, in fog, in the narrow alleys of Whitechapel where visibility would be poor and escape routes limited. A pattern, perhaps, or simply opportunity. And then there was the word the woman had whispered as she passed him. It's back. as if whatever was doing this had done it before, as if there was history here, a cycle, a story that repeated itself. He turned onto a better-lit street and found himself face to face with a lamppost that had been plastered with notices. Most were the usual: advertisements for patent medicines, warnings about pickpockets, announcements of public meetings. But one, newer than the others, and printed on cheap paper that was already starting to curl in the damp, caught his eye. Warning to the citizens of Whitechapel. The beast has returned. 3 souls taken. How many more before? Action is taken. The police turn blind eyes, while good Christians are slaughtered. Arm yourselves. Trust no one. Stay indoors after dark. Remember, the wolf walks among us. The text was surrounded by crude woodcut illustrations. A wolf's head with human eyes, a full moon, what might have been claw marks or might have been hasty artistic flourishes. At the bottom, in smaller text, printed and distributed by the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee, God save us all. Watson tore the notice down, folded it carefully, and slipped it into his coat pocket. Holmes would want to see this. Holmes, with his keen mind and his insistence on rational explanation, his absolute certainty that every mystery had a human solution, every seemingly supernatural occurrence a logical cause. But as Watson walked the final blocks to Baker Street, as the fog thinned slightly, and the gaslights grew more frequent, and the neighborhoods grew incrementally safer and cleaner, he found himself thinking about that moment in the street, that flash of copper-bright scent, that instinctive warning from his soldier's mind. He found himself thinking about the woman's whisper. It's back. He found himself thinking about wounds that didn't come from knives. And he found himself wondering, despite his medical training, despite his years of rational thought, despite everything Holmes had taught him about the importance of evidence and logic, he found himself wondering what exactly was hunting in the fog-wrapped alleys of Whitechapel. What walked among them, wearing the shape of something that should not exist? What had come back? The thought followed him all the way home, patient and persistent, like footsteps in the fog that matched his own pace exactly, but never quite caught up. He told himself it was imagination, exhaustion, the suggestive power of folk tales and frightened faces. He told himself that tomorrow, in the daylight, over breakfast with Holmes, all of this would seem perfectly ordinary, perfectly explainable. He told himself many things. But when he reached 221B Baker Street and climbed the familiar stairs to their sitting room, he locked the door behind him with more care than usual, and checked the windows before he settled into his chair and found himself listening to the sounds of the night with an attention that felt less like curiosity and more like vigilance. Outside, the fog pressed against the glass, and London settled into darkness. And somewhere in the maze of Whitechapel's streets, something waited for the hours when even the bravest souls sought the shelter of walls and doors and the fragile comfort of locks that might or might not hold against the things that prowled the Victorian night. Morning came to Baker Street, the way it always did, with the gradual softening of darkness into grey, then the slow burn of amber as sunlight found its way through London's perpetual veil of coal smoke and river mist. Watson woke to the familiar sounds of Mrs. Hudson moving about downstairs, the clink of china and the murmur of her voice as she spoke to someone, the butcher's boy, perhaps, or the postman. And for a moment, in that space between sleep and full consciousness, the previous evening seemed distant and unreal, a story he'd been told rather than experienced. Then he smelled coffee, rich and bitter, and heard the rustle of newspapers from the sitting room, and knew that Holmes was already awake, already working, already several steps ahead of whatever the day might bring. Watson rose, dressed with the methodical precision of a military man, and emerged from his bedroom to find the sitting room exactly as he'd expected. Holmes, in his mouse-coloured dressing gown, sprawled in his chair with newspapers scattered across every available surface. A forgotten cup of coffee, going cold on the arm of the chair, and that particular quality of focused intensity that meant he'd found something interesting. The fire was already crackling in the grate, Mrs. Hudson having worked her usual magic, and the room held that peculiar combination of warmth and disorder that Watson had come to associate with home. Books stacked haphazardly, chemical apparatus cluttering the desk, the Persian slipper hanging from the mantelpiece, stuffed with tobacco, the violin resting in its case by the window, all of it familiar, all of it reassuring in its chaotic permanence. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said without looking up from the newspaper spread across his lap. "You'll be pleased to know that the coffee is fresh. Mrs. Hudson has brought up eggs and toast, and the Morning Post includes a rather tedious letter from my brother Mycroft about some governmental matter he believes requires my attention. I filed it in the usual location." He gestured vaguely toward the fireplace, where Watson could see the corner of an envelope protruding from beneath the coal scuttle. "Good morning to you as well," Watson said, pouring himself coffee from the pot on the side table. The cup was warm in his hands, the steam rising with that slight bitterness that promised alertness. He took his usual chair opposite Holmes and reached for the toast. "You're up early." "I haven't been to bed," Holmes replied, finally looking up, and Watson saw the telltale signs, eyes bright with that feverish energy that came when Holmes was on the scent of something, fingers stained with ink, hair more dishevelled than usual. "Sleep is for the unoccupied mind, Watson, and mine has been rather busy." Watson bit into his toast, perfectly done. Mrs. Hudson never failed, and raised an eyebrow. "Dare I ask?" Holmes smiled, the quick, sharp smile of a fox who'd found the henhouse unlocked. "You walked through Whitechapel last evening, Commercial Street, then Wentworth, then a brief stop to speak with a chestnut vendor and an elderly flower seller. You arrived home at approximately 7:15, locked the door with unusual care, and spent some time at the window before retiring. You were unsettled, but not frightened, curious, but cautious. And you have something in your coat pocket that you're debating whether to show me." Watson had long since stopped being surprised by Holmes's deductions, but he still found them impressive. "The mud on my boots gave away my route, I suppose." Among other things, the particular clay composition of Wentworth Street is quite distinctive, and you have traces of coal ash on your left shoulder that suggest you stood downwind of a roasting chestnut cart for several minutes. There's also a slight discoloration on your right hand, cheap printer's ink, the kind used for the penny dreadfuls and public notices that get plastered about the East End. You touched something recently printed, folded it carefully, and placed it in your pocket. Holmes leaned forward slightly. "So, what did the notice say?" Watson couldn't help but smile as he retrieved the crumpled warning from his coat and handed it over. "You're showing off." "Always," Holmes agreed cheerfully, unfolding the paper and scanning it with rapid eyes. His expression shifted subtly, not quite a frown, but a tightening around the mouth that Watson recognized as disapproval mixed with interest. The Whitechapel Vigilance Committee. How very dramatic. The wolf walks among us. Really, the standard of public hysteria has declined considerably since Jack the Ripper. At least those letters had a certain linguistic flair. "You know about the attacks, then?" Watson said. It wasn't quite a question. Holmes gestured to the newspapers scattered around him. "I've been following them with some interest. The first occurred 9 days ago. Mary Ann Kelly, age 28, found on Dorset Street with severe lacerations to the throat and upper body. The second, 5 days later, Jack Foster, dock worker, discovered in an alley off Thrall Street with similar wounds plus significant trauma to the face and chest. The third, just yesterday morning, Thomas Cooper, butcher's apprentice, found behind the 10 Bells public house, injuries consistent with the previous 2. He tossed the notice onto the pile of papers. "The press has been admirably restrained so far, but that won't last. Hysteria, as you can see, is already brewing." Watson set down his coffee cup. "The people I spoke to last night were genuinely frightened. Not just concerned, Holmes, frightened. The streets were empty, shops closing early, everyone hurrying home before dark." "Fear is contagious," Holmes said, settling back in his chair and steepling his fingers beneath his chin. A gesture Watson knew meant he was organizing his thoughts. Particularly in places like Whitechapel, where life is already precarious and the margin between survival and disaster is narrow. Add a series of violent deaths, a few suggestive details, and some creative interpretation, and you have the perfect conditions for mass panic. "The wounds, though," Watson pressed. "The vendor described them as tears, rather than cuts. And the victims, they're varied. Different ages, different occupations, different circumstances. What kind of attacker would target such a disparate group?" Holmes finished. "An excellent question, Watson, and one that immediately eliminates several possibilities. This isn't a jealous lover or a business rival. It's not someone targeting a specific type of victim for personal gratification. And it's not a common robbery gone wrong, as none of the victims were robbed." He paused. "Which means we're looking at something else entirely." Watson leaned forward. "Such as?" "A performance," Holmes said simply. "Someone creating a spectacle. Someone who wants attention, who wants fear, who wants—" He stopped, eyes distant. "Who wants people to believe in monsters?" Before Watson could respond, there was a heavy tread on the stairs, followed by Mrs. Hudson's voice, patient but firm. "Now, Inspector, you know Mr. Holmes doesn't appreciate being disturbed before 9, and—" "This can't wait, Mrs. Hudson." The voice was familiar. Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, sounding harried and exhausted. Mr. Holmes, are you in?" "Come up, Lestrade," Holmes called, a note of satisfaction in his voice. "Watson and I were just discussing your case." Lestrade appeared in the doorway moments later, hat in hand, coat slightly askew, looking like a man who'd been awake all night and expected to be awake many more. He was a small man with a sharp, intelligent face and the perpetually worried expression of someone who carried too much responsibility on narrow shoulders. Watson had always liked him, despite Holmes's occasional dismissiveness. Lestrade was competent, thorough, and had the rare quality of knowing when he was out of his depth and needed help. "Thank God you're here," Lestrade said, addressing both of them, but looking primarily at Holmes. I was afraid you might have gone off to Sussex or something, chasing bees or whatever it is you do when you're bored." "I am never bored when London provides such entertainment," Holmes said dryly. "Sit down, Inspector. You look as though you're about to collapse. Watson, pour the man some coffee. He'll need it." Lestrade sank into the chair Watson had just vacated, accepting the coffee with a grateful nod. "You've heard about the Whitechapel attacks?" "We've been discussing them," Holmes confirmed. 3 victims, 9 days, escalating frequency. The press hasn't made the connection yet, or if they have, they're being remarkably restrained. That won't last past this afternoon's editions, I suspect. "It won't," Lestrade agreed grimly. "That's partly why I'm here. The Commissioner is breathing down my neck, the local officers are at their wits' end, and the citizens are ready to form a lynch mob. I've got vigilante committees printing notices, pub owners buying shotguns, and half the population convinced we've got a werewolf prowling the streets." "Werewolf," Holmes repeated, and something flickered across his face. Amusement, perhaps, or contempt. How delightfully medieval. "Mock all you like, Mr. Holmes, but when people are this frightened, they do stupid things. Dangerous things. Last night someone took a shot at a stray dog they thought was the beast. Hit a lamppost instead, thank God, but it's only a matter of time before someone gets hurt." Lestrade set down his cup with a sharp click. "I need your help. Officially." Holmes was quiet for a moment, his fingers still steepled, his eyes fixed on something only he could see. "Tell me about the wounds." Lestrade glanced at Watson, then back to Holmes. "Dr. Phillips did the examinations. Said they were unusual. Deep lacerations, 4 parallel marks in most cases, consistent with some kind of clawed implement. But the depth and the angle varied, suggesting either multiple weapons or—" He trailed off. "Or something organic," Watson finished quietly. "Something that moves, that adjusts, that strikes with the irregularity of a living thing, rather than the precision of a tool." Lestrade nodded. "That's what Phillips said. He's seen knife wounds, saw wounds, even wounds from farm implements. Says these are different, more savage." Holmes stood abruptly, moving to the window and staring out at Baker Street with his hands clasped behind his back. The morning light caught the sharp angles of his face, making him look like a hawk contemplating prey. "And the pattern of the attacks, the locations, all within a quarter mile of each other," Lestrade said, pulling a small notebook from his coat. "All in alleys or enclosed spaces. All at night, between midnight and 4 in the morning. All discovered at dawn or shortly after. Witnesses? None who saw the actual attacks, but several people reported hearing sounds, growling, snarling, what one woman described as the cry of something not quite animal and not quite human." Lestrade's voice was carefully neutral, but Watson could hear the strain beneath it. "This woman," Holmes said, turning from the window. "I'll want to speak with her." "I can arrange that. I can arrange interviews with everyone who's reported anything unusual." Lestrade leaned forward, and Watson saw the desperation in his face. "Will you take the case, Mr. Holmes, please, before this gets worse?" Holmes was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant, his mind clearly racing through possibilities, sorting data, constructing theories. Then he smiled, and it was the smile Watson had learned to recognize, the smile of a man who'd found a puzzle worth solving. "Of course I'll take it," Holmes said. "How could I resist? A killer creating theatrical murders to convince London's population that werewolves exist. It's absurd, it's elaborate, and it's exactly the sort of thing that makes life interesting. He moved back to his chair, that nervous energy suddenly focused and directed. But understand this, Lestrade. Whatever is happening in Whitechapel, it isn't supernatural. There are no werewolves, no curses, no beasts from folklore. There's a human being, almost certainly male, probably with medical or anatomical knowledge, creating an illusion of the monstrous. Our job is to strip away that illusion and reveal the man beneath. Medical knowledge, Watson asked, his professional interest piqued. The precision required to create wounds that look organic but are actually calculated? Yes, I think so. Someone who understands anatomy, who knows how tissue tears, how blood flows, how the human body responds to trauma. Holmes began pacing, a sure sign his mind was fully engaged. Someone theatrical, certainly. Someone with a flair for drama and an understanding of mob psychology. Someone who knows that fear is more powerful than fact, and that people will believe in monsters if you give them just enough evidence to justify their belief. Lestrade stood, looking considerably more hopeful than when he'd arrived. When can you start? Immediately. Watson and I will visit the sites of the attacks this afternoon, examine whatever evidence remains. I'll also want to see Dr. Phillips's reports, speak with the witnesses, and review any physical evidence the police have collected. Holmes stopped his pacing and fixed Lestrade with a sharp look. And Inspector, tell your constables to be discreet. If our killer learns we're investigating, he may alter his pattern or go to ground. I'd prefer to catch him in the act of creating his next werewolf attack than to have him vanish into London's 8 million souls. I'll make sure they know, Lestrade promised, heading for the door. Then he paused, looking back. Mr. Holmes, thank you, truly. After Lestrade's footsteps had faded down the stairs, Watson stood and moved to stand beside Holmes at the window. Below, Baker Street was coming to life. Delivery carts, morning pedestrians, the ordinary bustle of London waking to another day. You're very certain it's not, Watson began, then stopped, feeling slightly foolish. Not what, Watson? A werewolf? Holmes's voice was gentle, almost kind. My dear fellow, you're a medical man. You've seen the human body in all its variations and vulnerabilities. You know as well as I do that transformation into an animal is biologically impossible. No curse can rewrite bone structure or redistribute muscle mass. No full moon can alter the fundamental nature of human physiology. I know, Watson said quietly, but the people I spoke to last night, Holmes, their fear was real, and there was something in the air, something that made your soldier's instincts wake up, Holmes finished. Yes, I noticed the way you checked the windows last night, the extra care you took with the lock. He turned to face Watson fully. Your instincts aren't wrong, my friend. There is something dangerous in Whitechapel. Something predatory and cruel and calculating. But it walks on 2 legs, not 4. It thinks with a human mind, not an animal one. And that, Watson, makes it far more dangerous than any folklore monster could ever be. Watson nodded slowly, but as he looked out at the peaceful morning street, he found himself thinking again of that copper-bright scent, of the empty streets, of the whispered words. It's back. When do we leave? He asked. Holmes clapped him on the shoulder, a rare gesture of affection. This afternoon. But first, breakfast. Mrs. Hudson will be disappointed if we let her eggs grow cold, and will need our strength." He moved toward the table, then paused. "Besides, Watson, there's something I want to check in my files first. A reference, a connection, something that's nagging at the edge of my memory." "About werewolves?" "About patterns," Holmes corrected. "About cases that seem impossible until you find the human hand behind them. About the difference between what people believe and what is actually true." He sat down and reached for his coffee, his expression thoughtful. "And about the fact that sometimes, Watson, the most dangerous illusions are the ones we want to believe." Outside, the sun continued its climb through London's grey sky, and somewhere in Whitechapel, in those narrow streets and dark alleys, something waited. Something that had killed 3 times already. Something that would, if Holmes's instincts were correct, kill again. But whether it was man or beast, whether it was madness or method, whether it was as simple as Holmes believed or as complex as Watson feared, that remained to be seen. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot. The hansom cab rattled through London's streets with that peculiar rhythm that Watson had long since learned to find meditative rather than jarring. The clip-clop of hooves on cobblestone, the creak of leather and wood, the distant sounds of a city going about its endless business. They'd left Baker Street shortly after 1 o'clock, Holmes, having spent the intervening hours buried in his files and index cards, that vast repository of crime and criminals that he maintained with the dedication of a monk illuminating manuscripts. He'd found something, Watson could tell. Not the answer. It was too early for that. But a thread, a connection, something that made his eyes bright and his movements quick. But when Watson had asked, Holmes had simply smiled and said, "Patience, my dear fellow. Let's see what the crime scenes tell us first. Theory without data is a dangerous indulgence." Now they were crossing from the relative prosperity of the West End into the gradually declining neighbourhoods that led toward Whitechapel, and Watson watched the transformation through the cab window with the eye of someone who'd spent years observing London's many faces. The buildings grew closer together, pressing in on narrow streets like conspirators sharing secrets. The shopfronts became shabbier, their goods displayed with more desperation than pride. The people moved differently here, faster, warier, with the particular alertness of those for whom life was a constant negotiation with scarcity. The fog hadn't lifted entirely from the previous night, but rather had settled into a thin haze that softened edges and muted colours, giving everything a watercolour quality, as if the city itself were becoming indistinct, uncertain of its own solidity. The afternoon light, such as it was, filtered through coal smoke and river mist to create a perpetual twilight, even at the day's height. This was London's underbelly, Watson thought. Not its worst. That would come when full darkness fell. But a place where the veneer of Victorian respectability wore thin enough to show the older, harder city beneath. Holmes sat opposite him, still and watchful, his keen eyes cataloguing everything. The faces in the street, the condition of the buildings, the small details that most people would miss, but that he would later recall with perfect clarity if needed. He was dressed for the neighbourhood, Watson noticed, not in his usual sharp suit, but in rougher clothes, a worker's cap pulled low, transforming himself from gentleman detective into something that might blend with the streets they were about to walk. "You should have worn something less conspicuous," Holmes observed, as if reading Watson's thoughts. That coat marks you as clearly as if you wore a sign saying, "Doctor from a better neighborhood." "I'm a doctor from a better neighborhood," Watson replied mildly, "and I've no intention of pretending otherwise." Holmes smiled. Honesty, how refreshingly impractical. But there was approval in his voice, the kind that came when Watson refused to be what Holmes thought he should be, and Holmes respected him for it. The cab deposited them at the corner of Commercial Street and Dorset Street, and Watson paid the driver while Holmes stood taking in the scene with that peculiar intensity he brought to every investigation. It was, Watson thought, as if Holmes could see more than was actually there, not in any mystical sense, but simply because he noticed everything and forgot nothing, building layer upon layer of observation until a complete picture emerged. Dorset Street was narrow, lined with lodging houses and small shops that catered to the neighborhood's transient population. Laundry hung between windows, limp in the damp air. A thin cat picked its way along a windowsill with the careful precision of an animal that had learned to find food in unlikely places. The street smelled of boiled cabbage, coal smoke, cheap gin, and something organic and vaguely sweet that Watson's medical training identified as the scent of too many people living in too small a space with insufficient sanitation. The first victim, Mary Ann Kelly, was found there, Holmes said, pointing to a doorway halfway down the street. According to Lestrade's report, she was discovered at approximately 5:30 in the morning by a milkman making his rounds. She'd been dead between 3 and 5 hours, suggesting the attack occurred sometime between midnight and 2. They approached the doorway together, Holmes slightly ahead, his movements now taking on that quality of focused attention that Watson recognized from countless previous investigations. The doorway itself was unremarkable, wooden, paint-peeling, leading into one of the many lodging houses that dotted the area. But on the threshold, if Watson looked carefully, he could see dark stains that water and scrubbing hadn't entirely removed. Blood, dried to a rusty brown. Holmes knelt beside the stains, producing a magnifying glass from his coat pocket and examining them with minute attention. Watson stood guard, as he'd done so many times before, keeping casual watch on the street while Holmes worked. A few people passed. A woman with a marketing basket, 2 children playing some complicated game involving string and buttons, an old man pushing a cart of rags. But none paid them particular attention. In Whitechapel, people had learned to mind their own business. "Interesting," Holmes murmured, still examining the stains. "Very interesting indeed. What do you see?" "What I don't see, Watson. That's always more telling." Holmes stood, brushing off his knees. "The blood pattern is wrong for a simple throat slashing. There's spatter here and here." He pointed with his magnifying glass, suggesting arterial spray. "But the distribution is odd. Too scattered, too random, as if the attack came from multiple angles simultaneously." Watson moved closer, his medical training engaging, despite his reluctance to think too clinically about a woman's violent death. Could she have been moving, fighting back? Possibly, probably, in fact. But look at the concentration here, at the threshold itself. This is where she fell, where the majority of blood pooled. Yet the spatter extends outward in an arc that suggests... Holmes paused, his brow furrowed. That suggests the attacker was moving rapidly, striking from different positions, not standing still and cutting, but lunging, withdrawing, lunging again. "Like an animal," Watson said quietly. Holmes shot him a sharp look. Like someone imitating an animal's attack pattern, there's a significant difference. He turned to examine the doorframe, running his fingers along the wood. And here, you see, 4 parallel scratches, deep enough to splinter the wood. Made with some kind of clawed implement, I'd wager. Something designed to leave exactly this kind of mark. Watson examined the scratches. They were indeed parallel, spaced perhaps 2 inches apart, gouged into the wood with considerable force. They looked, he had to admit, disturbingly organic. Not the clean cuts of a blade, but the ragged tears of something with points and edges that caught and pulled. What kind of implement could make marks like these? Watson asked. That, my dear Watson, is precisely what we need to determine. Holmes produced a small notebook and began sketching the scratch patterns with quick, precise lines. But notice the depth and angle. Whoever made these had significant strength and was willing to expend considerable energy on what is, essentially, theatrical detail. The scratches serve no practical purpose in killing the victim. They're there purely to create an impression. They moved on to the second site, the alley off Thrall Street, where Jack Foster had been found. It was a narrow passage between 2 buildings, barely wide enough for 2 men to walk abreast, dark even in afternoon light, with walls that seemed to lean inward, as if trying to close the gap entirely. The ground was slick, with something that might have been water, or might have been the runoff from the building's inadequate drainage, and the smell was worse here, confined, concentrated, the accumulated scent of urban decay. He was found here, Holmes said, stopping at a point, perhaps 15 feet into the alley. A large man, according to reports. Strong, accustomed to physical labor. Not someone who could be easily overpowered by conventional means. Watson looked around the narrow space, trying to imagine the scene. How would someone even approach him in here? There's barely room to maneuver, let alone fight. Exactly. Holmes was examining the walls now, his magnifying glass moving slowly across the brick. Foster would have seen anyone coming from either direction, unless... He stopped, pointing upward. Watson followed his gaze and saw what Holmes had noticed. A drainpipe running down the side of the building, and above it, a small window with a broken shutter hanging askew. From above, Watson breathed. The attacker came from above. Or wants us to think he did. Holmes was smiling now, that sharp, predatory smile that meant he was several steps ahead of the evidence. Look at these bricks, Watson. Recent scraping along the mortar, consistent with someone, or something, using the wall for purchase. And here, on the drainpipe, fresh scratches in the metal. He moved to the spot where Foster's body had been found, and Watson saw more of those dark stains, more of that terrible evidence of violence. But there was something else too. Marks on the ground itself, scratched into the muck and grime as if something had been dragged. He tried to crawl away, Holmes said quietly, his voice losing some of its analytical detachment. After the initial attack, he tried to reach the street, didn't make it more than a few feet. The image that conjured was brutal, and Watson found himself thinking of Foster as Lestrade had described him. A strong man, a worker, someone accustomed to physical challenge. And he'd been reduced to crawling through an alley, dying in the muck, alone in the darkness. Holmes, Watson said carefully, I know you believe this is all theatre, all calculated effect. But whoever's doing this, the savagery required, is entirely human, Holmes finished, but his voice was gentler than Watson expected. "Never doubt that, my friend. Humans are capable of extraordinary cruelty when they choose to be. No werewolf required." He stood, brushing off his hands. "But you're right, that the level of violence is significant. This isn't a killer who strikes quickly and efficiently. This is someone who wants to create fear through the nature of the wounds themselves." They emerged from the alley into the relative openness of Thrall Street, and Watson found himself breathing more easily, though whether that was relief at leaving the confined space or simply a psychological response to the evidence of violence they'd just examined, he couldn't say. The third site, behind the Ten Bells public house, was different in character, but similar in effect. The pub itself was a solid brick building that had stood for over a century, its walls thick with smoke and time, its windows glowing amber even in afternoon light, with the promise of warmth and gin and temporary forgetfulness. Behind it was a small courtyard, used primarily for deliveries and storage, enclosed on 3 sides by buildings, and on the 4th by a low wall that separated it from the street. The boy, Thomas Cooper, had been found here at dawn, and even now Watson could see signs of the police investigation, chalk marks on the cobblestones, areas where the ground had been disturbed by many feet, the general disruption that accompanied violent death in a public space. "The butcher's apprentice," Holmes said, standing at the center of the courtyard and turning slowly, taking in every angle. 15 years old, working late to prepare for the next day's trade. According to Lestrade, he was last seen alive around 11 o'clock when his master left for the night, told the boy to finish cleaning and lock up. "He was alone," Watson said, understanding. "He was alone," Holmes confirmed, "in an enclosed space, late at night, with limited visibility, and yet—" He moved to the wall that separated the courtyard from the street. "And yet he should have been relatively safe. This isn't an alley or a doorway. It's a defined space with limited access points. To attack him here, the killer would have had to enter the courtyard deliberately." Watson examined the wall. It was perhaps 4 feet high, easily climbable by anyone reasonably agile. "Could have come over this." "Could have," Holmes agreed. "But look at the courtyard itself. No blood trail leading to the wall. No signs of the attack beginning anywhere but right here in the center." He pointed to the spot where the chalk marks were most concentrated. The boy was attacked where he stood, which suggests he didn't see the danger coming, didn't try to run or defend himself until it was too late. "Perhaps he knew his attacker," Watson suggested, "someone he trusted enough not to be alarmed by their presence." Holmes tilted his head, considering. "Possible, but the nature of the attack suggests surprise rather than betrayal. If he knew and trusted his killer, there would likely have been conversation, approach, some kind of interaction before the violence began. Instead, all evidence suggests the attack was sudden and overwhelming." They spent another 20 minutes examining the courtyard, Holmes making notes and sketches while Watson tried to piece together the sequence of events in his mind. A boy alone in the darkness, finishing his work. The sound of footsteps, perhaps, or no sound at all. Then sudden violence, brutal and efficient, leaving him dead in the place where he'd worked, where he'd been doing nothing more dangerous than his duty. As they prepared to leave, an elderly man emerged from the back door of the Ten Bells, wiping his hands on a stained apron. He had the weathered look of someone who'd spent a lifetime serving drinks and hearing confessions, his face lined with the accumulated wisdom of observing human nature at its worst and occasionally at its best. "You're the detectives," he said. It wasn't a question. Holmes nodded. "Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. Watson. You're the publican?" "Martin Graves. 30 years I've kept this place." He looked at the chalk marks on the ground, his expression heavy. Tommy was a good lad, hard-working, never complained, didn't deserve what happened to him. "No one deserves what's been happening," Watson said gently. Graves looked at him, and Watson saw fear in the old man's eyes, the same fear he'd seen the previous night in the chestnut cellar and the flower woman. "It's the beast, isn't it? That's what they're saying. The werewolf has come back." Holmes opened his mouth, undoubtedly to offer a rational explanation, but Watson surprised himself by speaking first. "What do you think, Mr. Graves? You've lived here 30 years. Have you heard the old stories?" Graves was quiet for a long moment, his gaze distant. "My grandmother used to tell them. Said it came in her grandmother's time, back in the early 1800s. Series of killings, just like now. Blamed it on a werewolf then, too. Vigilante groups, mass hysteria, innocent people accused and nearly lynched." He shook his head. "Then it stopped as suddenly as it started. No one ever caught, no one ever charged. Just stopped. And now people believe it's returned," Holmes said, his voice neutral. "People believe what they need to believe to make sense of senseless things," Graves replied, and Watson found himself struck by the simple wisdom in that. Could be a werewolf, could be a madman who thinks he's a werewolf, could be someone who wants us to think it's a werewolf while he does his business undisturbed. He met Holmes's eyes. "Which is it, Mr. Holmes?" "That," Holmes said quietly, "is what we intend to discover." They left Graves standing in his courtyard, staring at the chalk marks and the bloodstains, and made their way back toward Commercial Street, where they could find a cab. The afternoon was fading now, the perpetual twilight deepening toward true evening, and Watson noticed that the streets were already emptying. People hurrying home earlier than usual, shopkeepers closing early. That same atmosphere of anxious retreat he'd sensed the previous night. "Well," Watson asked as they walked, "what have we learned?" Holmes was quiet for a moment, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression thoughtful. "We've learned that our killer is methodical, physically capable, and has some knowledge of anatomy, enough to know where to strike for maximum blood flow and visual impact. We've learned that he's willing to take risks, entering enclosed spaces and attacking even large, strong victims. We've learned that he's creating a specific impression, using theatrical elements like the scratch marks to reinforce the werewolf narrative. But there are inconsistencies, Watson, small things that don't quite fit the pattern." Holmes stopped walking, turning to face his friend. The angle of some of the wounds, the distribution of blood spatter, the way the victims died, all three showed signs of genuine surprise, suggesting they didn't perceive the threat until it was too late. That speaks to an attacker who can move very quietly, very quickly, and strike with devastating efficiency. "Which a skilled human could do," Watson said, but he heard the question in his own voice. "Which a skilled human could certainly do," Holmes agreed. "But the combination of speed, strength, silence, and savage violence. It's unusual, Watson, not impossible, but unusual." He resumed walking. "We need more data. I want to see Dr. Phillips's reports, examine the bodies if possible. I want to speak with witnesses, understand the timeline more precisely. And I want to know more about these old stories, these legends of werewolves in Whitechapel's past. They found a cab on Commercial Street as the gas lamps were being lit, their flames sputtering to life in the gathering dusk. As Watson climbed in, he looked back at the streets they were leaving, at the narrow alleys and dark doorways, at the windows being shuttered and the doors being locked. Somewhere in that maze of poverty and fear, something was hunting. Something that killed with savage efficiency and left marks that looked disturbingly like the work of claws, rather than blades. Holmes believed it was human theatre, an elaborate illusion designed to create panic. But as Watson settled into the cab and listened to the horses' hooves on cobblestone carrying them back toward Baker Street, and safety and light, he found himself thinking about what Martin Graves had said. People believe what they need to believe to make sense of senseless things. And he wondered if perhaps that applied not just to the frightened people of Whitechapel, but to rational men like himself and Holmes, who needed to believe in human explanations, because the alternative was simply too unsettling to contemplate. The cab rolled on through the darkening streets, and behind them, Whitechapel settled into another uneasy night, waiting to see if the beast would claim a fourth victim before morning came. The next 3 days passed in that peculiar rhythm that Watson had come to associate with Holmes in full investigative mode. Long hours of meticulous work punctuated by sudden bursts of activity, periods of intense focus followed by stretches of brooding silence. Baker Street became a command centre of sorts, with papers and reports and photographs spread across every surface. A map of Whitechapel pinned to the wall with coloured strings connecting the sites of the attacks, and Holmes himself moving between it all like a conductor, orchestrating some complex symphony only he could hear. Watson had returned to his practice, seeing patients during the day. Mrs. Henderson's persistent cough, young Timothy Blake's infected thumb, the elderly Mr. Pearson's rheumatism that no amount of laudanum seemed to ease. But his mind kept drifting back to those dark streets, those blood-stained thresholds, those scratches in wood and brick that looked too organic to be tools, yet too precise to be random. In the evenings, he would return to Baker Street to find Holmes surrounded by documents. Dr. Phillips's autopsy reports, police statements from witnesses, newspaper clippings dating back decades, even old parish records that Holmes had somehow obtained from churches in the Whitechapel area. The detective read voraciously, his sharp eyes scanning pages at speeds that seemed impossible, his mind cataloguing and cross-referencing with that inhuman precision that made him both brilliant and occasionally insufferable. On the third evening, Watson arrived to find Holmes, bent over a microscope, examining something on a glass slide with such concentration that he didn't acknowledge Watson's entrance for several minutes. When he finally looked up, his eyes were bright with excitement. "Watson, excellent timing. Come look at this." Watson set down his medical bag and moved to the microscope, peering through the eyepiece at what appeared to be fibres of some kind, dark and coarse against the illuminated background. "Hair. Animal hair," Holmes confirmed. "Found at the scene of the third attack, caught on a nail protruding from the courtyard wall. Dr. Phillips sent it over with the rest of the physical evidence." He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers in that characteristic gesture. "Canine most likely. Large breed, possibly wolf or wolf hybrid. Watson straightened, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. A wolf? In London? There are no wild wolves in England, Watson. Haven't been for centuries. But there are collectors, private menageries, travelling shows that keep exotic animals. And there are people who breed dogs with wolf blood for various purposes. Guarding, fighting, simple novelty. Holmes stood and moved to the window, looking out at the lamplit street below. The question is, how did wolf hair end up at a murder scene in Whitechapel? Could the killer be using a trained animal? Watson suggested, though even as he said it, the idea seemed far-fetched. Setting a wolf or wolf dog on victims? Possible, but impractical. A trained attack animal would leave different wound patterns, and there would be other evidence. Paw prints, saliva, the scent that other dogs would react to. None of that has been reported. Holmes turned back from the window. No, I think the hair is deliberate. Another piece of theatre, carefully placed to reinforce the werewolf narrative. But where would someone obtain wolf hair in sufficient quantities to plant at crime scenes? Holmes smiled. Excellent question, Watson, and one that led me on a rather interesting journey through London's more unusual establishments. He moved to his desk and retrieved a sheet of paper covered in his spidery handwriting. There are 3 places in London where one might reasonably acquire wolf specimens or parts thereof. The Zoological Gardens, naturally. A taxidermist shop on the Strand, run by a Mr. Augustus Finch. And, he paused for effect, the private collection of a certain Dr. Cornelius Blackwood, formerly of Guy's Hospital, currently residing in an unmarked laboratory off Bethnal Green. Watson felt his attention sharpen. Blackwood. Why is that name familiar? Because you have an excellent memory for medical scandal, Holmes replied, clearly pleased. Dr. Cornelius Blackwood was once a rising star in surgical circles. Brilliant, innovative, unorthodox. Studied under Lister, published papers on tissue regeneration and blood transfusion that were considered groundbreaking. He was particularly interested in the comparative physiology of humans and animals, the ways in which certain animal traits might be understood or even replicated in human medicine. And then, Watson prompted, sensing there was more to the story. And then he went too far. About 5 years ago, there were accusations of unethical experimentation. Nothing proven, mind you, but enough whispers to make the medical establishment uncomfortable. Experiments on cadavers without proper authorization. Theories about blood mixing that bordered on the occult. Claims that he was attempting to induce physical transformations through chemical means. Holmes paused. He was quietly asked to resign from Guy's Hospital, lost his license to practice medicine, disappeared from respectable society. But continued his work privately, Watson said, understanding now. Precisely. I made some inquiries through my network of irregulars. Blackwood maintains a laboratory in a former warehouse near the Bethnal Green gasworks, keeps to himself, receives deliveries of chemicals and medical supplies through various intermediaries. And Holmes's eyes glinted. According to a rather chatty vendor at Billingsgate Market, Blackwood has standing orders for animal organs and blood, large quantities, all perfectly legal for research purposes, of course. Watson moved to the map on the wall, studying the locations of the attacks. Bethnal Green is adjacent to Whitechapel. He'd know the area well. He would indeed, and he'd have the medical knowledge to create wounds that appear animal in nature. And he'd have access to wolf hair if he'd been collecting specimens for his comparative studies. Holmes joined Watson at the map. But here's what's truly interesting. I went through the old parish records, the ones documenting the previous werewolf attacks that occurred 30 years ago. And there was a young medical student named Isaiah Blackwood who wrote extensively about the case in his journals. Published a paper, in fact, arguing that the attacks were the work of a human with a form of clinical lycanthropy, the delusion that one is a werewolf. That paper was dismissed at the time as sensationalist, and Isaiah Blackwood died shortly thereafter of consumption. Holmes pointed to a notation on the map. Isaiah was Cornelius's father. Watson absorbed this information, feeling pieces of a puzzle beginning to align. So the son follows in the father's footsteps, becomes obsessed with the same phenomenon. Or creates it himself, Holmes finished, as a vindication of his father's theories, as a grand experiment in mass psychology. Or, perhaps, he paused, his expression thoughtful, as revenge against a medical establishment that rejected both father and son. Before Watson could respond, there was a sharp knock at the door, and Mrs. Hudson appeared, looking flustered. "Mr. Holmes, there's a young woman here to see you. Says it's urgent, won't give her name. I told her you weren't receiving visitors at this hour, but she's quite insistent." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. "Show her up, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes said. The woman who entered was perhaps 25, dressed in the shabby but clean clothes of someone who worked for a living, and took pride in respectability despite poverty. Her face was pale, her hands trembling slightly, and she clutched a small cloth bag as if it contained something precious or dangerous, or both. "Mr. Holmes?" Her voice was quiet but steady. "I'm Annie Price. I work as a seamstress in Spitalfields. I need to tell you something about Dr. Blackwood." Holmes gestured to a chair, and Watson poured her a glass of water from the pitcher on the side table. She took it gratefully, sipped, then set it down, and opened her cloth bag. "I've been working for Dr. Blackwood for the past 6 months, she began, mending his clothes, cleaning his laboratory in exchange for a few shillings. He's not a bad man, Mr. Holmes, not cruel or unkind, but he's—" she searched for the word. "Obsessed. He talks to himself while he works, mutters about his father, about proving theories, about showing them all." "Showing whom?" Holmes asked gently. "The doctors who dismissed his father, the medical society that rejected him, anyone who doubted that." She hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. "That men could become beasts." Watson leaned forward. "Miss Price, what exactly was Dr. Blackwood working on?" She reached into her bag and withdrew a journal, leather-bound and well-worn. "I found this yesterday while cleaning. I know I shouldn't have looked, but I was curious, and—" she handed it to Holmes. "I think you need to see it." Holmes opened the journal and began reading, his expression growing more intent with each page. Watson moved to read over his shoulder and felt his own disquiet growing as he scanned the entries. They were dated over the past 3 months and written in a neat, precise hand that somehow made the content more disturbing. Detailed observations about blood chemistry, experiments with animal hormones and glandular extracts, theories about inducing temporary physiological changes in human subjects through careful manipulation of body chemistry, and interspersed throughout angry diatribes about the medical establishment, about narrow-minded thinking, about the need to prove what others refused to believe. One entry, dated 2 weeks before the first murder, made Watson's blood run cold. The proof must be undeniable. Not just theories on paper, but demonstration in the flesh. If I can create the appearance of transformation, if I can induce the symptoms and signs that witnesses will interpret as lycanthropy, the medical community will be forced to acknowledge my father's insights. The fear will be real. The evidence will be real. Only the explanation will be subject to interpretation. And in that interpretation lies vindication. Holmes looked up at Annie Price. Where did you find this? In his private study. He keeps it locked, but yesterday the door was ajar. She twisted her hands together. Mr. Holmes, there's something else. The past 3 nights he's been going out. Late, after midnight. He takes a bag with him, returns near dawn. And the morning after each outing. She swallowed hard. There's been another attack. You think he's the one committing these murders, Watson said quietly. I don't know what to think, she admitted. All I know is that he's been acting strange, more agitated than usual. And yesterday, when news of the 3rd killing reached the laboratory, he didn't seem surprised. He seemed... She struggled with the word. Satisfied. Holmes stood abruptly, moving to the window and back, his mind clearly racing. Miss Price, I need you to do something for me. Can you return to Blackwood's laboratory without arousing suspicion? She nodded, though Watson could see the fear in her eyes. Good. I need you to watch him carefully. Note his movements, any visitors he receives, anything unusual. But do not, under any circumstances, confront him or let him know you've spoken to us. Holmes's voice was firm, but kind. And if he goes out again at night, send word to me immediately. Can you do that? I can try, she said. That's all I ask. Holmes escorted her to the door, but before she left, he placed a hand gently on her shoulder. Miss Price, you've done the right thing in coming here. Whatever happens next, know that you may have saved lives. After she'd gone, Watson turned to Holmes with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. We have him then. The journal entries, the timing, the motive. We have a strong suspect, Holmes corrected, but not yet proof. The journal entries are suggestive, but not conclusive. He could argue their theoretical work, that the timing is coincidental. We need to catch him in the act, Watson, or find incontrovertible physical evidence linking him to the crimes. Then we stake out his laboratory, Watson said. Wait for him to make his next move. Holmes was quiet for a long moment, staring at the map on the wall, at the string connecting the 3 attack sites, at the notation marking Blackwood's laboratory in Bethnal Green. Yes, he said finally, but carefully. If Blackwood is our man, and I believe he is, then he's brilliant, methodical, and utterly ruthless. He's created an elaborate theatre of horror to prove a point, and he won't hesitate to add to his body count if he feels threatened. What about Lestrade? Shouldn't we inform the police? Not yet. If we bring in the police prematurely and Blackwood realizes he's being watched, he'll go to ground. We'll lose our chance. Holmes turned to face Watson, his expression serious. Tomorrow night, you and I will take up position near Blackwood's laboratory. We'll watch. We'll wait. And if he goes out hunting, we'll follow him. Watson felt a chill run down his spine, but he nodded. This was what they did. After all, this was the work they'd chosen. Hunt the hunters, stop the killers, bring light to dark places. But as he prepared to leave for his own rooms that night, as he gathered his coat and bag and bid Holmes good night, he found himself thinking about the journal entries, about Blackwood's obsession with proving his father's theories, about the idea of inducing physiological changes through chemistry and will. And he thought about those wounds at the crime scenes, those scratches in wood and brick, that wolf hair caught on a nail. Holmes believed Blackwood was creating an elaborate illusion, a carefully orchestrated hoax to make people believe in werewolves, while the man himself remained entirely human. But what if the truth was more complicated than that? What if Blackwood had actually succeeded in his experiments, at least partially? What if the chemistry and the hormones and the glandular extracts had actually produced some kind of temporary transformation, some alteration of body and mind that made him capable of the savagery they'd witnessed? Watson didn't believe in werewolves. His medical training and his rational mind rejected the supernatural utterly. But he'd seen enough in his years with Holmes to know that the line between possible and impossible was often thinner than anyone wanted to admit. He walked home through the quiet streets of London, past gas lamps and shuttered shops, and found himself looking over his shoulder more than once, checking the shadows, listening for footsteps that might be following him. Tomorrow night, they would stake out Blackwood's laboratory. Tomorrow night, they would learn the truth. Or at least, Watson hoped, they would learn a truth they could accept. The alternative, that Blackwood had somehow bridged the gap between man and beast, that the werewolf of Whitechapel was more real than anyone wanted to believe, was too disturbing to contemplate. But it lingered at the edges of Watson's mind as he locked his door and checked his windows and settled into bed, listening to London's night sounds and wondering what was prowling through the fog-wrapped streets, hunting for its next victim. The fog came early the next evening, rolling in from the Thames with that same thick, deliberate quality that seemed to characterize every significant moment in this investigation. Watson stood in the doorway of an abandoned cooperage across from Blackwood's laboratory, his collar turned up against the damp chill, his service revolver a reassuring weight in his coat pocket. Beside him, Holmes was perfectly still, barely breathing, his attention fixed on the warehouse that housed their suspect's private domain. They'd been in position since dusk, watching as the last workers left the nearby gasworks, as the street vendors packed away their wares, as Bethnal Green settled into its uneasy nighttime rhythm. The laboratory itself was housed in a 3-story brick building that had once been a textile warehouse, its windows mostly dark save for a dim glow on the second floor that suggested candlelight or a low burning lamp. The ground floor entrance was secured with a heavy padlock, but Watson had noted several other possible access points: a side door near the alley, windows on the upper floors, a loading dock that faced the rear. "Patience," Holmes murmured, though Watson hadn't spoken. "He won't move until full dark, if he moves at all tonight." "You think he might not? He's killed 3 times in 9 days. That's a rapid escalation, suggesting either increasing confidence or increasing desperation. If he follows the pattern, he's due for another attack soon. But clever criminals often vary their patterns once they sense scrutiny." Holmes shifted slightly, adjusting his position to better see the street. "The question is whether he knows we're closing in." Watson thought of Annie Price, of her promise to send word if Blackwood went out tonight. They'd heard nothing from her, which might mean Blackwood was staying in, or might mean she'd been unable to get word to them, or might mean something worse that Watson didn't want to consider. The street was nearly empty now. just the occasional pedestrian hurrying past with head down and shoulders hunched, everyone eager to be indoors before full darkness fell. The gas lamps cast their amber pools of light at measured intervals, creating zones of visibility separated by stretches of shadow. It was in those shadows, Watson knew, that predators thrived. "Tell me about lycanthropy," Watson said quietly, more to pass the time than because he expected new information. The medical condition, not the folklore. Holmes glanced at him with interest. "Clinical lycanthropy. It's a recognized delusion, actually. Patients genuinely believe they're transforming into animals, most commonly wolves, though there are documented cases of people believing themselves to be dogs, cats, even birds. The condition often presents alongside other psychiatric symptoms: mania, depression, severe anxiety. Some patients claim to experience physical changes, though these are entirely psychosomatic. Could Blackwood suffer from it? It's possible his father did, or believed he'd observed it in others, which might explain his obsession. But our Dr. Blackwood strikes me as too calculating, too methodical for true delusion. He's not a man who believes he's a werewolf, Watson. He's a man who wants others to believe werewolves exist." Holmes paused. "Though I'll admit, his experiments with animal hormones and blood chemistry suggest an interest in blurring that line between human and animal." Before Watson could respond, the door to Blackwood's laboratory opened. Both men pressed back into the shadows of their hiding place, watching as a figure emerged onto the street. He was tall, perhaps 6 feet, with a lean build that suggested strength rather than bulk. He wore a dark coat and carried a leather bag, the kind doctors used for house calls. His face was partly obscured by the upturned collar of his coat and a broad-brimmed hat, but Watson caught a glimpse of sharp features, a neatly trimmed beard, eyes that moved constantly, scanning the street with what seemed like practiced vigilance. Dr. Cornelius Blackwood. He locked the door behind him with deliberate care, tested it twice, then set off walking east toward Whitechapel with purposeful strides. "Wait," Holmes whispered, his hand on Watson's arm. "Give him distance." They counted to 30, then emerged from their hiding place and followed, keeping to the opposite side of the street, using doorways and the natural breaks in lamplight to mask their presence. Blackwood moved with the confidence of someone who knew these streets well, turning down an alley here, cutting through a courtyard there, always heading generally eastward toward the heart of Whitechapel. Watson's heart was beating faster now, his soldier's instincts fully engaged. This was the moment before battle, the instant when all planning condensed into action, when everything depended on quick thinking and quicker reflexes. His hand drifted to the revolver in his pocket, checking its presence, finding comfort in the solid reality of steel and powder. They followed Blackwood for perhaps 20 minutes, watching as he moved deeper into increasingly impoverished neighborhoods, past shuttered shops and dark tenements, past public houses where raucous laughter spilled into the street, and past doorways where shadowy figures conducted their various forms of commerce. Several times they nearly lost him in the fog, but Holmes had an uncanny ability to anticipate his movements, to guess which turn he'd take, which alley he'd favor. Finally, Blackwood stopped in a narrow passage between 2 buildings, somewhere off Fashion Street. He set down his leather bag and began removing items from it, though from their distance Watson couldn't see clearly what he was doing. "Closer," Holmes whispered, and they moved forward carefully, using the fog and the darkness as cover, until they were perhaps 30 feet away, concealed behind a collection of old barrels and crates. Now Watson could see more clearly, and what he saw made his medical training revolt, even as his detective's curiosity leaned forward. Blackwood had removed his coat and rolled up his shirt sleeves. From the bag he produced several glass syringes, the kind used for injecting medications beneath the skin. One by one he filled them from vials in his bag, then systematically injected himself in the arms, the neck, even the thighs. Each injection made him wince slightly, but he worked with practiced efficiency, as if this were a routine he'd performed many times before. "Dear God," Watson breathed, "he's injecting himself with something." "The animal hormones from his experiments," Holmes said quietly, his voice tight with horrified fascination. "He's not just creating the appearance of transformation for others. He's attempting to induce it in himself." They watched as Blackwood finished the injections and packed the syringes away. For a long moment he stood still, his head bowed, his breathing visible in the cold air. Then he began to change. Not physically. Watson's rational mind insisted on that even as he watched. Blackwood's bones didn't crack and reform. His features didn't shift into something bestial. His body remained fundamentally human in shape and structure. But something changed, nonetheless. It was in his posture first, the way he hunched forward, shoulders rounding, head dropping. Then his breathing became heavier, more labored, almost panting. His hands, which had been steady and precise while handling the syringes, now clenched and unclenched spasmodically. And when he raised his head, even from their distance, Watson could see that something in his expression had altered. Some quality of human intelligence or restraint had been replaced by something else. Something that looked hungry. Blackwood reached into his bag once more and withdrew what looked like leather gloves. But when he pulled them on, Watson saw they were fitted with some kind of clawed attachments, metal points that extended from the fingertips like talons. Then came a kind of mask or muzzle, strapped over the lower half of his face. The final touch was a fur pelt thrown over his shoulders, making his silhouette in the fog appear larger, more bestial. "The theatrical elements," Holmes whispered, creating the visual impression to match the psychological state. But Watson was focused on Blackwood's movements now, the way he moved on the balls of his feet, crouched low, head swiveling as if scenting the air. Whatever chemicals he'd injected were having an effect, whether purely psychological or something more physiological, Watson couldn't say. But the transformation in behavior was undeniable. Blackwood began to move, and his gait was no longer the purposeful stride of the man they'd followed. It was something between a crouch and a prowl, staying low, keeping to shadows, moving with an animal's economy of motion. "We need to stop him," Watson said urgently, "before he finds a victim." "Wait," Holmes commanded. "We need evidence, Watson. We need to catch him in the act, or at minimum document his preparations thoroughly enough that no jury could doubt." But Watson wasn't listening anymore, because Blackwood had stopped at the entrance to the alley, his attention fixed on something they couldn't see from their angle. A woman's voice drifted through the fog, humming a tune, unaware of the danger lurking just out of sight. Watson drew his revolver and stepped out of concealment. "Dr. Blackwood." His voice rang out clear and authoritative. the voice he'd used to command men in Afghanistan, the voice that expected obedience. "Stop where you are." For a heartbeat, everything froze. The woman's humming cut off abruptly. Holmes hissed something that might have been a curse or a warning, and Blackwood turned slowly to face them. What Watson saw in that moment would stay with him for the rest of his life. The man, and it was still a man, Watson's rational mind insisted, still human beneath the costume and the chemicals, looked at him with eyes that held no recognition, no human intelligence, just hunger and rage and something wild that seemed to peer out from behind Blackwood's features like a prisoner staring through bars. Then Blackwood moved. He came at them with shocking speed, low and fast, his clawed hands extended. Watson fired once, twice, the shots impossibly loud in the confined space, the muzzle flashes bright in the darkness. He saw at least one bullet strike home. Blackwood jerked, stumbled, but momentum carried him forward, and suddenly they were grappling. Watson trying to keep those clawed gloves away from his throat, while Blackwood snarled behind his mask, making sounds that were disturbingly inhuman. Holmes was there then, his walking stick swinging, catching Blackwood across the shoulders with enough force to stagger him. The three of them went down in a tangle of limbs and coat fabric, rolling in the muck of the alley, fighting with desperate intensity. Watson felt claws rake across his coat, tearing fabric, felt Blackwood's teeth snap at his face, even through the mask. The strength in the man was phenomenal. Whether from the chemicals, or from madness, or simply from the desperate ferocity of someone with nothing left to lose, Watson couldn't tell. But it took both him and Holmes working together to keep Blackwood pinned. And even then he thrashed and snarled and fought with undiminished energy. "The police!" Holmes gasped, using his weight to hold down Blackwood's torso while Watson struggled to control his arms. "Watson, your whistle!" Watson fumbled in his pocket with one hand, while the other maintained its grip on Blackwood's wrist, found the police whistle he carried for emergencies, and blew 3 sharp blasts. The sound cut through the night, and almost immediately he heard answering whistles in the distance, the sound of running feet. Blackwood seemed to hear them too, and for just a moment his struggling ceased. He looked up at Watson, and in that instant something shifted in his eyes, the wild hunger fading, replaced by something more human, something that might have been confusion or horror or recognition. "What?" he began, his voice muffled by the mask, slurred as if he were drunk or drugged. "What am I?" Then consciousness seemed to leave him entirely, his body going limp beneath them, his breathing becoming shallow and rapid. "He's going into shock," Watson said, his medical training overriding everything else. "Holmes, help me turn him on his side, and we need to get this mask off. It's restricting his breathing." They rolled Blackwood into the recovery position, and Watson removed the muzzle mask with gentle hands, examining him quickly for injuries. The bullet wound was in his shoulder, bleeding, but not life-threatening if treated promptly. But Blackwood's pulse was racing, his skin was flushed and hot to the touch, and his pupils were dilated to the point where almost no iris remained visible. "The injections," Watson said grimly. "Whatever cocktail of chemicals he used, his body can't metabolize them properly. He's in toxic shock." Police constables arrived then, 3 of them with truncheons drawn, followed moments later by Inspector Lestrade himself, looking breathless and alarmed. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, we heard the shots." He stopped, taking in the scene. Blackwood unconscious on the ground, the clawed gloves, the fur pelt, the leather bag with its array of syringes and vials. Dear God, is this him? Is this the werewolf? This, Holmes said, standing and brushing off his coat with as much dignity as he could muster, is Dr. Cornelius Blackwood, formerly of Guy's Hospital. And yes, Inspector, he's responsible for the Whitechapel attacks, though, as you can see, there's nothing supernatural about his methods. Get him to a hospital, Watson ordered. St. Bartholomew's if you can manage it. Tell them he's suffering from toxic shock secondary to self-administered injections of unknown substances. They'll need to monitor his heart rate, keep him hydrated, and be prepared for possible seizures. 2 constables lifted Blackwood carefully, supporting his weight between them, and began the process of transporting him to medical care. Lestrade picked up the leather bag, examining its contents with a mixture of disgust and fascination. Animal blood, he said, identifying 1 vial. And these syringes. Mr. Holmes, what exactly was he doing? Attempting to induce a temporary state of animal-like aggression and reduced inhibition, Holmes explained, his voice carrying the satisfaction of a puzzle solved. Using a combination of animal hormones, blood extracts, and almost certainly various stimulants and hallucinogens, the chemicals would create a dissociative state, reducing human judgment and self-control while enhancing aggressive impulses. Add the costume elements, the claws, the mask, the fur, and you have someone who believes they're transforming into a beast, who moves and acts accordingly, creating wounds and leaving evidence that supports the werewolf narrative. But why? Lestrade looked genuinely baffled. Why go to such elaborate lengths? Because his father spent a lifetime trying to prove that lycanthropy was real, Watson said quietly, understanding now. And Blackwood wanted to vindicate that work, to prove that men could become beasts through chemistry, if not through magic. He created the evidence his father never could. Holmes nodded. He succeeded too, in a sense, not in actually transforming into a werewolf, but in creating a convincing enough simulation that the entire city believed in monsters. The tragedy is that he destroyed his own mind in the process. Those chemicals he was injecting, they're not meant for human consumption, Watson. The damage to his nervous system could be permanent. They spent the next hour at the scene, documenting everything for Lestrade's report. The injection sites on Blackwood's arms, where he'd administered his chemical cocktail, the various implements in his bag, the route he'd taken from his laboratory. Constables were dispatched to secure Blackwood's warehouse, to search for additional evidence, to piece together the full scope of his experiments. As dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, turning the fog from black to grey to a kind of luminous pearl, Watson and Holmes finally made their way back toward Baker Street. They walked in silence for a time, both exhausted, both processing what they'd witnessed. "You saved that woman's life," Holmes said finally, "by revealing yourself when you did. It wasn't the plan, but it was the right choice." "I couldn't just watch him attack someone," Watson replied, "even for evidence." "I know. It's one of the things Holmes paused, seeming to struggle with something, then continued more quietly. "It's one of the things I value about you, Watson. Your moral certainty, your unwillingness to sacrifice individuals for abstract principles." Watson smiled despite his exhaustion. Compliments from Holmes were rare enough to be treasured. They turned onto Baker Street, just as Mrs. Hudson was opening the curtains, beginning another day. She saw them approaching and immediately put the kettle on, understanding without being told that they'd need tea and probably breakfast, and certainly a place to sit quietly while the adrenaline faded and the reality of what they'd done settled in. As they climbed the familiar stairs to their sitting room, Watson found himself thinking about Blackwood, about a brilliant mind twisted by obsession, about a son trying to vindicate a father's discredited work through increasingly desperate means. "Holmes," he said, settling into his chair, "when you examined Blackwood, did you notice his eyes? The pupil dilation? Yes, consistent with the stimulants he'd injected. No, not that. The expression in them, that moment before he lost consciousness, when he seemed to come back to himself." Watson paused. He looked confused, genuinely confused, as if he didn't know what he'd been doing or where he was. Holmes was quiet for a moment, pouring tea with steady hands. The dissociative state would explain that. Under the influence of those chemicals, he likely had little conscious awareness of his actions. In his mind, he may genuinely have believed he was transforming, losing control to something bestial. So in a sense, Watson said slowly, he was creating a real werewolf, not through supernatural means, but through chemistry and psychology, creating a state where the human mind retreats and something more primal takes over. Perhaps. Holmes handed Watson his tea, though I'd argue he was simply creating the illusion of that state, even to himself. The human mind remained, Watson, reduced, altered, impaired, but present. He chose to inject himself. He chose to hunt. Whatever happened afterward may have felt beyond his control, but ultimately he bore responsibility. Watson sipped his tea, finding comfort in its warmth and familiarity. Holmes was right, of course. Human agency remained even in altered states. Blackwood had created his own monster, not through magic, but through science, misapplied and obsession unchecked. And yet, as Watson sat in their comfortable sitting room, as morning light filtered through the windows and London woke to another day, he found himself thinking about that moment in the alley when Blackwood had turned to face them, about the eyes that had looked back, empty of anything recognizably human, about the thin line between man and beast, and how easily it could be crossed with the right combination of chemistry and will and desperate belief. Holmes had solved the case. The werewolf of Whitechapel had been revealed as a man in a costume, using chemicals and theatrics to create an illusion of transformation. But Watson, who had looked into Blackwood's eyes and seen something that wasn't quite either man or beast, who had felt the strength and savagery of someone who believed themselves transformed, who had witnessed firsthand the power of chemistry to alter consciousness and behavior. Watson wasn't entirely sure the explanation was as simple as Holmes believed. Some questions, he thought, were better left unexamined. Some mysteries, more comfortable, unsolved. He finished his tea and closed his eyes, letting exhaustion finally claim him, and tried not to think about the darkness they'd glimpsed in that Whitechapel alley. Tried not to wonder what other transformations might be possible, what other lines might be crossed, what other monsters might be waiting to be born from the intersection of science and obsession. Outside, London continued its endless cycle, and in a hospital bed somewhere across the city, Dr. Cornelius Blackwood dreamed fevered dreams of running on 4 legs through moonlit forests, and the truth remained suspended somewhere between what had happened and what everyone would agree to believe had happened. The case was closed. But the questions, Watson suspected, would linger far longer. The days that followed Blackwood's capture passed in that peculiar haze that Watson had come to associate with the aftermath of intense cases, a kind of suspended normalcy where life resumed its ordinary rhythms even as the mind continued to process extraordinary events. He returned to his practice, seeing patients with their mundane complaints, prescribing medicines and offering reassurances. And all the while, a part of his consciousness remained in that Whitechapel alley, watching Blackwood transform from man to something else, something that defied easy categorization. The newspapers, predictably, had a field day with the story. Werewolf Unmasked proclaimed the Times, though their article was considerably more restrained than the penny dreadfuls, which ran lurid illustrations of Blackwood in various stages of supposed transformation. The Standard praised Holmes's detective work while carefully avoiding any suggestion that supernatural elements had been genuinely involved. The Medical Gazette published a thoughtful piece about the dangers of unregulated experimentation and the psychological phenomenon of belief-induced behavioral changes. Blackwood himself survived his toxic shock, though by all accounts he remained in a fragile state, both physically and mentally. He'd been transferred to Bethlehem Royal Hospital, better known as Bedlam, where he was kept under observation, in a private room, sedated and restrained, speaking rarely and then only in fragmented sentences that suggested significant cognitive impairment. Watson had inquired about visiting him, motivated partly by medical curiosity and partly by something else he couldn't quite name, but had been told that Blackwood was refusing all visitors and that the doctors treating him believed any interaction might trigger a relapse. Holmes had moved on to other matters with his characteristic efficiency, currently absorbed in a case involving forged railway bonds that Watson found tedious in the extreme. But occasionally, Watson would catch Holmes staring at the map still pinned to their sitting-room wall, the one showing the Whitechapel attack sites, his expression thoughtful in a way that suggested the case wasn't quite as closed in his mind as his outward demeanor indicated. It was a week after Blackwood's capture when Watson found himself walking through Whitechapel again, though he couldn't have said exactly why. He'd finished his rounds early, the afternoon was unseasonably clear, and his feet had carried him eastward almost of their own volition. He told himself he was simply curious to see how the neighborhood had responded to the resolution of the case, whether the fear that had gripped these streets had dissipated now that the threat had been neutralized. The transformation was remarkable. Shops that had been closing early were now open until their usual hours. Children played in the streets again, their laughter carrying through the autumn air. Women hung washing between windows without constantly glancing over their shoulders. The tension that had made every shadow suspicious, every stranger a potential threat, had largely evaporated, replaced by the ordinary wariness that characterized life in London's poorer districts. Watson stopped at a corner where a chestnut vendor was doing brisk business. Not the same man from before, but someone similarly weathered by years of outdoor trade. The smell of roasting nuts was rich and comforting, mixing with the ever-present coal smoke and the distant scent of the Thames. "Good to see people out and about again," Watson remarked, paying for a small bag of chestnuts. The vendor nodded, counting change with practiced fingers. "Aye, it's better now. Still nervous after dark, mind you, but not like before. Not that paralyzed fear, you know." He glanced at Watson more carefully. "You're one of the detectives, aren't you? the doctor fellow who helped catch the beast. Watson felt uncomfortable with the designation, beast, but nodded. Dr. Watson, yes. Well, you have the thanks of everyone here, Doctor. That man, Blackwood, or whatever his name was, he had this whole neighborhood scared witless. The vendor paused. Though I'll admit, there's some as say it wasn't entirely natural what he did. Some as say no amount of chemicals could make a man move like that, kill like that. People will always prefer supernatural explanations to scientific ones, Watson said, more sharply than he'd intended. It's more dramatic, more exciting. The truth is usually more mundane. The vendor gave him a long look. Maybe so, Doctor. Maybe so. But his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. Watson continued walking, eating the chestnuts mechanically, his mind turning over that brief exchange. The truth is usually more mundane. That's what he'd said, what he'd been trained to believe, what his entire medical education had reinforced. And yet, he found himself standing outside Blackwood's laboratory, or what had been Blackwood's laboratory. The building was sealed now, with police notices posted on the doors warning against trespass. But someone had broken one of the ground floor windows, and through the gap Watson could see evidence of the police search. Overturned furniture, papers scattered across the floor, the general disruption that accompanied a thorough investigation. Terrible business, wasn't it? Watson turned to find an elderly woman standing beside him, leaning heavily on a cane, her eyes sharp despite her age. She looked familiar, and after a moment Watson recognized her. The flower seller from that first night, the one who'd warned him about the werewolf. Mrs. Watson began. Thornton, Mary Thornton. I remember you, Doctor. Warned you to get home, didn't I? Not that you listened, but then, if you had, that monster might still be out here. She looked up at the laboratory building. My flat's just there, across the way. Had a front row seat to all his comings and goings, I did. Watson's interest sharpened. You observed Dr. Blackwood frequently. Couldn't help but observe him, could I? Him going out at all hours, coming back before dawn. Sometimes he'd be perfectly normal looking, neat as you please. Other times... She paused, her expression troubled. Other times he'd come back different, dishevelled, wild-looking, blood on his clothes once or twice, though who knows what that was about. Him being a doctor and all. Might have been animal blood from his experiments. Did you ever see him during his nighttime excursions? Actually witness where he went, or what he did? Mrs. Thornton shook her head. Never followed him, if that's what you mean. I'm an old woman, Doctor, not a detective. But I'll tell you something odd. She moved closer, lowering her voice though they were alone on the street. There was one night, must have been 3 or 4 days before you caught him. I couldn't sleep. My joints ache something fierce when the weather's damp. So I was sitting by my window with a cup of tea. Must have been past 2 in the morning. And I saw him come back, saw him clear as day under the gas lamp. He was wearing that strange get-up you read about in the papers, the claws and the fur and all. But here's the thing, Doctor. He wasn't moving right. Not like a man at all. He was on all fours part of the time, loping like an animal. And when he reached his door, he spent a good 5 minutes just standing there, swaying, as if he didn't quite remember how doors worked. As if he had to remember how to be human again. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air. The chemicals he'd injected would have impaired his coordination, his cognitive function. Maybe, Mrs. Thornton interrupted gently. Or maybe he'd gone somewhere in his mind that humans aren't meant to go. Maybe he'd crossed a line that's not easy to come back from. She looked at Watson directly. You saw him, didn't you? During the capture? You looked in his eyes. Watson nodded slowly. Then you know what I mean. There's something in a human's eyes, Doctor. Something that makes them human, that separates us from the beasts. And whatever was in that man's eyes that night when I saw him... She trailed off, shaking her head. Well, maybe I'm just a superstitious old woman. Maybe it was just the chemicals, like your friend Mr. Holmes says. But I've lived a long time, and I've learned to trust what I see, even when it don't make sense. She bid him good afternoon and shuffled away, leaving Watson standing alone before the sealed laboratory, his mind troubled by her words. He told himself she was indeed superstitious, that her observations could be explained by Blackwood's drugged state, that human eyes, under the influence of hallucinogens and stimulants, would naturally appear strange, empty of normal consciousness. He told himself many things, but the doubt remained, a small seed growing in the fertile soil of what he'd witnessed, what he'd felt in that moment when Blackwood had turned to face them in the alley. Watson made a decision then, one he knew Holmes would disapprove of, but that his own conscience demanded. He would visit Blackwood at Bedlam. He would speak with the man, if speaking were possible. He would look into those eyes again in daylight, in a controlled environment, and perhaps then he could put his doubts to rest. 2 days later, through a combination of professional courtesy and calling in a few favours from medical colleagues, Watson gained permission to visit Blackwood. The journey to Bedlam took him south across the Thames to Southwark, to the ancient hospital that had housed London's mentally disturbed for centuries. The building itself was imposing, high walls, barred windows, an atmosphere of institutional authority that seemed designed to humble visitors before they ever crossed the threshold. Dr. Pemberton, the physician overseeing Blackwood's care, met Watson in the entrance hall. He was a thin man in his 50s, with the permanently worried expression of someone who'd spent too many years trying to understand minds that defied understanding. Dr. Watson, he said, shaking hands with professional courtesy, I must say, I was surprised by your request to visit Mr. Blackwood. Most people, having encountered him in his altered state, would prefer to keep their distance. I'm curious about his condition from a medical standpoint, Watson explained, which was true, if not complete. The toxic effects of his self-experimentation, the psychological aftermath. It's a unique case. Unique, Pemberton agreed with a bitter laugh. That's certainly one word for it. Come, I'll take you to him. But I should warn you, Dr. Watson, he's not the man he was. The combination of chemical damage and psychological trauma has left him significantly impaired. He has moments of lucidity, but they're becoming increasingly rare. They walked through corridors that smelled of carbolic soap and something else, something sad and hopeless that seemed to permeate institutions like this. Patients in various states of distress or sedation could be glimpsed through observation windows. Orderlies moved with the careful wariness of people accustomed to sudden violence. It was, Watson thought, a kind of purgatory, not quite prison, not quite hospital, but a space for those who existed somewhere between crime and illness, agency and incapacity. Blackwood's room was in the secure wing, isolated from the general population. Pemberton unlocked 3 separate doors before they reached it, and Watson understood that this was as much to protect Blackwood from himself as to protect others from him. The room was small but clean, furnished with a bed, a chair, and a small table. Sunlight filtered through a high barred window, creating patterns on the floor that Blackwood seemed to be tracing with his eyes. He sat on the bed, dressed in institutional grey, his hands resting loosely in his lap. Restraints were visible on the bed frame, but not currently in use. Watson's first thought was how diminished he looked. The dangerous, savage creature from the alley had been replaced by a hollow shell of a man, thin, pale, with dark circles under his eyes and a vacant expression that suggested significant neurological damage. "Mr. Blackwood," Pemberton said gently, "you have a visitor. Dr. Watson, one of the men who helped you." Blackwood's eyes moved to Watson with agonizing slowness. For a long moment there was no recognition, no response at all. Then something shifted in his expression, not quite awareness, but a flickering of something deeper, some part of the consciousness that still existed beneath the damage. "Doctor," he said, his voice rough from disuse, The soldier, doctor. You shot me." "I did," Watson acknowledged, sitting carefully in the chair. Pemberton remained near the door, observing. "I'm sorry for that. But you were attacking." "Was I?" Blackwood interrupted, and suddenly his eyes were focused, intense, carrying a shadow of the brilliant mind that had created his elaborate scheme. I don't remember clearly. The injections. They take me somewhere dark, somewhere," he struggled for words, "somewhere not here." "What do you remember?" Watson asked gently. Blackwood was quiet for a long time, his hands beginning to tremble slightly. "Pieces, fragments, running through streets, the smell of fear." "Can you smell fear, Doctor?" "I could. I can. Blood tastes copper bright, and the moon—" He stopped, seeming confused. But there was no moon, was there? It was fog. Always fog. I created the fog in my laboratory, mixed with the compounds, breathing it before the injections, so it would trigger the association, the transformation. "There was no transformation," Watson said firmly. "You remained human throughout. The chemicals altered your perception, your behavior, but not your fundamental nature." Blackwood looked at him with an expression Watson couldn't read. "Are you certain of that, Doctor? Are you truly certain?" He held up his hands, turning them slowly in the sunlight. "I have human hands now, but when the chemicals flow through me, when I feel myself changing, I have claws. I know I have claws. I can feel them extending, sharp and ready. I can feel fur sprouting from my skin. I can feel my teeth elongate, my jaw strengthen. The transformation is real, Doctor. As real as anything I've ever experienced." "It's a hallucination," Watson insisted, but he heard the uncertainty in his own voice. "The chemicals create a dissociative state, a delusional conviction of transformation. Then why do people die?" Blackwood's voice was suddenly sharp, cutting. "Why do they die with wounds that match the claws I feel growing? Why is their fear real if my transformation isn't? How can a hallucination kill, Doctor?" Watson had no good answer for that. Or rather, he had the rational answer. That Blackwood's weapons, his clawed gloves, and his savage strength, enhanced by chemicals, had created the wounds. But sitting here, looking into Blackwood's haunted eyes, the rational answer felt insufficient. "Your father," Watson said, changing direction. "He believed in lycanthropy. Was this all to vindicate his theories?" Blackwood's expression softened, became almost wistful. My father understood something the medical establishment refused to accept, that the line between human and animal is thinner than we want to believe, that consciousness is not fixed but fluid, that with the right stimulus, the right compounds, the right will, we can access something older than civilization, something primal. He leaned forward slightly. I didn't set out to kill, Doctor. I set out to prove a point, to show that transformation was possible. But once the chemicals took hold, once I felt the change beginning, he trailed off, his eyes growing distant again. I couldn't stop it. Or perhaps I didn't want to. Perhaps the beast, once released, wanted its freedom. The beast is a metaphor, Watson said desperately. A psychological construct, not a literal entity. Is it? Blackwood smiled, and for just an instant Watson saw something in his eyes that made him pull back involuntarily. A flash of something wild, something that watched him with predatory interest. Then it was gone, and Blackwood was just a damaged man again, slumping back on his bed. Perhaps you're right, Doctor. Perhaps it's all in my mind. But I'll tell you this. When I close my eyes, I still feel the transformation. I still feel myself becoming other. And the worst part, the truly terrible part, he looked directly at Watson. The worst part is that I miss it. The freedom of it. The purity of existing without conscience, without morality, without the burden of human thought. Just hunger and movement and the hunt. Pemberton stepped forward then, his expression concerned. I think that's enough for today, Dr. Watson. He's becoming agitated. Watson stood, but before he could leave, Blackwood spoke once more, his voice barely above a whisper. You felt it too, didn't you, Doctor? When we fought in the alley, when you looked in my eyes, you felt the presence of something that wasn't entirely human. That's why you're here, not to study me, to reassure yourself that what you saw can be explained, that the world is still rational, still safe, still governed by laws you understand. Watson opened his mouth to deny it, but the words wouldn't come. We're not so different, you and I, Blackwood continued softly. Both of us walking the line between civilization and violence. You as a soldier, me as a scientist. Both of us having seen what humans are capable of when we strip away the pretense. The difference is that I chose to embrace what I found. And you, he smiled sadly. You're still trying to convince yourself it doesn't exist. Watson left without responding, following Pemberton back through the locked doors and secured corridors, desperate to be out of that place, to be in sunlight and fresh air and reality as he understood it. Is he always that lucid? Watson asked as they reached the entrance hall. Increasingly rarely, Pemberton replied. Most days he just sits and stares. Occasionally he becomes violent, requires restraint. But those moments of clarity, when he speaks as he did with you, they're almost worse. There's an intelligence there, Dr. Watson. Damaged, perhaps deranged, but still brilliant. And utterly convinced of his own transformation. Watson thanked him and left, walking quickly away from Bedlam, trying to outpace the unease that had settled over him like a shroud. He should feel satisfied, he told himself. He'd seen Blackwood reduced to a shell, the werewolf revealed as nothing more than a deeply disturbed man with a syringe and some chemicals. The case was closed, the mystery solved, the rational explanation triumphant. But Blackwood's words lingered. You felt it too, didn't you? And Watson, walking through the streets of London as afternoon faded toward evening, had to acknowledge the truth he'd been avoiding. Yes, he had felt it. In that alley, looking into Blackwood's eyes, he'd seen something that defied his medical training, his rational mind, his carefully constructed understanding of what was possible and what was not. He'd seen a man transformed, not metaphorically, not symbolically, but actually, genuinely changed into something other. Or he'd seen a hallucination so powerful, so complete, that it had convinced not just Blackwood, but Watson himself. The question was, did it matter which explanation was true? Either way, Blackwood had crossed a line. Either way, he'd found a method, chemical, psychological, or some combination thereof, to access something primal and terrible that existed in all humans, buried beneath civilization's thin veneer. And if it was possible for Blackwood, Watson thought with growing dread, then it was possible for others. The werewolf of Whitechapel had been caught, but the question of what exactly the werewolf was, what it proved about the nature of humanity and transformation and the borders of scientific possibility, that question remained uncomfortably open. Watson hailed a cab back to Baker Street, suddenly eager to be home, to be with Holmes and his unwavering rationality, to be reminded that the world was ordered and explainable and fundamentally sane. But as the cab rattled through London's darkening streets, as gas lamps flickered to life and fog began its nightly gathering, Watson found himself checking the shadows with more attention than usual, looking for movement that was not quite human, listening for sounds that suggested something had crossed the line between man and beast, and wondering, despite everything his training told him, whether that line was as clear and absolute as he'd always believed, or whether it was far more permeable than anyone wanted to admit. October gave way to November, and London settled into the particular melancholy that characterized the approach of winter. Shorter days, longer nights, a chill in the air that seemed to seep into bones and buildings alike. The Whitechapel case receded into memory, joining the catalogue of investigations that Watson had recorded, and Holmes had filed away in his methodical index system. Life, as it always did, moved forward with its relentless momentum. But Watson found himself changed in ways he couldn't quite articulate, even in his private journal. He went about his daily routine, seeing patients, dining with Holmes, attending the occasional social function. Yet, beneath the surface of normalcy ran a current of unease, a persistent awareness that the world was perhaps less orderly than he'd believed, that the boundaries between categories he'd thought absolute were actually rather more fluid. He walked through London's streets differently now, noticing things he'd previously overlooked, the feral quality in the eyes of homeless men who'd lived too long without shelter, the animalistic grace of pickpockets moving through crowds, the pack dynamics visible in groups of street children. Behaviours he'd once attributed to poverty or circumstance now seemed to him manifestations of something deeper, something that had always existed beneath humanity's civilized surface, but which he'd been trained not to see. Holmes noticed, of course. Holmes always noticed. They were sitting in their usual chairs one evening, Watson with a book he wasn't really reading, Holmes with his pipe and the Times, when the detective finally broke the comfortable silence. "You've been troubled since your visit to Bedlam," Holmes observed, not looking up from his paper. 3 weeks now. That's rather long for one of your contemplative phases." Watson set down his book, recognizing the invitation to speak. "I can't stop thinking about what Blackwood said, about transformation, about the line between human and animal. There is no line to blur, Watson. There's human behavior, which exists on a spectrum from civilized to savage, and there's animal behavior, which operates on instinct rather than reason. Blackwood's chemicals didn't transform him into anything supernatural. They simply removed the inhibitions and rational controls that normally govern human behavior, allowing his baser impulses to dominate. "I understand the theory," Watson said slowly. "But Holmes, when I looked in his eyes in that alley, when we were fighting, there was nothing human there. Nothing that recognized me or itself or had any concept of morality or consequence. Just hunger and rage and instinct." Holmes finally set down his paper, giving Watson his full attention. "And you believe that's evidence of transformation rather than simple dissociation? Watson, you're a medical man. You've seen patients in various altered states, fever dreams, opium stupors, the delirium of infection. The eyes in all those cases appear vacant, inhuman. Because consciousness is temporarily unavailable, it doesn't mean the person has ceased to be human." "But the wounds he inflicted," Watson pressed, "the strength he displayed, the way he moved, can all be explained by adrenaline, by reduced pain perception due to chemical stimulus, by the simple fact that humans are capable of extraordinary physical feats when normal limitations are chemically removed." Holmes leaned forward. "My dear fellow, I understand this case disturbed you. The violence was extreme, the theatricality was unsettling, and Blackwood's commitment to his delusion was total. But we cannot allow our emotional responses to override our rational understanding. There are no werewolves, Watson. There never have been. What we witnessed was human pathology, not supernatural transformation." Watson nodded slowly, wanting to believe Holmes's certainty, wanting to return to the comfortable worldview where everything could be explained and categorized and understood through reason. But something in him resisted, some part that had looked into that darkness and seen something that defied easy explanation. "What if you're both right and wrong?" Watson said quietly. Holmes raised an eyebrow. "An intriguing paradox. Explain. What if transformation isn't supernatural, but is real nonetheless? What if Blackwood's chemicals didn't create a delusion, but actually accessed something that exists in all humans? Some evolutionary remnant? Some primitive consciousness that predates civilization? The transformation wouldn't be physical, bones rearranging and fur sprouting, but psychological, neurological. A genuine shift in consciousness from human to something older." Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his keen eyes studying Watson with an intensity that felt almost uncomfortable. "You're suggesting," he said carefully, "that humans contain within them the capacity to become, in effect, if not in form, animals, that consciousness itself can transform." "I'm suggesting," Watson replied, "that perhaps the werewolf legends persist, not because people are superstitious, but because they're describing something real. Not magic, but a genuine psychological phenomenon that appears throughout history. People who, through various means, drugs, trauma, madness, access a state of consciousness so different from normal human awareness that it appears to be transformation. And in that state, they're capable of things that seem impossible to the civilized mind." "A fascinating theory," Holmes admitted, "and one that would explain various historical accounts of berserkers, of possessed individuals, of cases where ordinary people commit acts of extreme violence in altered states. But Watson, even if true, It changes nothing about the fundamental nature of what occurred. Blackwood was still human. His crimes were still human crimes. The fact that he accessed some primitive consciousness doesn't make him a werewolf in any meaningful sense. Doesn't it? Watson challenged gently. If transformation is about consciousness rather than form, if it's about accessing something genuinely other within oneself, then perhaps the old stories were describing exactly this phenomenon. Perhaps we've been too literal in our interpretation, dismissing the accounts because they describe physical impossibilities while missing the psychological truth they contain. Holmes stood and moved to the window, looking out at Baker Street, with his hands clasped behind his back. When he spoke again, his voice carried an unusual note of uncertainty. There are times, Watson, when I wonder if your imagination is a curse or a blessing. You see depths and complexities where I see mechanisms and causes. You find mystery where I find explanation. He turned back to face Watson. And occasionally, I suspect you may be closer to truth than my rational mind is comfortable admitting. Watson felt surprised by this admission. You believe there might be something to my theory. I believe, Holmes said carefully, that consciousness is far more complex and far less understood than we pretend. I believe that the human mind contains multitudes, potential selves, suppressed instincts, evolutionary inheritances that we've papered over with civilization but never truly eliminated. And I believe it's possible, through sufficient chemical or psychological disruption, to access those deeper layers in ways that genuinely alter perception, behavior, even identity. He paused. But I also believe that calling this werewolf transformation obscures rather than clarifies. It invites mystical thinking when what we need is rigorous scientific inquiry. Perhaps, Watson conceded, but perhaps also the old terms, the old stories, they capture something that scientific language misses, the subjective experience, the phenomenology of transformation. Blackwood felt himself becoming a werewolf. That experience was real to him, shaped his actions, determined his victims' fates. Does it matter if the transformation was merely psychological rather than physical? For purposes of law and justice, no, Holmes acknowledged. For purposes of understanding and preventing future cases, perhaps yes. If we dismiss Blackwood as simply a madman with a delusion, we miss the opportunity to understand the mechanisms by which consciousness can be so dramatically altered, to study what he discovered, terrible though his methods were. They fell silent then, both contemplating the implications of what they'd discussed. Outside, fog was gathering again, that eternal London fog that seemed to symbolize the uncertainty Watson felt, the way clear boundaries blurred into ambiguity when examined too closely. "I've been thinking," Watson said eventually, "about returning to Bedlam, to interview Blackwood more extensively, to document his experiences, his chemical formulas, the subjective sensations he reports. If I could write it up as a case study, present it to the British Medical Journal." "They'd reject it as sensationalist nonsense," Holmes interrupted. "No respectable medical journal would publish accounts of self-reported werewolf transformation, no matter how carefully documented." He smiled slightly. "But that doesn't mean the documentation isn't valuable. For our own records, if nothing else. For future reference should similar cases arise." "You think they might?" Watson asked. "Similar cases?" "I think Blackwood stumbled onto something that others will inevitably discover or rediscover. The desire to transcend human limitations, to access altered states, to experience consciousness from different perspectives, these are persistent human drives. And as our chemical knowledge advances, the tools to pursue such experiences will become more available. Holmes moved back to his chair. We may see more of this, Watson. Not werewolves in the folkloric sense, but individuals attempting to transform themselves through chemistry, to become other than what they are. It's a disturbing prospect. Watson nodded slowly, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. Then perhaps we should document what we've learned, not for publication, but for reference, so that if such cases arise, there's a precedent, a framework for understanding. Agreed, Holmes said. You write the medical and psychological analysis. I'll document the investigative methodology and the chemical evidence we collected. Between us, we'll create as complete a record as possible of the Whitechapel werewolf case. Over the next several weeks, that became Watson's project. He returned to Bedlam 3 more times, interviewing Blackwood during his increasingly rare moments of lucidity, taking careful notes on the subjective experiences of transformation, the effects of various chemical compounds, the relationship between belief and behavior. Blackwood, in his fragmented way, seemed almost eager to contribute, as if documentation gave meaning to his suffering, turned his madness into something comprehensible, even valuable. During one session, Blackwood said something that Watson recorded verbatim in his notes. The werewolf isn't the monster, Doctor. The werewolf is freedom. It's the moment when all the rules fall away, all the constraints civilization imposes, all the careful control we maintain every waking moment. In transformation, you become pure. Pure hunger, pure instinct, pure existence without the burden of conscience or consequence. That's what I was chasing. Not to become a beast, but to become free. Watson had asked. And was it worth it? The murders, the madness, the destruction of your own mind, was the freedom worth that price? Blackwood had smiled, sad and distant. Every night I dream of running on 4 legs through moonlit forests. Every night I feel the transformation beginning, that rush of power and release. And every morning I wake here, caged and broken and human again. He looked directly at Watson. You tell me, Doctor, is freedom ever worth its price, or is the cage always preferable to the risk of flying? Watson had no answer then, and had none now, as he sat in Baker Street reviewing his notes, trying to organize his thoughts into something coherent. Holmes was right that no medical journal would publish such material. But perhaps, Watson thought, it didn't need to be published. Perhaps it was enough to have documented it, to have created a record that he and Holmes understood, that could inform their thinking about future cases, that preserved the truth, even if that truth was uncomfortable and ambiguous. He was deep in this work when Holmes returned from an errand, bringing with him the evening papers and an expression that Watson had learned to recognize, the look of someone who'd stumbled across something interesting and unwelcome in equal measure. Watson, Holmes said, setting down the papers. There's been a development. A patient escaped from Bedlam 2 nights ago. Watson felt his stomach drop before Holmes even said the name. Cornelius Blackwood overcame his attendants during an episode of unusual strength, made his way out through a service entrance. The police have been searching, but there's been no sign of him. And Watson... Holmes paused, his expression grave. There was a fog that night, heavy fog, lasting until dawn. And this morning a body was found in Southwark, a man killed in an alley, severe lacerations, consistent with... No, Watson said, standing abruptly. It can't be. Blackwood was broken, diminished. The damage to his mind and body was extensive. He couldn't. The wounds match his previous pattern, Holmes continued quietly. 4 parallel marks, excessive trauma, signs of savagery. Lestrade came by earlier while you were out. He wanted our assistance, but I told him we'd need to discuss it first. Watson moved to the window, looking out at the gathering dusk, at the first tendrils of fog beginning to curl through the streets. Somewhere out there, Blackwood was loose again, changed, damaged, but apparently still capable of his terrible transformations. "We have to find him," Watson said. "Agreed. But Watson..." Holmes's voice was careful, almost gentle. "We have to consider the possibility that he may not survive capture this time. His mental state is far more fragile than before. Another violent confrontation, particularly one involving injury or restraint, could kill him, or force us to kill him." Watson turned from the window. "You're asking if I'm prepared for that. I'm asking if you can do what needs to be done, while still maintaining your theory about transformation and consciousness and the complexity of human nature. Can you stop him, Watson, even knowing what you know? Even understanding what he's become?" It was a fair question, and Watson took his time answering, thinking through all he'd learned, all he'd documented, all he'd come to understand about the case that had consumed so much of his thoughts these past weeks. "Blackwood is dangerous," he said finally. "Whatever state of consciousness he accesses, whatever transformation he experiences, the result is violence and death. Understanding him doesn't change that. Sympathizing with his subjective experience doesn't alter the objective fact of his victim's suffering." Watson met Holmes's eyes. "Yes, I can stop him. I will stop him, because understanding the complexity of human nature includes understanding that some behaviors, whatever their psychological basis, cannot be tolerated." Holmes nodded slowly, something like approval in his expression. "Then we hunt. One more time. But Watson, I want you to promise me something." "What?" "That if we face him again, if you look in his eyes and see that absence of humanity, that transformation you described, you won't hesitate. You won't freeze, wondering about consciousness and psychology and the nature of being. You'll act. Because if you hesitate, if you let your philosophical considerations delay your response even for a moment..." "I won't," Watson interrupted. "I'm a soldier, Holmes. I understand the difference between interesting questions and immediate threats. When the time comes, I'll do what's necessary." "Good," Holmes said, "because the fog is rising, Watson, and somewhere in it, Blackwood is preparing for another hunt. His last, if we're successful. Perhaps his last either way, given the state of his mind and body." They spent the next hour preparing, checking Watson's revolver, reviewing maps of Southwark and the surrounding areas, discussing strategy and approaches. As they worked, Watson found himself thinking about transformation one final time, about the question that had consumed him since that night in the Whitechapel alley. The question wasn't really about whether werewolves existed. That was a distraction, a semantic debate that missed the deeper point. The real question was about the nature of humanity itself, about what existed beneath civilization's thin veneer, about the potential for transformation that lived in every person, waiting for the right trigger, the right set of circumstances, the right combination of chemistry and will to release it. Blackwood had found one path to that transformation, through chemicals and obsession and the inheritance of his father's ideas. But Watson suspected there were other paths, other ways to access that primitive consciousness, that state of being where human complexity dissolved into animal simplicity. And perhaps, Watson thought, perhaps that was the real lesson of the werewolf of Whitechapel. Not that monsters existed, but that the capacity for monstrosity existed in all humans. That transformation wasn't impossible, wasn't even particularly difficult. That given the right circumstances, any person could cross that line from civilized to savage, from human to something other. The difference was whether you chose to cross it, whether you cultivated that capacity or suppressed it, whether you sought transformation or fled from it. Blackwood had chosen transformation, had pursued it with scientific rigor and reckless abandon, had succeeded, in his way, in becoming what he sought to become. And now he would pay the final price for that success. "Ready?" Holmes asked, shrugging into his coat, checking the pockets for the various tools of his trade. Watson did the same, feeling the familiar weight of his revolver, the solid reality of steel and wood and powder. "Ready?" he confirmed. They descended the stairs and emerged onto Baker Street, where fog was indeed rising, thick and grey, and carrying with it a peculiar quality of urban darkness, not natural, not clean, but heavy with coal smoke and industrial residue and the accumulated exhalations of 8 million souls. Somewhere in that fog, a killer was preparing his final hunt. And two men who'd spent their lives studying humanity in all its variations, one through crime, one through medicine, went out to meet him, to stop him, to end the story of the werewolf of Whitechapel once and for all. But as they walked into the gathering darkness, as the fog closed around them, like a curtain falling, Watson found himself thinking not about endings, but about beginnings, about questions rather than answers, about the mysteries that remained even when cases were solved and criminals caught. The fog embraced them, and London settled into another uneasy night, and in the distance, or perhaps just in Watson's imagination, something howled, lonely and wild and utterly inhuman. The sound of transformation crying out in the darkness, the sound of humanity's oldest fear and deepest secret, given voice at last. The sound that had always been there, Watson realized, throughout history, beneath every civilization, waiting patiently for those brave or foolish enough to listen, to understand, to transform. The werewolf of Whitechapel was loose one final time. But the question of what the werewolf truly was, what it represented, what it revealed about the nature of human consciousness and the borders of possible experience. That question walked beside Watson and Holmes into the fog, unanswered and perhaps unanswerable, a mystery that would outlast them both, that would persist as long as humans wondered about the beast within, the transformation possible, the line between what we are and what we might become. The fog thickened, and the hunt began, and somewhere in the darkness, a man who'd become other than human waited to show them one final time that transformation was real, was possible, was happening, even now, even here, even in us all. To be continued in the listener's dreams, in the spaces between sleep and waking. In the quiet hours when we wonder about the person we are and the person we might become if all the rules fell away, all the constraints dissolved, all the carefully maintained boundaries between human and animal, civilization and wildness, self and other, finally blurred into one luminous, terrible moment of complete transformation. Rest now. Let the story settle. Let sleep come gently, carrying you toward peaceful dreams, where werewolves are only stories, where transformation is impossible, where the line between human and beast remains forever clear and bright and absolutely, certainly, comfortingly real. Good night. The Thames held its breath that October evening, the water dark as spilled ink beneath a sky that couldn't quite commit to dusk. Fog crept along the docks like something with intention, curling around wooden pilings and iron bollards, tasting the salt and tar that seasoned the air. The year was 1894, and London's docklands pulsed with the restless energy of empire. Ships arriving from Bombay and Cape Town and Singapore, their holds pregnant with tea and silk and secrets wrapped in canvas and crate. The SS Meridian had berthed 2 hours past, her hull riding high now that cargo had begun its slow migration from ship to shore. Dock workers moved in their practiced rhythm, backs bent, muscles remembering motions performed 10,000 times before. The creak of rope through pulley, the thud of boots on wet wood, the low curses of men who'd learned that complaining too loudly meant finding yourself without work come morning. These sounds formed the evening's melody. Familiar as a hymn in a church nobody much attended any more. Thomas Ridley steadied the crate as it swung from the crane's hook, his hands rough against wood that had travelled further than he ever would. The crate was perhaps 4 feet square, bound with iron straps that had rusted during its journey, and marked with symbols that made his eyes skitter away when he looked too long. Foreign writing, he supposed. The world was full of foreign things these days, pouring into London's docks like water seeking its level. "Steady there," called Jack Brennan from below, his voice carrying the particular hoarseness of a man who'd spent 30 years breathing dock air, that mixture of coal smoke and river damp and the sweet rot of timber that had seen too much water. "Don't want to drop whatever mystery they've sent us this time." The crate descended with agonizing slowness, and Thomas noticed, though he wouldn't have words for why it mattered, that the fog seemed thicker here, where they worked. It pressed close, muffling sounds that should have carried, making the nearby ships into ghost shapes that loomed and receded like uncertain thoughts. The gaslight from the warehouse cast a jaundiced glow that fought losing battles against the gathering dark. Victorian London in 1894 was a creature of contradictions, a city that had crowned itself the world's capital, while half its citizens lived in shadows so deep that sunlight was rumoured. The docks represented this duality perfectly. Here, the wealth of continents changed hands, yet the men who moved that wealth earned barely enough to keep their families in bread and gin. The British Empire stretched its fingers across the globe, and the fingers came back bearing treasures, curiosities, and sometimes things that should perhaps have been left where they lay. The crate touched ground with a hollow thump that seemed to resonate longer than it should. Thomas released his grip, flexing fingers that had gone peculiarly numb. The wood was cold beneath his touch, cold in a way that had nothing to do with October's creeping chill. "What's the manifest say?" he asked, though part of him, the part that still listened to his grandmother's stories about things that walked between worlds, didn't want to know. Jack consulted the papers with the frown of a man who'd learned to read late in life and still didn't quite trust letters to behave themselves. Calcutta origin, contents listed as antiquities, religious artifacts. He pronounced the words carefully, as if they might bite. Consigned to a Mr. Aldous Weatherby, address in Belgravia. Wealthy collectors, then, Thomas said, because wealthy collectors were always buying bits of other people's histories and calling it culture. He'd heard Watson speak once, Dr. Watson, who kept rooms with the detective Holmes on Baker Street, speak of the British Museum's treasures with pride. Thomas had wondered, listening, if the Egyptians felt proud of those same treasures being so far from home. The other workers had moved to the next load, the crane already swinging back toward the Meridian's hold. The ship's captain wanted everything off before the tide turned, and dock foremen didn't appreciate men who stood idle, even for a moment. But something held Thomas there, looking at the crate with its strange markings, its foreign wood, its air of having travelled through more than simple geography. "Best get it open," Jack said, producing a crowbar with the air of a man who'd produced thousands of crowbars in his time. "Weatherby's man is coming at 7 to collect, and the foreman wants it inspected first. You know how it is with these collectors, always claiming we damaged goods that were already broken when they left Calcutta." The crowbar's edge bit into wood with a shriek that made Thomas's teeth ache. The iron straps resisted, rust flaking away like dried blood, and Jack grunted with effort as he worked. Around them, the dock continued its business, men shouting coordinates, a horse whinnying as it strained against a heavy load, water lapping at timber with the patience of something that knew it would, eventually, claim everything. The first board came free, and with it came a smell that made both men step back. Not rot, exactly, though there was something of the grave about it. Incense, perhaps, or spices have gone, strange with time, and underneath that, something older, the scent of stone that had never seen sunlight, of earth that had been sealed away from the turning world. "Christ," Jack muttered, and Thomas couldn't tell if it was prayer or curse. They worked the remaining boards loose with growing unease that neither acknowledged, because dock workers didn't have the luxury of unease. Inside, nestled in straw that had gone brown with age, wrapped in cloth that might once have been saffron but had faded to the colour of old bone, was. Thomas would later struggle to describe what he saw in that first moment. A skull. Yes, human, though perhaps not quite human in its proportions. The bone was yellowed, like ancient ivory, and carved across the forehead and temples were symbols that seemed to writhe in the gaslight's uncertain glow. Sanskrit, he would learn later, though at the time he knew only that they were wrong, that they spoke of things his grandmother had warned him about during long-ago nights when the wind howled down London's chimneys, like something seeking entrance. The skull's eye sockets were hollow, dark as the Thames, and yet, and this was the thing that made Thomas's hands shake as he reached to lift away the cloth, and yet they seemed to look at him, not with sight, because sight required eyes, but with something older than sight, some fundamental awareness that existed before eyes had ever evolved to meet the light. "Well," Jack said, his voice thin, "that's a grim piece of work." Thomas reached down, his hand hovering over the skull, and in that moment he felt the temperature drop. Felt it with absolute certainty. The air around the crate grew cold enough that his breath misted, cold enough that the moisture on the wood began to frost at its edges. His fingers touched bone. The skull screamed, not metaphorically, not in imagination or fancy. The skull opened its fleshless jaw and screamed, a sound that was agony and rage and warning all bound together, a sound that came from no human throat, because it came from no throat at all. The sound seemed to emanate from the bone itself, from the empty cavity where a brain had once processed thought and fear and the desperate will to live. The scream rose and rose, impossibly loud, and the fog around them recoiled as if struck. Gaslight flickered. Somewhere a horse broke its traces and bolted. Men shouted, confused, alarmed, the dock's careful rhythm dissolving into chaos. Thomas stumbled backward, his heel catching on a coil of rope, and he went down hard on the wet planks. Jack was running. Thomas could see him pelting towards the warehouse, his crowbar forgotten on the ground. Other workers were fleeing too, shapes in the fog, abandoning their posts in pure animal panic. And still the skull screamed. Thomas scrambled to his feet, his heart hammering against his ribs like something trying to break free. The sound was in his head now, behind his eyes, in the marrow of his bones. It was the sound of violated graves and broken temples, of sacred things torn from their guardians and cast into darkness. It was the sound of consequence, of debts coming due, of the Empire's long fingers finally grasping something that grasped back. He ran. Behind him, the scream finally died, fading into silence that was somehow worse than the sound had been. The crate sat abandoned on the dock, boards askew, straw scattered by panicked feet. The skull rested in its nest of yellowed cloth, jaw closed now, empty sockets staring at nothing and everything. The fog crept back in, cautious, curious. The Thames resumed its eternal conversation with the shore. And in the growing darkness, the symbols carved into ancient bones seemed to glow with the faintest luminescence. Or perhaps that was merely a trick of gaslight and imagination, the mind seeking pattern in chaos, meaning in mystery. By the time Thomas reached the warehouse, his lungs burning, his legs trembling, he found a dozen workers gathered there, their faces pale in the lamplight. No one spoke. What was there to say? They had heard what they had heard. They had witnessed what they had witnessed. The foreman, a thick-necked man named Aldrich, who ruled the night shift with the absolute authority of someone who believed that order was all that stood between civilization and collapse, emerged from his office with the expression of someone whose evening had just become considerably more complicated. "What in God's name is happening out there?" he demanded. "Half my crew abandoned their posts. There's cargo sitting unguarded, and the Meridian's captain is threatening to—" "The crate screamed," Thomas said, and heard how absurd it sounded spoken aloud. "The crate from Calcutta. There's a skull inside, and it screamed." Aldrich stared at him with the particular patience of someone dealing with a lunatic or a drunk. "Crates don't scream, Ridley. Skulls don't scream. Whatever you heard." "We all heard it," Jack interrupted, his voice shaking. "Every man on the dock heard it. That wasn't wind, it wasn't machinery, that was something else." The foreman's expression shifted then, pragmatism warring with the first creeping edge of uncertainty. He'd worked the docks for 40 years, had seen strange cargo come and go, had learned not to ask too many questions about what the Empire dragged home from its adventures. But there were limits to professional disinterest, and those limits, apparently, included screaming skulls. "Right," he said slowly. "Right. I'll send word to the yard. Let them sort it. In the meantime, nobody touches that crate. Nobody goes near it. Understood?" The men nodded. grateful for any excuse to maintain distance from whatever lay out there in the fog. Thomas stood in the warehouse's doorway, looking back toward the abandoned crate. The scream still echoed in his memory, a sound that would live there permanently, he suspected, replaying in quiet moments in the space between sleeping and waking. He had touched something that should not be touched, had witnessed something that rational London, modern London, scientific London insisted could not exist. And yet it had happened. The skull had screamed. Somewhere in the distance, a clock tower chimed the hour, marking time's steady progression. The city continued its evening rituals, theatres filling, restaurants seating patrons, hansom cabs clattering over cobblestones. In Belgravia, perhaps Mr. Aldous Weatherby sat in his study, anticipating the arrival of his latest acquisition, imagining the envy of his collector friends. But here on the docks, where the Empire's fruits arrived in crates and barrels, where the world's stolen treasures passed through calloused hands, something had pushed back against its theft. Something had screamed its protest into London's indifferent fog. And in a set of rooms on Baker Street, though Thomas Ridley didn't know it yet, a detective named Sherlock Holmes was about to receive the most peculiar case of his career. A case that would lead him into depths he'd never imagined, that would shake his rational convictions to their foundation, that would teach him that mystery sometimes resides not in what can be explained, but in what stubbornly, impossibly refuses all explanation. The skull waited in darkness, patient, as only the dead can be patient. Its secrets waited too. The morning arrived at Baker Street with the gentle insistence of autumn light filtering through curtains that had seen better decades. Sherlock Holmes sat in his favourite chair, the one positioned to catch both the morning sun and any interesting passers-by on the street below, with the stillness of a man deep in thought, or possibly just enjoying his second pipe of the day. The distinction, for Holmes, was often academic. The rooms at 221B held that particular quality of comfortable disorder that develops when two gentlemen bachelors establish a life together without any woman's civilizing influence to impose arbitrary notions of where things ought to be kept. Books sprawled across every surface. Scientific apparatus claimed the mantelpiece alongside unanswered correspondence, and the Persian slipper that served as Holmes's tobacco pouch hung from its nail with the air of something that had long ago given up, trying to explain itself to visitors. Dr. John Watson sat at the breakfast table. The Times spread before him like a map of the Empire's daily adventures. He'd been reading about the dock incident, a brief mention buried on page 7, between an advertisement for Pears's soap and a report on the latest parliamentary debate regarding Irish Home Rule. Mysterious disturbance at St. Catherine Docks, the headline read, in that understated way the Times had of treating the genuinely bizarre as merely moderately interesting. Holmes, Watson said, tapping the article with his finger. Have you seen this business about the screaming crate? Holmes exhaled a stream of smoke that caught the morning light and hung there, suspended between them like visible thought. I have not seen it, Watson, but I have heard of it. Mrs. Hudson mentioned it this morning when she brought up the breakfast tray. Apparently, her sister's neighbour's son works at the docks and came home last night convinced he'd heard the voice of the devil himself. Superstitious nonsense, I expect, Watson said, though his tone suggested he hoped it might be something more interesting than that. Undoubtedly, Holmes agreed, though I confess to a certain curiosity about what natural phenomenon might produce a sound sufficient to terrify experienced dock workers. Men who spend their lives among cargo don't typically flee from unusual noises. Watson returned to his paper, but his attention had been captured. He read aloud. Workers at St. Catherine Docks reported hearing inexplicable sounds emanating from a crate of antiquities arriving from Calcutta. Several men abandoned their posts, claiming the cargo had, in their words, screamed like a tortured soul. The crate, containing religious artifacts destined for a private collector, remains under police guard pending investigation. Religious artifacts, Holmes murmured, and Watson could hear the quickening of interest in his voice. How delightfully vague. Every dubious relic and looted statue becomes a religious artifact when one wishes to avoid uncomfortable questions about provenance. The knock at the door came with the particular rhythm that suggested official business, firm, confident, slightly impatient. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below, followed by heavier footsteps on the stairs that announced the arrival of someone whose boots had walked many miles of London streets and carried authority in their very tread. Inspector Lestrade appeared in the doorway with his bowler hat in hand, and his expression suggesting he'd spent the night wishing he'd chosen a different profession. He was a small, wiry man with sharp eyes that missed less than he sometimes pretended, and he'd worked with Holmes long enough to approach the great detective with equal parts respect, exasperation, and the weary resignation of someone who knew he was about to be made to feel less intelligent than he actually was. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Lestrade nodded to each in turn. "I hope I'm not interrupting your breakfast." "You are, of course," Holmes said pleasantly, "but breakfast interrupts itself with tedious regularity. Sit, Inspector. You've come about the Screaming Skull, I presume." Lestrade blinked. "How did you—" He stopped himself, shaking his head. "Never mind. Yes, the business at the docks. Scotland Yard received the report late last night, and I've just come from interviewing the workers this morning. Most peculiar affair." Holmes gestured toward the empty chair opposite his own with the stem of his pipe. "Then you must tell us everything. Inspector, leave out no detail, however trivial it may seem. Watson, perhaps you might take notes. This promises to be more interesting than the usual run of stolen jewellery and domestic poisonings." Watson retrieved his notebook, a battered leather volume that had accompanied him through Afghanistan and now through London's stranger mysteries, and settled himself to record whatever Lestrade might reveal. The inspector had that look about him, that mixture of professional skepticism and genuine unease that suggested something had gotten under his carefully maintained official composure. "Right," Lestrade began, accepting the cup of tea that Mrs. Hudson had materialized with. The good woman had an uncanny ability to appear, precisely when refreshment might smooth the way for interesting conversation. "The SS Meridian berthed yesterday evening at St. Catherine Docks, arriving from Calcutta with the usual cargo: tea, textiles, spices, and several crates of antiquities destined for various collectors and museums." Holmes leaned forward slightly, the morning light catching the sharp angles of his face. At 39, he was at the height of his powers, his mind honed by hundreds of cases into an instrument of remarkable precision. Yet Watson detected in his friend's expression something beyond mere professional interest, a flicker of curiosity that suggested this case might offer something beyond the usual logical puzzles. "One crate in particular," Lestrade continued, "was consigned to a Mr. Aldous Weatherby of Belgravia. Contents listed as religious artifacts, specifically items from a Hindu temple. The crate was being unloaded around 6:30 in the evening when two workers, Thomas Ridley and Jack Brennan, opened it for inspection. "Standard procedure?" Holmes asked. "Yes. The dock foreman requires all crates containing antiquities to be inspected upon arrival. Too many collectors have claimed damage during shipping, trying to reduce their payment. So they opened it, and inside they found—" Lestrade consulted his notebook, though Watson suspected he'd memorized every word. "A human skull, quite old, apparently, covered in carved symbols, Indian writing of some sort." "Sanskrit, most likely," Holmes murmured. "The language of Hindu religious texts. Continue." "Well, here's where it becomes difficult," Lestrade said, his discomfort evident. "According to both men, and they told their stories separately, mind you, with no chance to coordinate, when Ridley touched the skull, it screamed. The word hung in the air of Baker Street's sitting room, surrounded by the comfortable clutter of rationality and scientific investigation. A skull that screamed. It was the sort of thing that belonged in penny dreadfuls and ghost stories told around winter fires, not in official police reports filed by Scotland Yard. Watson found himself leaning forward. "Screamed. You mean they heard something they interpreted as a scream?" "That's what I assumed at first," Lestrade said. "Misidentified some sound. Wind through a gap in the crate, perhaps, or machinery from the ship. But, Dr. Watson, a dozen men heard it. A dozen men scattered across that section of dock all described the same thing, a scream of such intensity and— they used words like agony and rage. Several men fled their posts entirely. One horse bolted and had to be chased down near Wapping. This wasn't a creaking board or a cat yowling. This was something that terrified experienced workers. Holmes had gone very still, which Watson recognized as a sign of intense mental activity. His friend's eyes had taken on that distant quality that meant he was sorting through his vast mental archive, cross-referencing, connecting, eliminating impossibilities to find whatever remained. "The skull itself," Holmes said after a moment. "Describe it in detail. Age, condition, any identifying characteristics." Lestrade flipped through his notes. The constable who was sent to secure it described it as quite old, the bone yellowed with age. Human, definitely, though he noted something odd about the proportions. The forehead seemed slightly elongated, the eye sockets deeper than normal, covered in carved symbols, Sanskrit, as you suggested. The mandible is intact, which apparently is unusual for skulls of such age. "And after this alleged scream," Holmes pressed, "what happened to the skull?" Here Lestrade's expression darkened considerably. "That's the other reason I'm here, Mr. Holmes. The skull was secured in the dock foreman's office under lock and key. 2 constables were posted outside. This morning, when I went to examine it personally—" He paused, his jaw tightening. "It was gone." "Stolen?" Watson exclaimed. "Impossible to say how. The lock wasn't forced. The constables swear nobody passed them during the night. The window was locked from the inside. Yet, when we opened that office this morning, the crate was there, the cloth wrapping was there, but the skull itself had vanished." Holmes rose from his chair with sudden energy, crossing to the window, where he stood, looking down at Baker Street's morning traffic. "How wonderfully theatrical," he said, and Watson couldn't tell if he was pleased or annoyed. "A screaming skull that disappears from a locked room. Someone is either remarkably clever or remarkably bold." "You don't believe it actually screamed?" Lestrade said. a statement, not a question. I believe that a dozen men heard something that terrified them, Holmes replied, turning back to face the room. Whether that something emanated from a skull is another matter entirely. Watson, you've travelled in India. What do you know of Hindu religious practices regarding the dead? Watson set down his pen, drawing on memories from his army days. Hindus typically cremate their dead. The practice of preserving skulls isn't common in mainstream Hinduism, though certain tantric sects. He paused, uncomfortable. There are stories, rumours really, of certain cults that practice rather darker forms of worship. Kali worship, in particular, can take some disturbing forms in its more extreme manifestations. Kali, Holmes repeated thoughtfully. The goddess of destruction and transformation, how appropriate for a skull that screams. He turned to Lestrade. This collector, Weatherby, what do we know of him? Wealthy gentleman, as you'd expect, made his fortune in the East India Company before returning to England 15 years ago. Lives in a grand house in Belgravia, filled with artifacts from his travels. He's well known among collectors, purchases regularly at auction, corresponding with the British Museum about their Indian acquisitions. And his reaction to the theft? I haven't informed him yet, Lestrade admitted. I wanted to consult with you first, Mr. Holmes. Something about this entire affair feels wrong. Not just unusual, but deliberately strange, as if someone is staging an elaborate performance. Holmes smiled, a thin expression that held more calculation than humour. You have excellent instincts, Inspector. Yes, there's certainly theatricality at work here. The question is whether the theatre serves to conceal a mundane crime or to suggest something more exotic. He began to pace, a habit Watson recognized from countless previous investigations. Holmes in motion was Holmes thinking aloud, his long strides covering the length of the sitting room as he assembled facts into theories, theories into conclusions. Consider, Holmes said, what we have before us. A skull arrives from India, destined for a wealthy collector. It produces a sound sufficient to terrify dock workers. It then vanishes from a locked room under police guard. Each element is spectacular, designed to capture attention and imagination. But to what end? You think it's a misdirection? Watson asked. Everything is misdirection until proven otherwise, Holmes replied. The question is what we're being directed away from. Perhaps the skull itself is merely a distraction from some other cargo aboard the Meridian. Perhaps the theft is meant to look supernatural, to obscure a perfectly ordinary crime. Or perhaps... He paused, his expression distant. Perhaps we're meant to dismiss it as trickery, when something genuinely remarkable is occurring. Lestrade stood, replacing his bowler hat with the air of a man returning to more comfortable, procedural ground. So you'll take the case, Mr. Holmes? Oh yes, Holmes said, his eyes alight with that particular fire that Watson had learned meant his friend had found a puzzle worthy of his attention. Yes, Inspector, I will take your case of the Screaming Skull. Though I suspect, before we're finished, we'll find ourselves investigating something far stranger than simple theft. Where will you begin? Lestrade asked. Where all good investigations begin, at the scene itself. Watson, fetch your coat and your service revolver. We're going to the docks. Watson rose, his pulse quickening with that familiar mixture of anticipation and unease that always accompanied Holmes's more peculiar cases. You think there might be danger? I think, my dear Watson, that when skulls scream and vanish from locked rooms, one should be prepared for anything, including, quite possibly, nothing at all. Holmes reached for his own coat, a long travelling cloak that made him look like some Victorian bird of prey preparing to take flight. The game, as they say, is afoot. Lestrade departed with promises to meet them at the docks within the hour, leaving Holmes and Watson to prepare for their excursion. As Watson checked his revolver, a habit from military days that Holmes had never discouraged, he watched his friend gather the tools of his trade: magnifying glass, tape measure, small envelopes for collecting evidence, and that restless energy that always preceded an interesting case. Outside, London pursued its daily business beneath a sky that couldn't quite decide whether to rain or merely threaten. The Empire's heart beat on, indifferent to mysteries and screaming skulls, concerned only with commerce and propriety, and maintaining the careful fiction that the modern age had banished all darkness into memory. But darkness, as Watson had learned in his years with Sherlock Holmes, had a remarkable talent for finding new hiding places. And sometimes it screamed. The hansom cab carried them east through London's layered geography, from the respectable streets of Marylebone toward the docks, where the city showed its working face. Holmes sat in that particular attitude of coiled attention that Watson had learned to recognize. Outwardly calm, inwardly processing 1,000 details that most men would never notice. The detective's grey eyes tracked the changing architecture, the shifting quality of pedestrians, the gradual transformation from gentility to industry that marked their passage toward the Thames. Watson watched the city slide past the cab's window like pages turning in a book about the Empire's logistics. Here, a street sweeper cleared horse droppings with mechanical efficiency. There, a flower girl hawked wilted roses to men who'd forgotten, again, that their wives existed. The London of 1894 was a machine of vast complexity. 8 million souls grinding against each other in pursuit of survival or wealth or simply another day of existence. And somewhere in this machine, a skull had screamed. "You're thinking about Afghanistan," Holmes said, without looking at him. And Watson started slightly, because he had indeed been thinking about Afghanistan, about another October morning years ago, when he'd heard sounds that shouldn't exist, when the rational world of military medicine had brushed up against something older and stranger in the Maiwand dust. "How did you—" Watson began, then stopped himself. "The expression on my face, I suppose. The hand on your thigh, actually," Holmes said, still gazing out the window. "You're rubbing the old wound. You only do that when thinking about the war or when rain is coming. Since the day is tolerably dry, Afghanistan seemed the more likely trigger. And given our current case involves items from the East, the association is natural enough." Watson removed his hand from his leg, both annoyed and impressed. "I was remembering something a sepoy told me once during the campaign. He said there were things in India that the British would never understand, no matter how thoroughly we catalogued and conquered. At the time, I dismissed it as superstition. And now I've lived in London long enough to know that even here, in the heart of modern civilization, there are pockets of strangeness that resist all explanation." Watson shifted in his seat. "Do you believe in the supernatural, Holmes?" The detective was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke, his voice carried an unusual thoughtfulness. "I believe in the supremacy of observable fact, but I also acknowledge that our observations are limited by the scope of our senses and the constraints of our understanding. What appears supernatural is often merely a natural phenomenon we haven't yet explained. However, he paused, and Watson caught something flicker across his friend's face. Uncertainty, perhaps, or intellectual humility, masquerading as scientific caution. However, I try to remember that absence of explanation is not proof of impossibility. The cab turned onto Wapping High Street, and the air changed, became heavier, salted with the Thames's ancient breath. Here, the buildings leaned together like conspirators, their brick faces blackened by coal smoke and time. Narrow alleyways offered glimpses of the river, that great artery through which the Empire's plunder flowed. Ships' masts formed a forest of bare trees against the grey sky, and the sounds of industry created a symphony of human effort. Winches creaking, hammers ringing, men shouting in half a dozen languages. St. Catherine Dock sprawled before them as they dismounted from the cab, a vast complex of warehouses, cranes, and basins, where ships from across the world disgorged their treasures. The Meridian still sat at berth, her hull riding higher now that her cargo had been mostly unloaded. Dock workers moved about their business with the slightly nervous energy of men who'd witnessed something inexplicable and weren't quite sure if it was safe to return to routine. Inspector Lestrade waited near the warehouse office, his small frame somehow projecting authority, despite being surrounded by men twice his size. He nodded as Holmes and Watson approached, gesturing toward a section of dock that had been cordoned off with rope, a laughably inadequate barrier against whatever had occurred here the previous evening. The crate was there, Lestrade indicated at a spot near the warehouse entrance. Ridley and Brennan were here when they opened it. The other workers were scattered along this stretch, unloading the Meridian's remaining cargo. Holmes stood at the edge of the cordoned area, his eyes sweeping the scene with the methodical precision of a man reading a language written in mud and scratches and the subtle displacement of objects. He moved forward then, ignoring the rope barrier, and dropped to a crouch beside the abandoned crate. The box itself remained where it had been left, boards pried loose and hanging askew, packing straw scattered across the dock planks like the aftermath of some strange harvest. The cloth that had wrapped the skull lay crumpled nearby, its faded saffron colour looking oddly cheerful in the grey morning light. "No blood," Holmes murmured, running his fingers along the crate's interior. "No obvious mechanism for producing sound. The wood is teak, common enough for shipping from India." He lifted a piece of the packing straw, examined it closely, then let it fall. And no signs of any device that might have been concealed within. Watson watched his friend work with familiar fascination. Holmes, investigating, was like watching a hunting bird, every movement precise, purposeful, driven by instincts honed through years of practice. The detective produced his magnifying glass and began examining the symbols carved into the cloth wrapping, his face so close to the fabric that his breath stirred its folds. "Sanskrit, as I suspected," Holmes said. "And specifically, these are tantric symbols associated with certain Kali worship practices. This symbol here," he indicated a complex pattern, "represents the cremation ground, where Kali is said to dance among the dead. And this one suggests protection, or perhaps containment. Interesting." "What does it mean?" Lestrade asked, keeping a respectful distance from the investigation. "It means," Holmes said, rising and brushing dust from his knees, that whoever prepared this skull for transport understood that it carried significance beyond mere antiquity. These aren't decorative symbols. They're functional, part of a ritual practice designed to either honor or control whatever this object represents. A voice called from behind them. "You'd be the detective then." They turned to find a man approaching, his gait carrying the rolling quality of someone who'd spent a lifetime adjusting to a moving deck. Thomas Ridley, Watson presumed, recognized the description from Lestrade's account. He was perhaps 35, with the weathered face of outdoor work and hands that looked capable of lifting cargo or throwing a punch with equal facility. But his eyes held something else. A haunted quality that spoke of interrupted sleep and thoughts that circled endlessly around inexplicable events. "Mr. Ridley," Holmes said, extending his hand. "I'm Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We'd very much like to hear your account of what occurred last evening." Ridley shook hands with the mechanical courtesy of a man going through expected motions. Inspector Lestrade already took my statement. "Yes, but I'm not the police," Holmes said with a slight smile. "I'm merely a private consulting detective with an unseemly interest in the impossible. Tell me, in your own words, and with whatever detail you remember, exactly what happened when you touched the skull." The dock worker was silent for a moment, his jaw working as if chewing words before speaking them. Then, "It was cold. That's what I remember first. The wood of the crate was cold, like ice in January, though it wasn't cold enough for that. And when I touched the bone itself, my fingers went numb. Then," he swallowed hard, "then it screamed. Not like a person screams. Not like anything I've heard before. It was rage and pain all bound together, and it was inside my head as much as in my ears. Like the skull was screaming directly into my thoughts." "How long did the scream last?" Holmes asked, his tone gentle. He could be surprisingly compassionate when witnesses needed steadiness rather than his usual sharp questioning. "Seconds? Minutes?" Time felt strange. Long enough for me to fall, for Jack to run, for men all along the dock to stop what they were doing. Then it just stopped, cut off like someone had shut a door. Holmes nodded slowly. "And the skull's jaw. You're certain it opened?" Ridley's eyes widened slightly. "Yes, I saw it. The mandible dropped, and the scream came out of that darkness where a throat used to be. I know how mad it sounds, Mr. Holmes. I know what people must think. But I saw what I saw, and I heard what I heard." "I don't doubt your honesty," Holmes said. "The question is not whether you experienced something, but what that something actually was. Tell me, after you fled, did you see anyone approach the crate? Anyone who might have taken the opportunity to remove the skull while chaos reigned?" The worker considered this, his brow furrowing. The dock was in an uproar, men running everywhere, shouting. The foreman came out, started yelling orders. Police arrived maybe half an hour later, but approached the crate specifically. He paused. Wait, there was someone. A man in dark clothes, standing near the warehouse wall. I noticed him because he wasn't running or panicking, just standing there, watching. When the police arrived, he was gone. Can you describe him? Not clearly. The fog was thick, and I wasn't paying close attention. Tall, I think. Wore a long coat or cloak. Foreign-looking, maybe. Something about the way he stood. Holmes's eyes had taken on that gleam that Watson recognized as intellectual excitement. Foreign how? Be specific, Mr. Ridley. Any detail might prove significant. The way he held himself, very still, very straight, like someone used to standing for long periods in prayer or meditation. I've seen it before, with some of the Indian crew members who come through here. A certain quality of stillness. Excellent, Holmes said. You have a keen eye for detail. Now, one final question. Have you or any of your fellow workers experienced any unusual events in the days since? Strange dreams, perhaps? A sense of being watched? Ridley's face went pale. How did you know? Yes, I've barely slept. When I do, I dream of places I've never been. Stone temples carved with those same symbols. And yesterday, walking home, I could have sworn someone was following me. But whenever I turned around, the street was empty. Holmes glanced at Watson, and something passed between them. A shared acknowledgement that this case was developing layers neither had anticipated. Thank you, Mr. Ridley. You've been most helpful. If you remember anything else, or if these experiences continue, please send word to 221B Baker Street immediately. As the dock worker returned to his duties, moving with the wariness of a man who no longer trusted the world's solidity, Holmes turned to examine the warehouse wall where Ridley had seen the mysterious observer. The detective moved along the building's perimeter like a hunting dog, following a scent, pausing occasionally to crouch and examine the ground. Here, he said suddenly, indicating marks in the mud near the wall. Footprints. Size 11, I should think. Expensive boots. You can see the quality in the heel impression. And look at the spacing. Our observer stood here for some time, shifting his weight occasionally, but remaining essentially stationary. Watching. Waiting. For what? Watson asked. For exactly what occurred, perhaps. Or for the opportunity to retrieve something everyone else was too terrified to approach. Holmes straightened, his gaze following the footprints as they led away from the warehouse toward the maze of alleys that honeycombed Wapping's older sections. The trail leads east toward Whitechapel. Lestrade had joined them, peering at the footprints with the expression of a man who'd learned to trust Holmes's deductions, even when they seemed to materialize from nowhere. You think the thief fled toward Whitechapel? I think, Holmes said carefully, that someone familiar with this area's geography would know that Whitechapel offers 1,000 hiding places. Its streets are a labyrinth, its population transient enough that a stranger attracts little notice. And beneath Whitechapel, he paused, looking toward the east where church spires rose above the roofline like fingers pointing at an indifferent heaven. Beneath Whitechapel lies another city entirely. Watson felt a cold finger trace down his spine. The catacombs. Indeed, London built itself atop London, stretching back to Roman times. The foundations are still there, beneath our modern streets, tunnels and chambers and forgotten spaces where all manner of activities might occur unseen. Holmes began walking, following the faint trail of footprints. Come, gentlemen, I believe our screaming skull has gone underground. They followed the trail through increasingly narrow streets, the buildings pressing closer as if the city itself were trying to obscure their quarry's passage. Here, in London's eastern reaches, poverty showed its face more openly. Children played in gutters, their games cheerful, despite surroundings that would have horrified their Belgravia counterparts. Women hung washing across alleyways, creating canopies of damp linen that filtered the weak sunlight into something grey and dreamlike. The footprints led them to a small courtyard surrounded by derelict buildings, structures that looked like they were held upright, more by habit than structural integrity. At the courtyard's far end, half hidden behind a broken cart, was an opening in the ground, stone stairs descending into darkness, the entrance to London's underworld. Holmes stood at the top of the stairs, peering down into the gloom. The air rising from below carried scents that spoke of centuries, damp stone, old earth, and underneath it all, something else. Incense, perhaps, or the lingering memory of smoke from fires lit in darkness. "Well," the detective said, his voice carrying an edge of anticipation that Watson had learned to associate with danger. "It appears our investigation is about to take a decidedly subterranean turn. Inspector, I don't suppose you have a lantern." Lestrade produced a bull's-eye lantern from his coat, with the air of a man who'd learned to come prepared when accompanying Sherlock Holmes on investigations. "Always carry one when working the docks. Never know when you'll need to see into dark corners." "Wise policy," Holmes said. "Watson, your revolver?" Watson patted his coat pocket. "Loaded and ready." "Excellent. Then let us descend into London's foundations and see what mysteries wait below. I suspect we're about to discover that our screaming skull is merely the surface of something considerably deeper." The stairs descended into darkness that the lantern's light pushed back reluctantly, revealing stone walls that predated Victorian London by centuries. The air grew colder with each step, and Watson found himself thinking of Ridley's description, the bone cold as January ice, the scream that echoed in thoughts as much as ears. Behind them, the city continued its daily business, indifferent to three men descending into its forgotten depths in pursuit of a skull that had screamed and a mystery that refused simple explanation. And below, in the darkness of London's ancient bones, something waited. Whether that something was rational crime or irrational horror remained to be seen. But Watson checked his revolver one more time, just to be certain. The descent into London's underworld felt like stepping backward through time, each stone step carrying them further from the rational daylight world of Victorian progress, and deeper into something older, something that remembered when Britain was forest and marsh and the Thames ran wild before humans thought to name it. The lantern's light cast dancing shadows that made the tunnel walls seem to breathe, and Watson found himself counting steps, a military habit that brought comfort through the illusion of measurement, of understanding, of control. At 47 steps, the stairs ended, and the passage opened into a broader tunnel, its ceiling lost in darkness above them. The walls here were different, no longer the rough medieval stone of the entrance, but something more ancient still. Roman brickwork, Watson realized, recognizing the distinctive pattern from his studies. They were standing in a structure that predated Christ, that had been old when Boudicca burned Londinium, that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires before England was even a concept. Holmes ran his hand along the wall with something approaching reverence. "Remarkable," he murmured. "This would be part of the old Roman drainage system, I think. They built for eternity, the Romans. Even their sewers outlasted their empire." "Cheerful thought," Watson said, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space. The sound seemed to linger longer than it should, as if the tunnel were tasting his words before allowing them to fade. Lestrade held the lantern higher, revealing passages branching in multiple directions. a labyrinth of tunnels extending beneath Whitechapel's streets like the roots of some vast stone tree. Which way, Mr. Holmes? We could wander down here for days and never find what we're looking for. But Holmes had already moved forward, crouching near the tunnel floor with his magnifying glass. "Our quarry has kindly left us a trail," he said, indicating marks in the accumulated dust. "Footprints, yes, but also these." He pointed to the wall where, Watson could now see, faint marks had been made in chalk, symbols that matched those carved into the skull's bone and woven into the saffron cloth. "Someone's marking a path," Watson said. "Indeed, either to guide themselves through the maze, or to guide others. The symbols grow more frequent this way." Holmes indicated the leftmost passage, where the chalk marks appeared at regular intervals. "We follow the breadcrumbs." They moved deeper into the tunnel system, their footsteps muffled by centuries of accumulated dust and debris. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe, carrying scents that spoke of decay and time's patient erosion. Occasionally they passed side chambers, some containing nothing but broken pottery and rat bones, others revealing glimpses of London's layered history. Medieval refuse pits, Georgian smugglers' caches, Victorian engineering projects that had been abandoned when the money ran out, or the workers refused to continue, spooked by sounds in the darkness, or the feeling of being watched by things that had no eyes. Watson kept his hand on his revolver, though he wasn't entirely certain what good bullets would do against whatever they might encounter. Down here. The rational part of his mind insisted they were simply tracking a clever thief through London's underground passages. But another part, the part that had seen impossible things in Afghanistan, that had witnessed Holmes solve cases that seemed to defy natural law, that part whispered that rationality might be inadequate for what waited ahead. The chalk marks led them through a section where the Roman tunnels intersected with something older still, rough-hewn passages that predated even the Legion's occupation. These were Celtic or pre-Celtic, Holmes suggested, his voice hushed with scholarly excitement despite their circumstances. Tunnels carved when London was still Linned Inn, the fort by the lake, and Druid priests performed rituals that Rome would later try to stamp out with characteristic imperial efficiency. "The city has always built atop itself," Holmes said, as they navigated a passage so narrow they had to proceed single file. Each generation thinking themselves the pinnacle of civilization, never realizing they're simply another layer in an endless accumulation. We think we've conquered the darkness with our gas lamps and electric lights, but down here the darkness remains unconquered, patient, eternal. "You're being unusually philosophical," Watson observed. "Underground spaces encourage introspection," Holmes replied. "Something about being surrounded by the weight of centuries. It puts our brief mortal concerns into perspective." They emerged into a larger chamber, and Lestrade's lantern revealed something that made all three men stop. The room was perhaps 30 feet across, its ceiling vaulted in a style that suggested medieval construction. But what arrested their attention were the walls, covered, floor to ceiling, with chalk marks. Not the simple navigation symbols they'd been following, but elaborate ritual diagrams, Sanskrit prayers, and images that depicted. Watson wasn't entirely sure what they depicted. Human figures in poses of worship or agony, a goddess with multiple arms dancing, skulls arranged in patterns that seemed to writhe in the uncertain light. "Good Lord," Lestrade breathed. Holmes moved along the wall, examining the drawings with intense focus. "This is no simple hiding place," he said. "This is a temple. Someone has consecrated this space for worship, and recently you can see where fresh chalk has been applied over older marks. This chamber has been in use for some time." In the center of the room stood a makeshift altar, a flat stone balanced on smaller stones, and arranged upon it were objects that spoke of regular ritual practice. Incense holders, their scent still faintly present in the stale air. Candles melted down to stubs, small bowls that might have held offerings, and behind the altar, mounted on the wall with what looked like iron spikes, was a wooden framework that currently held nothing but seemed designed to hold something skull-sized. Watson approached the altar slowly, his medical training making him examine the setup with clinical detachment. "There's dried blood on the stone," he said. "Not much, and not recent. But this altar has seen sacrifices of some kind. Animal, most likely," Holmes said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. "Certain forms of Kali worship involve blood offerings. Chickens, goats. The British authorities have officially banned such practices, but enforcement in London's underground spaces would be challenging." Lestrade had moved to examine the empty framework behind the altar. "This is where they kept it, isn't it? The skull. This is why someone went to such lengths to steal it from the dock office, not for monetary value, but because it belongs here, because it's part of their ritual." "A sensible deduction, Inspector," Holmes said, "though I suspect the situation is more complex than simple theft for religious purposes. Consider the sequence of events. The skull arrives from India, likely stolen from a temple there. It makes the long journey to London, presumably without incident. Then, within hours of arriving, it manifests this extraordinary property, the scream that terrorized the dock workers. Why then? Why not during the voyage?" Watson considered this. Perhaps the conditions were different. On the ship, it remained sealed in its crate, undisturbed. It was only when Ridley opened the crate and touched the skull that it reacted. "Reacted," Holmes repeated, tasting the word. "An interesting choice. As if the skull possessed some form of awareness, some ability to respond to external stimuli." He was pacing now, a sign that his remarkable mind was working through possibilities at speed. "Let us approach this logically. We have three potential explanations. First, a purely natural phenomenon. The skull's structure, combined with ambient conditions, produced a sound that frightened men already made nervous by unfamiliar religious symbols. Possible, but unlikely, given the consistency of witness accounts." He held up a second finger. "Second, deliberate trickery. Someone installed a device within or near the skull to produce the sound, perhaps triggered by the crate's opening or by touch. The subsequent theft was part of the plan. Create supernatural fear, then retrieve the skull under cover of that fear. This has the virtue of requiring no suspension of natural law." "And the third explanation?" Lestrade asked, though his expression suggested he wasn't sure he wanted to hear it. Holmes stopped his pacing, and in the lantern light his face looked unusually grave. "Third, the skull possesses properties we don't yet understand, properties that might be called supernatural for lack of better terminology, but which are perhaps simply natural laws we haven't yet discovered. The universe is vast, gentlemen. Our scientific understanding, for all its recent advances, remains incomplete." Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the underground, chamber's temperature. He'd known Holmes for years, had watched his friend demolish dozens of supposedly supernatural cases with ruthless logic and keen observation. To hear him acknowledge even the possibility of genuine supernatural phenomenon was deeply unsettling. "You don't actually believe," Watson began. "I believe in evidence," Holmes interrupted, "and the evidence here is unusual. Ridley's account of the cold, the physiological response of experienced, skeptical dock workers, the specificity of the ritual preparation, and this." He gestured at the empty framework. Why create such an elaborate mounting unless the object it held required containment or control? A sound echoed through the tunnels then, distant but distinct. Chanting. Low, rhythmic, in a language that predated English by millennia. The three men froze, listening, and Watson felt the hair rise on the back of his neck. The sound seemed to come from deeper in the tunnel system, from passages that led further into London's forgotten foundations. "We're not alone down here," Lestrade said unnecessarily, his hand moving to his own pistol. Holmes's eyes had lit with that fierce intelligence that Watson had learned meant danger approached. "No, we're certainly not. And unless I'm very much mistaken, we've just been granted an opportunity to observe this cult in the midst of their practices. Gentlemen, shall we see what manner of worship occurs in London's underground temples?" They extinguished the lantern, better to approach in darkness than to announce their presence, and moved toward the source of the chanting with slow, careful steps. Watson kept one hand on the tunnel wall for guidance, the other on his revolver. His heart hammered against his ribs with that particular combination of fear and anticipation that he'd learned to associate with following Sherlock Holmes into dangerous situations. The chanting grew louder as they advanced, and now Watson could distinguish multiple voices, perhaps a dozen or more, creating a sonic tapestry that seemed to vibrate through the stone itself. The language was Sanskrit, he thought. Though he couldn't understand the words, the rhythm was hypnotic, rising and falling like waves, and underneath it ran a drumbeat that matched the pace of human heartbeat. Light peered ahead, not steady lamplight, but the flickering orange glow of torches. Holmes gestured for silence, and they crept forward until the passage opened into another chamber, this one far larger than the first. What they saw there would remain etched in Watson's memory for the rest of his days. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow high above. Along the walls stood dozens of people, men and women both, dressed in a curious mixture of British clothing and Indian ritual garments. Some wore saffron robes over their London suits. Others had painted their faces with ash in patterns that suggested skulls. They formed a circle around a central area where a larger altar had been erected, and standing before that altar was a figure that commanded immediate attention. He was tall, well over 6 feet, with the erect bearing that Ridley had described. His skin was dark, his features suggesting Indian ancestry, but his clothing was a blend of Eastern and Western elements. A British gentleman's waistcoat beneath a priest's ritual stole. Leather shoes beneath loose Indian trousers. Around his neck hung a necklace of what appeared to be small carved skulls, and in his hands, held above the altar with ritualistic precision, was the missing skull from the docks. The priest, for surely that's what he was, spoke then, his voice carrying clearly despite the chamber's size. His English was perfect, cultured, educated at Oxford or Cambridge, Watson guessed. But his words spoke of things that had nothing to do with British universities. "Brothers and sisters of the shadow," the priest intoned, "we gather in the presence of she who dances on corpses, she who drinks blood, she who brings both death and liberation. We have recovered the guardian, stolen from Mother's temple by those who understand nothing of the sacred. Tonight, we restore the compact. Tonight, we feed the guardian so that it may continue its eternal watch." The skull in his hands seemed to glow faintly, though Watson told himself it was merely reflected torchlight. The chanting intensified, the voices rising in pitch and fervour. The priest lowered the skull to the altar, and from somewhere produced a knife, curved, ritualistic, its blade catching the light with a hungry gleam. Holmes tensed beside Watson, preparing to intervene. But before he could move, the priest drew the blade across his own palm. Blood welled, dark in the torchlight, and dripped onto the skull's yellowed bone. The skull screamed. Not as the dock workers had described, not the scream of rage and agony. This was different. This was a scream of recognition, of awakening, of something ancient acknowledging an offering and accepting it with terrible hunger. The sound filled the chamber, resonating in Watson's bones, in his teeth, in the spaces between his thoughts. It was the sound of every nightmare he'd ever had, given voice. The sound of death is not an ending, but a transformation. The sound of something that existed outside the comfortable boundaries of Victorian rationality and scientific certainty. And as the scream rose and rose, the torches flickered and died, plunging the chamber into absolute darkness. In that darkness, Watson heard Holmes whisper, with something very much like awe in his voice, "Good God, it's real." The darkness in the chamber was absolute, a living thing that pressed against eyes and skin with almost physical weight. Watson stood frozen, his revolver held uselessly in hands that trembled despite years of military discipline. Around them, the cultists' voices had fallen silent, that unnatural silence that follows shock, when even breath seems too loud, too presumptuous in the face of something vast and incomprehensible. Then, slowly, impossibly, light returned. Not the warm flicker of torches, but a cold phosphorescence that seemed to emanate from the skull itself. The bone glowed with a sickly greenish luminescence, like the foxfire Watson had once seen in a forest graveyard, and by that eerie light he could see the priest still standing before the altar, his bloodied hand extended, his face transformed by religious ecstasy into something both beautiful and terrible. "Behold," the priest whispered, and his whisper carried through the chamber as if he'd shouted. "The guardian acknowledges our offering. The compact holds, even here in this foreign land, even in this city that thinks itself beyond the reach of ancient powers." Holmes's hand gripped Watson's arm with surprising strength, and the doctor realized his friend was shaking, not with fear, but with the intensity of a man whose entire worldview was being forcibly reconstructed. Sherlock Holmes, who had built his reputation on rationality and deduction, on the principle that once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remained must be the truth, now stood in the presence of something that shouldn't exist, according to any natural law he understood. "We need to leave," Lestrade whispered, his voice barely audible. "Now, before they—" But it was too late. One of the cultists had seen them, or perhaps sensed them. In that way people sometimes feel invisible eyes upon them. A woman in the circle turned, her ash-painted face making her look like a skull herself in the strange light, and pointed toward the passage where the three men stood. "Intruders," she cried. "Profane witnesses to the sacred rite." The chamber erupted into chaos. Some cultists fled toward other passages, their religious fervor insufficient to overcome self-preservation instinct. Others moved toward Holmes and his companions with expressions that suggested less than charitable intentions. But the priest raised his hand, and something in that gesture commanded absolute obedience. "Stop," he said, and the advancing cultists stopped. "These are not our enemies. They are seekers after truth, even if they don't yet know what truth they seek." He turned to face them fully, and Watson saw that his eyes, dark, intelligent, burning with fanatic conviction, were fixed on Holmes. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I presume. Your reputation precedes you, even into London's underground temples." Holmes stepped forward into the chamber with the calm confidence of a man entering his own sitting room. Watson marvelled at his friend's composure, even as he himself felt reality becoming increasingly negotiable. "You have the advantage of me, sir. You know my name, but I don't know yours." "I'm called Vikram Chandra in your English records," the priest said, "though I have taken a different name in service to Mother. I was once a clerk for the East India Company. I kept ledgers. I calculated profits. I helped catalogue the systematic plunder of my homeland." His voice carried bitter self-recrimination. "Until I understood what it was we were truly talking about. Not just gold and jewels and tea, but something deeper, something sacred." He gestured at the glowing skull, which had ceased its screaming, but continued to pulse with that uncanny light. "This is not merely bone, Mr. Holmes. This is the physical vessel of a guardian spirit, created centuries ago to protect a temple of Kali in Calcutta. When your British soldiers looted that temple during the chaos of the Sepoy Rebellion, they took everything: gold statues, sacred texts, and this. They thought it merely a curiosity, something to sell to collectors who furnish their homes with other cultures' holy objects like decorative plates." Holmes approached the altar slowly, his eyes never leaving the skull. Watson could see the war happening behind his friend's grey eyes, reason battling against evidence, scientific certainty confronting inexplicable phenomenon. "The scream," Holmes said, "at the docks, was that you? Some mechanism you triggered to recover the skull?" Vikram laughed, but there was no humour in it. "I wish I could claim such cleverness." "No, Mr. Holmes, the Guardian screamed because it was touched by hands that carried the stain of desecration. Your dock worker, Thomas Ridley, his great-uncle, was among the soldiers who sacked the temple in 1857. The Guardian recognized his bloodline, recognized the debt of violence and theft that passes from generation to generation." "That's impossible," Watson said, though his voice lacked conviction. "How could bone and calcium possibly know such things? How could it remember?" "How does your brain remember, Doctor?" Vikram countered. "Tissue and electricity and chemical processes we barely understand. You accept that mystery because science has given it comfortable labels. But consciousness, memory, identity, these things exist in realms beyond simple matter. The Hindus understood this millennia before your European philosophers stumbled toward similar conclusions." Holmes had reached the altar now, standing close enough to touch the skull. The greenish light played across his sharp features, making him look like some Gothic illustration of contemplation. "May I?" he asked, extending his hand. "No." Watson and Lestrade spoke simultaneously, but Vikram merely smiled. "The Guardian won't harm a genuine seeker of truth, Mr. Holmes. Only those who approach with desecration in their hearts need to fear its voice. Touch it, if you dare. See what you shall see. Holmes's hand moved with agonizing slowness toward the skull. Watson held his breath, his revolver forgotten, every fibre of his being focused on that moment of contact. He thought of all the times he'd watched Holmes solve impossible cases, explain away supernatural-seeming phenomena with brilliant deduction. He thought of his friend's fierce commitment to rationality, to the supremacy of observable fact. Holmes's fingers touched bone. The world shattered. Later, Watson would struggle to describe what happened in that moment. The chamber seemed to expand infinitely, or perhaps it was their consciousness that expanded, or perhaps the distinction between inner and outer, between observer and observed, simply ceased to have meaning. The greenish light intensified until it was all there was, no darkness, no stone walls, no Victorian England at all. And in that light, images appeared. Not visions, exactly. More like memories that belonged to the skull itself, to the guardian, to whatever consciousness had been bound into bone by rituals performed in a Calcutta temple so long ago. Watson saw the temple as it had been, magnificent, carved from red sandstone, dedicated to Kali in her aspect as Smashana Kali, she who dwells in the cremation ground. He saw priests performing their rituals with disciplined precision passed down through centuries. He saw pilgrims arriving to seek the goddess's blessing, bringing offerings of flowers and incense and animal sacrifice, seeking protection or vengeance, or simply the acknowledgement that death, too, was sacred. He saw the man who would become the guardian, a priest who had volunteered for this ultimate service. Watson witnessed the ritual of transformation, the prayers and preparations, the moment when the priest's consciousness was transferred from flesh to bone, when his identity was stripped away and remade as something singular in purpose. To watch, to protect, to scream warning when the sacred was threatened. And then he saw the invasion. British soldiers, their red coats brilliant in Indian sunlight, their faces a mixture of fear and greed, and the righteousness of men who believed the empire gave them divine permission to take whatever they wished. He saw the temple sacked, statues toppled, priests cut down with bayonets, holy objects thrown into crates to be shipped back to England, where collectors would display them in their parlours and never once think about the blood that purchased their ownership. He saw the guardian taken, sealed in darkness, carried across oceans, screaming warnings that no one could hear, that no one wanted to hear. And he saw London. Modern London, Victorian London, London the world's greatest city that had built its greatness on the systematic appropriation of other people's treasures, other cultures' sacred objects, other nations' resources. He saw the British Museum's Egyptian galleries, its Greek marbles, its Indian artifacts, all of it stolen, all of it torn from contexts that gave it meaning. All of it displayed with the casual arrogance of a civilization that believed it had transcended such primitive concerns as cultural sanctity. The vision, if that's what it was, released them as suddenly as it had seized them. Watson found himself on his knees on the cold stone floor, gasping as if he'd been underwater. Lestrade was leaning against the wall, his face pale as milk, his careful policeman's rationality visibly crumbling. And Holmes stood before the altar, his hand still touching the skull, tears streaming down his face. "I understand," the detective whispered. "God help me, I understand." Vikram's expression had softened, the fanatic intensity replaced by something gentler, compassion, perhaps, for men forced to confront truths their culture had spent centuries denying. "Now you see," he said quietly. "Now you understand what it is your empire has done. Not just political conquest, not just economic exploitation, but spiritual violence, the theft of meaning itself." Holmes withdrew his hand slowly, and the skull's glow began to fade, returning to a simple, yellowed bone. But Watson knew that what he'd witnessed, what they'd all witnessed, couldn't be so easily dismissed. The vision had been too vivid, too coherent, too specific to be mere hallucination or suggestion. "The cult of Kali's shadow," Holmes said, his voice rough with emotion he rarely displayed. "You're not planning violence or crime, are you? You're simply trying to care for these stolen objects until they can be returned." "We are," Vikram confirmed. "There are dozens of us scattered throughout London, former colonial administrators who came to see the horror of what we participated in. British scholars who studied Hindu philosophy and found themselves converted. Indian immigrants who maintain the old ways despite being surrounded by a culture that views their beliefs as primitive superstition. We retrieve what objects we can, we care for them, we perform the necessary rituals to honor what they represent." "The smuggling operation Lestrade suspected," Watson said, understanding dawning. "You're not smuggling artifacts into London, you're smuggling them out, sending them back to India." Vikram nodded. "When possible. It's dangerous work. Many of these items are officially property of the British Museum or private collectors. By your laws, we're thieves. But by the laws of Dharma, we're simply correcting a theft that should never have occurred." Lestrade had recovered enough to speak, though his voice still shook. "I should arrest all of you. This is conspiracy to steal on a massive scale, and whatever that was." He gestured at the skull. "It doesn't change the law." "It doesn't," Vikram agreed calmly. "Do what you believe you must, Inspector. I won't resist. None of us will. We knew the risks when we began this work." But Holmes raised his hand. "Inspector, I believe we should consider this matter carefully before taking any official action. What we've witnessed here challenges certain fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality and consciousness. It would require considerable explanation in a court of law." "You're suggesting we just ignore this?" Lestrade looked between Holmes and Vikram, his expression caught between duty and doubt. "Pretend we didn't find stolen property and an underground cult performing illegal religious rituals." "I'm suggesting," Holmes said carefully, "that some mysteries are better left officially unsolved. That some crimes, if they are crimes, serve a justice more fundamental than what our legal codes recognize." He turned to Vikram. "The collector, Weatherby. What will you tell him about his missing skull?" "Nothing. Let him believe it was lost in transit or stolen by common thieves. He has 100 other looted artifacts to comfort him. One missing skull won't significantly impact his collection." Vikram's voice hardened. "And perhaps, someday, when we've established better networks, those artifacts too will find their way home." Watson watched this exchange with the disoriented feeling of a man whose world has been quietly revolutionized. He'd followed Holmes into danger 100 times and had witnessed the detective solve cases that seemed impossible. But this was different. This wasn't Holmes explaining away the supernatural with brilliant deduction. This was Holmes acknowledging that rationality had limits, that the universe contained genuine mysteries that couldn't be reduced to trick mirrors and hidden wires. "What will you do with the Guardian?" Holmes asked, and Watson noticed his friend didn't say the skull. The vision had changed something in Holmes's language, in his very perception of the object. "Return it to India when we can arrange safe passage. Until then, we'll keep it here. Continue the rituals of care and respect. The Guardian has been patient for decades. It can take a while longer." Vikram gestured to the surrounding chamber. "These tunnels run for miles beneath London, connecting to sewers and old river channels and Roman ruins. We have multiple temples down here, multiple safe houses. Your authorities could search for years and never find them all." "I believe you," Holmes said. He turned to face his companions. "Watson? Lestrade? What do you say? Do we report what we've found here, or do we exercise discretion?" Watson thought of the vision, of the priest who had volunteered to become something more and less than human, of the temple destroyed by men who saw only material value and never sacred meaning. He thought of his own time in India, of how little he'd understood the culture he'd been supposedly defending, of how much imperial arrogance he'd carried without ever recognizing it as such. "Discretion," he said quietly. "I believe discretion is called for." Lestrade was silent longer, his policeman's conscience warring with what he'd experienced. Finally, he sighed deeply. "Against my better judgment, I agree. But, Mr. Chandra, if I hear of any violence associated with your cult—" "There will be none," Vikram promised. "We are devotees of Kali, yes, but Kali in her aspect as liberator, not destroyer. We seek to free these objects from their captivity, not to harm those who hold them captive. There's been enough violence already. We won't add to it." Holmes nodded slowly, then did something that surprised Watson enormously. He placed his hand over his heart and bowed slightly, in what Watson recognized as a gesture of respect used in parts of India. "Thank you for showing us the truth, even when the truth was uncomfortable. The Empire has much to answer for, I think. Perhaps more than any of us fully realized." Vikram returned the gesture with equal grace. "You're a remarkable man, Mr. Holmes. Most would have clung to their certainty, rejected evidence that contradicted their worldview. You chose wisdom over comfort. There's hope for you yet, I think." As they prepared to leave, Watson noticed the cultists had mostly vanished through various passages, melting back into London's underground labyrinth. Only a few remained, already beginning to clean the ritual space, moving with practiced efficiency. They wore the faces of shopkeepers and clerks, of laundresses and teachers, ordinary Londoners who, in secret darkness, maintained practices older than London itself. Holmes paused at the passage entrance, looking back one last time at the skull, which now sat dormant on its altar, just yellowed bone again, keeping its mysteries to itself. "One question, if I may. The scream at the docks. Ridley said it was in his head as much as his ears. And he's been having dreams since, of temples he's never visited. Will that continue?" "It will fade," Vikram said gently. "The Guardian was simply making sure its message was heard, that the debt of desecration was acknowledged. Now that the skull is back in proper care, Ridley will find peace. The dreams will become memories, and the memories will soften with time. He'll never forget entirely. That wouldn't be right, but he'll be able to live with what he knows." "And us?" Watson asked. "Will we forget?" Vikram's smile was enigmatic. "What the Guardian shares in vision remains. You've been changed by what you've seen, gentlemen. You can never entirely know what you now know. but whether you choose to act on that knowledge, to let it reshape how you move through the world. He shrugged. That's your choice. Free will remains, even after revelation. The journey back through the tunnels was made in silence, each man absorbed in his own thoughts. Lestrade led with the relit lantern, his steps mechanical, his mind clearly elsewhere. Watson walked in the middle, his hand still on his revolver, though he no longer feared they'd need it. And Holmes brought up the rear, moving with unusual slowness, as if the weight of what they'd experienced had become physical. They emerged into afternoon light that seemed harsh after the tunnel's darkness, the ordinary world of London continuing around them with magnificent indifference to underground revelations. Street sellers hawked their wares. Children played. A bobby walked his beat with the solid confidence of a man who believed he understood the nature of law and order. Lestrade turned to face them, squinting against the daylight. My official report will state that the theft remains unsolved, that we pursued leads to the docks and surrounding areas but found no evidence of the missing skull's location. I trust that's acceptable. Entirely acceptable, Inspector, Holmes said. And may I say, you handled yourself admirably down there. Not every man could confront such phenomena and maintain his composure. I'm not sure I did maintain my composure, Lestrade admitted. I feel like I've been turned inside out, Mr. Holmes. Like everything I thought I knew about the world has been revealed as incomplete. How do you bear it? How do you look at London now, knowing what's beneath it? What's hidden from ordinary view? Holmes was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke, his voice carried unusual vulnerability. With difficulty, Inspector. With great difficulty. I've built my career on the principle that observation and reason could explain anything. That mystery was simply ignorance awaiting illumination. But today I learned that some mysteries exist, not because we lack information, but because the universe is stranger than our philosophies allow for. It's humbling and frightening and somehow also beautiful. They parted ways then, Lestrade back to Scotland Yard, and the comfortable lies of official reports, Watson and Holmes toward Baker Street, and the questions that would surely consume them both in the days ahead. As they walked, Watson ventured, "Will you write about this case? Add it to your records?" "How could I?" Holmes replied. "Who would believe it? And more importantly, should they?" "Some knowledge is dangerous, Watson, not because it's false, but because it's true. The Empire runs on certain assumptions about the world, about civilization's nature, about what's real and what's mere superstition. What we witness today challenges all of that. So we just say nothing, pretend it didn't happen. We remember," Holmes said firmly. "We let it change us, quietly. We look at the British Museum's galleries differently. We think twice before dismissing what other cultures consider sacred. We try, in our small ways, to be better than the empire that made us." He smiled slightly. "It's not much, perhaps, but it's something." They walked on through London's autumn afternoon, two men carrying secrets that no one would believe, changed by mysteries that refused to be solved, witnesses to truths that history would never officially record. And beneath their feet, in darkness that stretched for miles, a skull rested on its altar and remembered temples in sunlight and waited patiently for the journey home. The cab ride back to Baker Street passed in a fog of thought that had nothing to do with London's perpetual mist. Watson stared out the window, watching the city scroll past like pages, in a book he'd read 1,000 times, but suddenly couldn't comprehend. Every familiar landmark, the flower seller on the corner, the newspaper boy shouting headlines, the policeman directing traffic with practiced authority, now seemed like stage dressing, concealing deeper realities that most Londoners would never glimpse. Beside him, Holmes sat with unusual rigidity, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that attitude of intense contemplation that Watson had learned meant his friend's remarkable mind was working through problems that defied easy categorization. The detective's eyes were distant, focused on some internal landscape where logic and mystery were engaged in a war neither could quite win. Mrs. Hudson met them at the door with tea already prepared. The good woman had an almost supernatural ability to sense when her lodgers needed comfort. And if she noticed their dishevelled state or the haunted quality in their expressions, she was tactful enough not to mention it. She simply set the tray down, ensured the fire was properly stoked against the October chill, and withdrew with the grace of someone who understood that some silences shouldn't be interrupted. Holmes stood at the window, his untouched teacup growing cold on the sill, staring down at Baker Street's evening traffic. The gas lamps were being lit, each one a small victory of modern technology over ancient darkness. But Watson suspected his friend was thinking about other kinds of darkness, the sort that no amount of gaslight could dispel. "I touched it," Holmes said finally, his voice so quiet Watson almost didn't hear. "I touched the skull, and it touched back. Not physically. Physically, it was simply bone, calcium, and phosphate, and the mineral remnants of what was once a living person. But something else touched my mind, Watson, reached into my consciousness and shared memories, impressions. I don't have adequate vocabulary for what occurred." Watson rose and joined his friend at the window, standing shoulder to shoulder in that comfortable proximity they'd developed over years of shared adventure. "I saw it too. We all did. The temple, the ritual, the invasion. It was real, Holmes. As real as anything I've ever experienced." "But what does real mean in this context?" Holmes turned to face him, and Watson was startled by the vulnerability in his expression. Sherlock Holmes, who approached every mystery with supreme confidence, who dismantled supernatural claims with ruthless logic, now looked like a man whose fundamental understanding of reality had been shaken to its foundation. Was it objective reality, actual images transmitted from bone to brain through some mechanism science hasn't yet discovered? Or was it subjective? Our minds creating coherent narratives from suggestion and expectation, filling in details with imagination rather than genuine memory? "Does the distinction matter?" Watson asked gently. "Either way, we experienced something extraordinary, something that challenges our understanding of what's possible." Holmes returned to his chair, finally taking a sip of the now cold tea and grimacing slightly. "The distinction matters enormously, Watson. If what we experienced was objectively real, if consciousness can genuinely persist in physical objects, if memories can be bound into bone through ritual, if the universe operates according to laws that transcend what Western science has catalogued, then everything I've built my career upon requires re-evaluation. Every case I've solved, every rational explanation I've provided, exists within a much larger framework of possibility that I've been systematically ignoring." He set down the teacup with unnecessary force. "I've mocked spiritualists and mediums, I've dismissed ghost stories and curse legends as the products of ignorant minds seeking patterns in randomness. But what if I was wrong? What if my rationality was simply another form of ignorance, a refusal to see what didn't fit my predetermined categories? Watson had never heard such doubt from his friend, such fundamental questioning of the principles that guided Holmes's brilliant deductions. He settled into his own chair, buying time to formulate a response by the ritual of lighting his pipe. The familiar actions, the scrape of match, the first draw of smoke, the gradual warmth spreading through his chest, offered comfort through routine. "You weren't wrong," Watson said finally. "You were incomplete. There's a difference. Your methods remain valid for the cases they address. Stolen jewelry and forged documents and the logic of crime. All of that still responds to observation and reason. But perhaps there are other realms, other categories of mystery that require different approaches. The universe is large enough to contain both rationality and magic, isn't it?" "Is it magic, though?" Holmes leaned forward, his analytical nature reasserting itself, even as he grappled with uncertainty. "Or is it simply science we don't yet understand? Arthur C. Clarke. No, wait, he hasn't written that yet. But the principle holds. Sufficiently advanced knowledge appears indistinguishable from magic to those who lack context. Perhaps what we witnessed was purely natural, operating according to physical laws that physics hasn't yet discovered. Consciousness bound to matter through quantum entanglement, or information transfer through mechanisms beyond electromagnetic radiation, or—" "Holmes," Watson interrupted gently, "you're trying to rationalize something that may not be entirely rational, or rather, that may operate according to a different kind of rationality than the one you're familiar with. What other kind is there? Spiritual rationality, mythic logic, the rationality of symbol and meaning rather than cause and effect." Watson drew on his pipe, thinking through words carefully. "I've been reading more philosophy lately, trying to understand what I experienced in Afghanistan, the things that didn't fit into my medical training's neat categories. There are thinkers who suggest that mind and matter aren't as separate as Descartes claimed, that consciousness might be fundamental to the universe, not merely an emergent property of complex biology." Holmes's expression sharpened with interest. "Go on." "Well, if consciousness is fundamental, if awareness exists at some level throughout reality, then perhaps what we call supernatural is simply consciousness, operating in ways we haven't accounted for. The Guardian wasn't just a skull, it was a person, or the essential awareness of a person, bound into physical form through rituals developed over centuries by cultures that understood consciousness differently than we do." "The Hindus," Holmes murmured. "They've been thinking about consciousness for 3,000 years. Their philosophy distinguishes between Atman, the individual soul, and Brahman, the universal consciousness from which all things emerge and to which all things return. What if those aren't merely poetic metaphors? What if they represent a genuine understanding of how awareness operates?" He stood abruptly, energy returning to his movements, and crossed to his bookshelves. His fingers traced the spines of volumes on chemistry, criminology, anatomy, the collected sciences of Victorian certainty. Then he moved to a different section, books Watson had seen but never examined closely. Texts on comparative religion, translations of Hindu sutras, Buddhist philosophy, Islamic mysticism. The esoteric corner of Holmes's library that seemed at odds with his rationalist reputation. "I've been reading these for years," Holmes admitted, selecting a worn volume and opening it to a marked page. Not for spiritual enlightenment, I have no particular religious conviction, but because they represent different epistemological frameworks, different ways of knowing. I thought understanding how other cultures conceptualized mystery might help me solve cases that involved those cultures. But perhaps... He paused, staring at the text without really reading it. Perhaps I was being called toward something I wasn't ready to acknowledge. Watson watched his friend with concern that bordered on alarm. He'd seen Holmes in many states, euphoric after solving particularly complex cases, melancholy during periods between interesting work, even the dangerous darkness when boredom drove him toward cocaine. But this was different. This was Holmes's entire worldview undergoing violent reconstruction, and Watson wasn't certain his friend's psyche could withstand it. "Don't let this destroy you," Watson said quietly. Holmes looked up sharply. "What?" "This revelation, this uncertainty. I can see it eating at you, Holmes. The man who could explain everything now finds himself unable to explain the most important thing he's ever experienced. It's shaking you to your core, and I'm worried about what that means." For a long moment, Holmes simply stared at him. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. A sound that held more pain than humor, but was at least evidence that his friend hadn't entirely lost himself in a philosophical crisis. "You're quite right, Watson. I'm having what one might call an existential catastrophe. The detective who made his name by eliminating impossibilities now finds himself confronted with something that shouldn't be possible, but undeniably is. It's rather destabilizing. So what will you do?" Holmes closed the book and set it down with unusual care. "I'll do what I've always done. I'll investigate. I'll research. I'll try to understand. But this time, I'll approach the mystery with humility rather than certainty. I'll accept that my conclusions might be provisional, that the universe might resist complete explanation." He smiled slightly. "It's rather liberating, actually, once you get past the initial terror, not having to know everything, being permitted to wonder." Watson felt some of his concern ease. If Holmes could find his way toward acceptance, toward integration of this new knowledge into his worldview, rather than being shattered by it, then perhaps they'd both emerge from this experience not just intact, but expanded. A knock at the door interrupted Watson's thoughts. Mrs. Hudson appeared, carrying a telegram on her silver tray, with the apologetic expression of someone who hates to intrude, but must fulfill her duties regardless. "This just arrived, Mr. Holmes. The boy said it was urgent." Holmes took the telegram, and Watson watched his face transform as he read. The uncertainty and philosophical turmoil vanished, replaced by sharp alertness that signaled immediate danger. "Watson, get your coat and revolver. We need to return to the docks. Now." "What's happened?" "Thomas Ridley has been attacked. He's at the London hospital, badly injured, but conscious. He's asking for me specifically. Says he has information about the skull and that he's being hunted." Holmes was already moving, grabbing his own coat and the stick he sometimes carried that Watson knew concealed a sword blade. "The telegram is from Vikram Chandra. It seems our underground priest has sources throughout East London." They descended the stairs at speed, Mrs. Hudson's protests about unfinished tea and the lateness of the hour fading behind them as they burst onto Baker Street. A cab was miraculously available, London's transportation network responding to urgency with its usual efficiency. And soon they were rattling eastward again, toward the hospital that served the docks and the poorest quarters of the city. "Why would someone attack Ridley?" Watson asked as they navigated evening traffic. "He's just a dock worker who happened to open the wrong crate." "That's what troubles me," Holmes said, his expression grim. "If this were simply about recovering the skull, the attack makes no sense. Vikram's cult already has it, which suggests either a different party with different motives or—" He paused, thinking rapidly. "Or the consequences of touching the Guardian are more complex than Vikram led us to believe." The London hospital rose before them, a massive Victorian structure dedicated to healing bodies broken by the city's industrial machinery. Its wards were filled with dock workers missing fingers, factory girls with chemical burns, children who'd fallen under carriage wheels. The hospital was a monument to both human compassion and the casual violence of modern urban life, a place where medicine fought desperate battles against poverty, ignorance, and the empire's appetite for cheap labor. A nurse directed them to a ward on the 3rd floor, where they found Thomas Ridley in a bed near the window, his head bandaged and his face bearing bruises that spoke of savage beating. But his eyes were alert, tracking their approach with the wariness of prey that knows predators still hunt. "Mr. Holmes," Ridley's voice was hoarse but determined. "Thank you for coming. I didn't know who else to tell, who else might believe." "Tell me everything," Holmes interrupted gently, pulling a chair close to the bedside, while Watson examined the worker's injuries with professional assessment. "What happened? Who attacked you?" Ridley glanced around the ward nervously, ensuring the other patients and nurses were out of earshot. "I was walking home from work this evening, taking my usual route through the alleys. Faster that way, though darker. I felt it before I saw anything. That cold. The same cold as when I touched the skull. Like winter air on bare skin, but worse. Invasive." Watson's hand stilled on the bandage he'd been checking. The cold, the same supernatural chill that had preceded the skull's scream. "Then I saw them," Ridley continued. "3 men, or... I thought they were men. They moved wrong, Watson. Moved like their joints bent in directions. Human joints don't bend. Their faces were..." He shuddered. They had faces, but the faces didn't move right when they spoke, like masks over something else. Holmes leaned forward intently. "What did they say?" "They asked about the skull, where it had been taken, who had it now. They said I'd touched it, that I carried its mark, that I could lead them to it." Fear crept into Ridley's voice. "I told them I didn't know anything, that the police had taken it, and I hadn't seen it since. But they didn't believe me. One of them grabbed my head, put his hands on my temples, and it felt like he was reading my thoughts, Mr. Holmes. Reaching inside my mind and pulling out memories." Watson exchanged a look with Holmes that communicated volumes. Whatever attacked Ridley wasn't simple criminals. Either something genuinely supernatural was at work, or someone was employing techniques that mimicked the supernatural with disturbing effectiveness. "Did they find what they sought?" Holmes asked. "I don't know. I fought, tried to get away, and one of them hit me. I must have gone down hard, because the next thing I remember, as the constable was helping me up, and the men were gone. But before I lost consciousness, I heard one of them say something. A name, I think, though it was in a language I didn't recognize. Sounded like Thuggy." Holmes went very still. Watson saw recognition flash across his friend's face, followed immediately by something darker. Understanding that brought no comfort, only confirmation of fears. Thuggee, Holmes repeated quietly. The cult of Kali that practiced ritual murder. British authorities claimed to have suppressed them decades ago, wiped them out through systematic prosecution and execution. But cults like that, they don't disappear entirely. They go underground. They adapt. You think these are Thuggee? Watson asked, struggling to keep his voice level. He'd heard stories in India, whispered accounts of travellers strangled on lonely roads, of bodies found with sacred scarves still wrapped around their necks, of a death cult that killed not for profit, but as a religious offering to Kali in her darkest aspect. I think, Holmes said carefully, that we're dealing with something far more complex than we realized. Vikram's cult seeks to restore stolen sacred objects. But there may be other cults, other factions, with different goals. The Thuggee weren't protectors or conservators, they were killers. They believed murder itself was a sacred act, that each death fed the goddess and brought them closer to divine understanding. Ridley's face had gone pale. They're going to kill me, aren't they? Because I touched the skull? Not if I can prevent it, Holmes said with steel in his voice. Watson, Ridley needs protection. Can you arrange for someone to guard him? Someone trustworthy. I'll stay myself, Watson said immediately. I've faced worse than death cultists, and I have my revolver. Bullets may not be sufficient, Holmes warned, but Watson shook his head. Then we'll discover what is sufficient when the time comes. You go. Find Vikram. Warn him that others are seeking the skull. Figure out what these Thuggee want and how to stop them. Holmes hesitated, clearly torn between investigating and protecting, then nodded. Very well. But Watson, if they come, don't try to be heroic. Fire your weapon to alert hospital security, then get Ridley out through whatever exit you can find. Survival over valor. Understood? Understood, Watson lied, because both men knew that if death cultists came for Ridley, Watson would stand between them and his patient regardless of the cost. Some principles couldn't be compromised, even for survival. Holmes departed at speed, leaving Watson to arrange a chair near Ridley's bed and settle in for a vigil that might prove perfectly peaceful or catastrophically violent. The hospital around them continued its nightly routines, nurses making rounds, doctors checking on critical cases, the soft moans and occasional cries of patients fighting their own battles with pain and mortality. Watson checked his revolver, ensuring each chamber held a round, then set it on his lap, beneath a folded newspaper, where it would be accessible but not visible. Ridley watched with the gratitude of a man who'd been certain he'd die alone, and was profoundly relieved to discover otherwise. Dr. Watson, the dock worker said quietly, what's really happening here? What did I touch? Watson considered how much truth to share, how much would comfort versus terrify. Then he decided Ridley deserved honesty. The man had already seen impossible things, and had already paid a price for his accidental involvement. He'd earned the right to understand. You touched something sacred that was stolen from where it belonged, Watson said. And now multiple groups want it for different reasons. Some want to restore it, some want to exploit it, and some... He paused, thinking about death cults and ritual murder. Some want to use it for purposes I don't fully understand, but deeply fear. Is it cursed? Cursed? The skull? Not cursed, I think, just aware and angry about how it's been treated. Wouldn't you be if your body was stolen from its resting place and shipped across oceans to become someone's curiosity? Ridley managed a weak smile. Put that way, I suppose I would, though I don't know that I'd scream about it quite so loudly. They fell silent then, Watson maintaining his watch, while Ridley drifted toward uneasy sleep. The hospital's night sounds formed a backdrop to his vigilance. Footsteps in corridors, the rattle of medicine carts, distant coughing. Normal sounds, human sounds. The ordinary symphony of suffering and healing that had nothing to do with stolen skulls or screaming bones or death cults that bent joints wrong and read thoughts with touches. But underneath those sounds, or perhaps just in Watson's heightened imagination, he thought he detected something else. A cold current in the air, a sense of attention from darkness that shouldn't contain eyes. He gripped his revolver tighter and waited for whatever dawn might bring, if dawn came at all. The vigil stretched through the small hours, that peculiar time when night feels most eternal, and the promise of morning seems like optimistic fiction. Watson sat in his chair beside Ridley's bed, fighting the exhaustion that tried to pull his eyelids closed, forcing himself to remain alert despite every muscle's protest. The hospital had grown quieter as midnight passed, the urgent cases of evening stabilizing into the long patience of institutional healing. Nurses moved like ghosts between beds, their footsteps muffled, their voices barely whispers. Around 3 a.m, Watson felt it. That cold that Ridley had described, creeping through the ward like winter fog, despite the season's relative warmth. His breath misted in the air, and the hairs on his neck rose, with primal warning that predated language, that spoke directly to the ancient parts of human consciousness that understood danger without, needing rational explanation. He stood slowly, his hand finding the revolver's grip, and positioned himself between Ridley's bed and the ward's entrance. Around them, other patients slept on, oblivious, or perhaps mercifully spared whatever perception allowed Watson to sense the approaching wrongness. They came through the door without opening it, or rather, they came through the door's space, materializing from shadow into dim gaslight, like photographs developing in solution. 3 figures, just as Ridley had described. They wore the clothing of ordinary Londoners, workers' caps and rough jackets, but the clothing hung wrong on frames that seemed to struggle with human posture. Their faces were visible, but somehow unclear, as if Watson's eyes kept sliding away from fully perceiving their features, registering only impressions, dark skin, darker eyes, expressions that held no mercy. "Dr. Watson," the foremost figure said, and its voice carried accents Watson recognized from his time in India, but underneath the accent ran something older, something that predated English and Hindi both, something primordial. "We mean you no harm. Step aside, and you may live." "I'm afraid I can't do that," Watson said, raising his revolver with steady hands, despite his racing heart. "Thomas Ridley is under my protection. He touched what doesn't belong to him. He carries knowledge he should not possess. We will extract that knowledge and end his contamination. This is necessary work, Doctor, sacred work." "Then your notion of sacred differs considerably from mine," Watson replied. "Now leave, before I'm forced to demonstrate that bullets work equally well on the sacred and profane alike." The 3 figures exchanged looks that suggested communication beyond language, and Watson saw their forms seem to blur slightly, as if they existed partially in some space adjacent to normal reality. He'd seen similar phenomena in Afghanistan during rituals performed by fakirs who claimed to step between worlds. At the time, he'd dismissed it as trickery and suggestion. Now, he wasn't certain what he believed. Behind him, Ridley stirred and woke, his sharp intake of breath indicating he recognized their visitors. "Doctor, they're not human?" Watson finished. "Yes, I'm beginning to understand that. Though what they are precisely remains a fascinating question for later contemplation." The central figure took a step forward, and Watson fired. The report in the enclosed ward was deafening, a thunderclap that shattered the hospital's quiet and brought immediate shouts and running footsteps from adjoining corridors. The bullet struck the figure center mass where the heart and lungs should have been, but instead of blood and collapse, there was simply dispersion. The figure's form scattered like smoke hit by wind, then reconstituted several feet to the left, apparently unharmed, but looking considerably more annoyed. "Iron and lead," it said, with something like contempt. "You think such crude matter can harm those who walk between flesh and spirit? We are Thuggee, Doctor. We are death's sacred servants. We do not die as ordinary men die." Watson fired again, this time at the figure on the right, with identical results. Momentary dispersion, rapid reconstitution, no lasting damage. His military training screamed at him to retreat, to find a better position, to call for reinforcements. But his physician's oath rooted him in place. He would not abandon his patient, not to death cultists or demons or whatever these things were. "Watson," the voice from the doorway was Holmes, bursting into the ward with Vikram Chandra close behind. Both men took in the scene with rapid assessment, and Watson saw calculation flash across his friend's face, that brilliant mind processing impossible data and formulating responses faster than conscious thought. Vikram began chanting immediately, his voice rising in Sanskrit prayer that seemed to solidify the air itself, creating pressure that pushed back against the Thuggee's wrongness. Holmes, meanwhile, produced from his coat pocket something that glinted gold in the gaslight. A small amulet hung on a chain, covered in the same symbols Watson had seen carved into the Guardian's bone. "Vikram gave me this," Holmes called to Watson, "said it might provide protection against certain hostile entities. I confess I'm about to test that hypothesis under less than ideal circumstances." He held the amulet forward like a shield, and the Thuggee recoiled. Not dramatically, not with horror story melodrama, but with the simple physical response of matter encountering fields it cannot penetrate. The central figure's voice dropped its pretense of civility. "You meddle in affairs beyond your comprehension, detective. The Guardian must be destroyed. Its consciousness must be released. It has seen too much, knows too much. It carries the memory of temple locations, ritual secrets, the names of our brothers who were hanged by your British courts. We cannot allow it to fall into hands that might use that knowledge against us." "So you seek it not to worship," Holmes said, his voice sharp with understanding, "but to silence it, to eliminate evidence of your cult's continued existence. How thoroughly pragmatic. I'd almost be impressed if you weren't currently threatening my friends." Vikram's chanting intensified, and Watson saw the air around them beginning to glow faintly, that same greenish phosphorescence the skull had emitted. The hospital ward was becoming something else, a space where normal physics negotiated with other rules, where consciousness and matter engaged in dialogues that Victorian science had no vocabulary to describe. "You cannot protect him forever," the Thuggee said, though its form was beginning to waver under Vikram's ritual assault. "We are patient. We are eternal. We will wait and watch and strike when protection fails. This is our sacred duty." "Then permit me to offer an alternative," Holmes said, and Watson heard the tone his friend used when solving cases, when brilliant deduction led to unexpected resolution. "You want the Guardian destroyed to protect your secrets. Vikram wants it returned to India to restore what was stolen. I propose a third option that serves both needs." The Thuggee were silent, waiting, and Watson realized with some amazement that Holmes was negotiating with supernatural assassins using the same logical reasoning he'd apply to any criminal conspiracy. "The Guardian has indeed seen much," Holmes continued. "It knows things your cult would prefer remain hidden. But consider, if it returns to India, to a temple far from British authority, sealed away in ritual space where none may disturb it, would that not serve your purposes equally well? The knowledge remains bound, contained, inaccessible to those who might use it against you. And unlike destruction, which might have unforeseen spiritual consequences," he glanced at Vikram, who nodded confirmation, "restoration allows the Guardian to rest in peace, while your secrets remain safe." The central Thuggee's form solidified slightly, becoming more human in posture, suggesting consideration of Holmes's proposal. "You would guarantee its return, its proper containment?" "I would," Vikram said, stepping forward with authority that matched Thuggee's otherworldly presence. "On my honor as a devotee of the Mother, on my life's dedication to restoring what Empire stole, I swear the Guardian will return to Calcutta and be sealed in a temple where none but the initiated may access it. Your brothers' names will remain unspoken. Your temple locations will remain unknown. The past will stay buried. And this one?" The Thuggee gestured at Ridley. "He has touched the Guardian. He carries its mark. He could lead others to understanding." "His dreams will fade," Vikram said gently. "The mark is not permanent for those who touched in ignorance rather than intention. Within a month, his memories will soften to something he can dismiss as nightmare or exhaustion. He poses no threat to you." Watson watched this exchange with the surreal feeling of witnessing history fold upon itself. Ancient cult practices, negotiating with Victorian detective work, supernatural entities bargaining with human reason, east and west, trying to find common ground in London's gaslit hospital ward. The Thuggee were silent for a long moment, their forms flickering between solid and ethereal, as if they consulted with powers or persons not physically present. Then the central figure spoke. "We accept these terms, but know this, Sherlock Holmes, you have seen us now. You know we persist despite your empire's claims of our destruction. This knowledge makes you dangerous." "I am frequently dangerous," Holmes replied calmly, "but I am also capable of discretion, when discretion serves justice better than exposure. Your cult's existence will remain my secret, provided you honor this agreement and leave Thomas Ridley in peace." "Agreed," Thuggee said. "We will watch from a distance. We will verify the Guardian's return, and if deception is attempted—" The threat hung unfinished in the air, more powerful for its incompleteness. Then they were gone, not departing through a door or window, but simply ceasing to exist in that space, their presence withdrawing like a tide from shore, leaving only the fading cold and the memory of impossible conversation. Watson discovered he was shaking, his revolver still raised, though its uselessness had been thoroughly demonstrated. Holmes crossed to him quickly, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. "Breathe, Watson. It's over. You did magnificently." "I did nothing," Watson managed. "Shot twice at things that can't be shot. Protected a patient I couldn't actually protect. If I hadn't arrived, you would have stood your ground regardless," Holmes interrupted firmly. "Bravery doesn't require success, Watson. It only requires presence when presence matters, and you were magnificently present." Vikram approached Ridley's bed, placing his hand on the dock worker's forehead with gentle authority. He murmured prayers in Sanskrit, and Watson saw some of the tension leave Ridley's frame, as if invisible weight had been lifted from shoulders that had carried it since that first scream at the docks. "The mark fades already," Vikram said. "You'll heal, Thomas Ridley, in body and in spirit. The dreams will lessen, the cold will depart, and eventually you'll remember this as something strange that happened once, long ago, before life returned to normal." "Will life return to normal?" Ridley asked, with the quiet hope of a man who desperately wanted to believe it possible. "Life always returns to normal," Vikram said with a smile. "Though perhaps your normal will be slightly expanded to include understanding that the world is stranger and more sacred than you previously imagined. That's not entirely a bad thing." Hospital staff had finally arrived, drawn by Watson's gunshots, and explanations had to be manufactured. A confused patient had triggered Watson's protective instincts. Shots were fired accidentally toward the ceiling. No harm done. Terribly sorry for the disturbance. The lies came easily, because the truth was impossible, and gradually the ward settled back into routine, staff returning to duties, patients to sleep. Holmes, Watson, and Vikram withdrew to a small waiting room where they could speak without being overheard. Dawn was approaching now, the windows showing that grey pre-light that suggests morning without quite delivering it. They were all exhausted, running on the fumes of adrenaline and the residue of fear. "The Guardian leaves for India tomorrow," Vikram said. "I've arranged passage with a merchant captain who asks no questions. It will be back in Calcutta within 3 months, and my brothers there will ensure proper consecration and containment. The Thuggee will have no cause for further action." "And you?" Holmes asked. "Will you continue your work here, retrieving stolen objects?" "As long as the stealing continues, the retrieval must continue," Vikram said simply. "There are thousands of sacred objects in British hands, Watson. Thousands of items torn from context, displayed as curiosities, gathering dust in private collections. My lifetime won't be sufficient to return them all, but I can make a start. We can make a start." "We?" Watson echoed. Vikram smiled. "I suspect, Doctor, that after tonight you'll find it difficult to look at the British Museum's Indian galleries quite the same way. And Mr. Holmes, a man of your talents, your connections, your remarkable ability to move through London unseen when necessary, you could be invaluable to this work, should you choose to assist." Holmes was quiet, and Watson could see the war in his friend's expression. Duty to law versus duty to deeper justice. Comfort of certainty versus the unsettling expansion of understanding. Finally, the detective spoke. "I will not steal. I cannot violate the principles I've spent my career upholding. But—" he paused, considering his words with unusual care. "But I might occasionally fail to notice certain activities. I might neglect to mention certain observations in my reports to Scotland Yard. I might, through careful inattention, create spaces where others might work, unimpeded. That would be enough, Vikram said. More than enough. Justice takes many forms, Mr. Holmes. Not all of them fit comfortably within legal frameworks designed by empires to legitimize plunder. They parted as dawn finally broke over London, each man heading toward rest and the processing of experiences that would require considerable mental adjustment. Watson and Holmes shared a cab back to Baker Street, both too exhausted for conversation, content simply to exist in companionable silence as the city woke around them. Mrs. Hudson had breakfast waiting. She really did possess supernatural abilities, Watson decided, and they ate mechanically, fueling bodies that had been pushed well past reasonable limits. Then Holmes spoke, his voice carrying the thoughtful quality that meant he was articulating conclusions he'd been developing for hours. The universe is larger than we imagined, Watson. More complex, more mysterious, more resistant to complete explanation. That skull, the guardian, it taught us that consciousness is not confined to living brains, that memory can persist in matter, that what we call supernatural might simply be natural law operating at scales or through mechanisms we don't yet understand. "Does that bother you?" Watson asked. Not knowing, not being able to explain. "It did," Holmes admitted. "It shook me profoundly. But now—" He smiled slightly, that rare expression of genuine warmth that transformed his sharp features. "Now I find it oddly liberating. Mystery isn't the enemy, Watson. Certainty without humility. That's the enemy. The conviction that we've understood everything, that there's nothing left to discover, that our civilization's knowledge is complete and final. That's what makes empires dangerous. That's what justified stealing the Guardian in the first place. The arrogant belief that we had the right to take whatever we wished because our understanding was superior." "So what now?" Watson asked. "Will we continue solving cases as before, pretending nothing has changed?" "Everything has changed," Holmes said firmly, "but we continue regardless. We solve the cases that come to us. We pursue truth where truth can be found. We exercise justice where justice is possible. And occasionally—" his smile widened slightly, "occasionally we fail to notice when sacred objects find their way home. We cultivate selective blindness regarding certain underground activities. We become accomplices to restoration rather than theft's loyal servants." Watson raised his teacup in salute. "To selective blindness, then, and to mysteries that resist solutions." "To mysteries that resist solution," Holmes echoed. "May we never lose our capacity for wonder." They sat in comfortable silence as morning light filled Baker Street, two men changed by what they'd witnessed, expanded by what they'd learned, committed to moving forward with humility rather than certainty, with questions rather than answers, with the understanding that sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in acknowledging how little one truly knows. Somewhere beneath London, in tunnels that predated the city itself, an altar stood empty, awaiting the next sacred object that required protection. And in the docks where this story began, Thomas Ridley would wake tomorrow to find his dreams already fading, his memories softening, his life returning to a comfortable, ordinary routine that no longer quite fit the man he'd become. The skull, the Guardian, would travel east, crossing oceans that had brought it west in chains, returning to temples and prayers and the culture that had created it, with purpose, rather than collecting it as curiosity. Its screams would no longer disturb London's fog-bound evenings. Its warnings would no longer echo through catacombs and conscience. But its lesson would remain, at least for those who'd been brave enough or foolish enough to truly listen. The lesson that some debts transcend law, that some justice operates outside courtrooms, that some screams, whether from skulls or souls, demand we hear them regardless of how uncomfortable the hearing makes us. Holmes and Watson would solve many more cases together, would face other mysteries and unravel other impossibilities. But this case, the Screaming Skull of Whitechapel, would remain unique in their partnership. The case that changed them. The case that taught them humility. The case that expanded their understanding of what reality could contain. And on quiet evenings, when fog rolled in from the Thames and the gaslight flickered with almost sentient uncertainty, they would sometimes think of The Guardian and wonder what other mysteries London concealed beneath its civilized veneer, what other ancient wisdoms waited in darkness for those brave enough to descend and learn. Some stories end with answers. This one ended with questions. And perhaps that was the most honest ending of all. The city slept and woke and continued its eternal dance between light and shadow, between known and unknown, between the comfortable fictions of certainty and the uncomfortable truths of mystery. And somewhere in that dance, justice quietly redistributed itself, one sacred object at a time, returning what empire had taken, restoring what arrogance had displaced, honoring what ignorance had dismissed. The work would continue, the mysteries would persist, and those who'd heard the Guardian scream would never quite forget the sound or the lesson it carried in its impossible voice. Welcome rest now. Let these thoughts settle softly, like fog on cobblestones, like memory into dream, like truth into the quiet spaces where we keep the things that changed us. Sleep well, dear listener. The mysteries will wait until morning. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're settling beneath the soft night skies of Florence, the ocean breeze of Phuket, the warm city lights of Buenos Aires, or the quiet moonlit streets of Kyoto. If this moment brought you calm, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in gentle serenity. Let the stillness surround you. Let your thoughts drift slowly. Let your dreams rise softly into the night. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world. The fog came to London on a Tuesday evening in late October, creeping along the Thames like something that had been waiting, patient and deliberate, for just the right moment to arrive. It wasn't the usual fog, not the thin, apologetic mist that Londoners shrugged through on their way to work, nor even the thick pea soupers that made cabbies curse and pedestrians cling to iron railings like shipwreck survivors. This fog had weight to it, a presence that pressed against window panes and settled into the spaces between breaths. It carried the scent of river water and coal smoke, yes, but underneath those familiar notes lay something else, something faintly sweet and metallic, like copper coins left too long in the rain. At 221B Baker Street, the gas lamps burned with halos of amber light that seemed to retreat into themselves, as if even illumination had grown timid in the face of such determined darkness. The building stood tall and narrow, its brick facade darkened by decades of London soot, its windows glowing like tired eyes keeping watch over the street below. Inside, the rooms held the particular warmth of a space well lived in, where every object had found its proper place through years of habitation, rather than deliberate arrangement. Sherlock Holmes stood at the window of the sitting room, one hand pressed flat against the glass, feeling the cold seep through to his palm. He was a tall man, lean in the way of greyhounds or fencing masters, with features that seemed carved rather than formed, sharp angles and planes that caught lamplight and shadow with equal drama. His dressing gown, a deep burgundy silk that had seen better days, hung loosely from his shoulders. For the past quarter hour he had been watching the fog consume Baker Street, swallowing first the opposite pavement, then the street lamps, then, finally, the entrance to their own building, until the world beyond the window had become nothing more than a grey-white void punctuated by the occasional ghost of movement. Behind him, Dr. John Watson occupied the armchair nearest the fire, a medical journal open across his lap, though his eyes had long since ceased to track the words. Watson was shorter, broader, with the kind of sturdy reliability that made people trust him instinctively. A man built for weathering storms rather than dancing around them. His moustache, neatly trimmed as always, had gone more grey than brown in recent years, a fact he noticed but never mentioned. The firelight played across his features, softening the permanent crease between his brows that had appeared somewhere between Afghanistan and his current practice on the less fashionable edges of London. The fire itself crackled and whispered in the grate, burning a careful mixture of coal and wood that Mrs. Hudson, their landlady, had perfected over years of managing the peculiar needs of 221B's occupants. The flames cast dancing shadows across walls papered in a pattern of burgundy and gold that had been fashionable a decade earlier, and had now settled into comfortable obsolescence. Books lined every available surface, medical texts competing for space with chemical treatises, criminal histories jostling against volumes of poetry that Watson pretended were Holmes's, and Holmes pretended were Watson's. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked with metronomic precision, marking time in a way that felt increasingly irrelevant as the fog outside erased all sense of hour or season. It was 7:30, though it might as easily have been midnight or dawn. London had become a city suspended, held in amber, waiting. "It's remarkably thick," Holmes said, his voice breaking the silence with the quality of someone continuing a conversation rather than starting one. "I've seen dense fogs, Watson. You know I have. The winter of '88, when the Thames froze, and the fog was so heavy that gas lamps were visible only if you stood directly beneath them. But this—" He paused, his breath fogging the glass before him. "This feels different." Watson looked up from his journal, marking his place with one finger, even though he had no intention of returning to the article about new techniques in abdominal surgery. "Different how?" he asked, though he felt it too, that strange quality to the fog, as if it carried weight, or intent, or memory. Holmes turned from the window, his profile catching the firelight, his eyes distant, in that particular way that meant his mind was sorting through observations, cataloguing details, building theories from fragments. "I cannot say precisely," he admitted, and there was something in that admission that made Watson shift in his chair. Holmes did not often confess to imprecision. "It has been building for 3 days now, growing thicker each evening. The meteorological reports suggest it should have lifted with this morning's wind, but it persisted. And it has a quality—" He trailed off, one hand gesturing vaguely, as if trying to capture something invisible. "You're tired," Watson said, not unkindly. "You've been working that coded shipping manifest case for a week, without proper rest. Fog is fog, Holmes, even in London. But even as he spoke, Watson felt the words ring false. The fog outside their window did seem to press with unusual insistence, and there was indeed that odd scent to it, noticeable even through closed windows, something that made the back of his throat itch slightly, as if he'd breathed in dust from a long closed room. Holmes moved away from the window, crossing to his chair, the one positioned to catch both firelight and the best reading light from the window, though no reading light penetrated now. He sank into it, with the particular grace of exhaustion trying to disguise itself as casual movement. His fingers found their way to the armrest, drumming an irregular pattern that Watson had learned over their years of friendship indicated not restlessness, but deep thought. "Perhaps you're right," Holmes said, though his tone suggested he believed nothing of the sort. "I have been sleeping poorly of late, dreams of a peculiar nature, half-formed things that vanish upon waking but leave a residue, like oil on water." Watson closed his journal entirely now, setting it aside on the small table that held his evening tea, gone cold in its cup, a skin forming on the surface that caught the firelight like mother of pearl. "What sort of dreams?" he asked, his physician's instincts stirring to attention. Holmes waved one hand dismissively, but his eyes remained fixed on the fire, watching the flames twist and curl. "Nothing I can properly recall. Shadows, mostly. The sense of being observed. Corridors that stretch longer than they should. The usual nonsense the mind produces when overtaxed." He paused, then added with a slight smile that didn't reach his eyes, "I am not yet ready for you to diagnose me with nervous exhaustion, my dear Watson." Watson smiled in return, but he made a mental note, the kind of mental note that physicians learn to make, small flags planted in the landscape of a patient's health that mean nothing individually but might, in accumulation, point toward something requiring attention. Holmes was indeed overtaxed. That much was evident. The coded manifest case had involved late nights and irregular meals, long hours bent over documents in gaslight, the kind of intense focus that burned through a man's resources the way a hot fire burned through coal. Outside, the fog pressed closer. Inside, the fire burned lower. The rooms at 221B had their own geography, learned through habitation the way one learns the feel of a familiar coat. The sitting room dominated, with its bay window overlooking Baker Street, its fireplace, its accumulated clutter of interesting cases and abandoned experiments. Beyond it lay Holmes's bedroom, rarely used for actual sleep, but serving instead as a repository for files, chemical equipment, and the violin that Holmes played at odd hours when his mind required the particular meditation that only music could provide. Watson's room occupied the floor above, smaller but more ordered, with military precision still evident in the way he arranged his possessions despite years of civilian life. Mrs. Hudson's domain lay below, the ground floor and basement, where she performed the domestic alchemy that kept 201B functioning despite the chaos that occasionally erupted from its upper floors. She was a woman of indeterminate middle age, with the kind of competence that made impossible things happen quietly and without fuss. She had seen things during her tenure as landlady to London's only consulting detective that would have sent other women screaming into the street. Instead, she made tea, served meals at irregular hours, and occasionally provided observations that Holmes found surprisingly astute. The The building itself was one of hundreds like it in this part of London. Respectable, but not fashionable. Solid, but not grand. The kind of place where professional men made their lodgings and their offices, where the middle classes built their careful lives in the shadow of greater wealth and above the precipice of poverty. Baker Street had its rhythms, the morning parade of clerks heading to their offices, the afternoon visits of clients seeking professional services, the evening return of residents to their dinners and their firesides. But tonight the fog had silenced all of that, reducing the world to this room, this fire, these two men and their unspoken unease. Watson rose from his chair, crossing to the window where Holmes had stood earlier. He looked out at the fog, or rather at the absence where the street should have been. Somewhere out there, London continued, its millions going about their business, its theatres bright with gaslight, its taverns warm with conversation and beer, its darker corners hiding the same crimes and miseries they had always hidden. But here, now, all of that felt impossibly distant, as if 221B had been cut loose from the city and set adrift in some grey, soundless sea. "I've been sleeping poorly myself," Watson admitted, surprising himself with the confession. "Nothing I could point to specifically, just restlessness, a sense of something not quite right." Holmes looked up at him, and for a moment something passed between them. Recognition, perhaps, or shared concern. They had been through much together, these two men. They had faced murderers and thieves, unravelled conspiracies and prevented tragedies. They had learned to trust each other's instincts, even when those instincts couldn't be rationally explained. "How long?" Holmes asked. 3 nights, Watson said, then paused. "Since the fog came." The fire crackled, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. The clock ticked. Outside, something moved in the fog. A shadow, a shape, there, and gone too quickly to properly see. Both men noticed it, though neither mentioned it. Not yet. London in 1890 was a city of contrasts so sharp they could cut. It was the heart of the British Empire, the largest city in the world, home to over 5 million souls pressed together in a space that groaned under the weight of their collective ambition and desperation. The West End gleamed with wealth, its squares and crescents lined with townhouses where fortunes were counted in thousands of pounds, where servants moved silently through, elegant rooms where the concerns of empire were discussed over port and cigars. The East End festered with poverty, its rookeries and tenements packed with families living 10 to a room, where children worked in factories and women sold whatever they could to keep their families fed, where death came young and often. Baker Street occupied the middle ground, literally and figuratively. It was respectable enough for a professional practice, affordable enough for 2 men living on a doctor's modest income and a detective's irregular fees. It was a place where ambition met practicality, where the dreams of Victorian progress bumped up against the reality of London's daily grind. And through it all, the city burned coal, millions of tons of it every year, feeding the furnaces and fireplaces and factories that kept London running. The smoke rose from 100,000 chimneys, mixing with the river mist and the breath of 5 million people to create the fogs that had become as much a symbol of London as Big Ben or Tower Bridge. Londoners had learned to live with it, to navigate by memory and instinct when sight failed, to carry on with business because stopping was not an option in a city that never truly slept. But this fog, Watson thought, watching it press against the glass, this fog felt like something else entirely. "Perhaps," Holmes said quietly, still watching the fire, "we should both endeavour to sleep properly tonight. Morning may bring clarity that evening obscures." Watson nodded, though he felt no particular optimism about the prospect of restful sleep. "A sensible suggestion," he agreed. "Mrs. Hudson left cold chicken and bread if you want supper." "I'm not hungry," Holmes said, which was not unusual. His appetite had always been erratic, appearing and vanishing according to patterns that Watson had long since stopped trying to predict. They sat in companionable silence for a while longer, listening to the fire settle and the clock tick, and the fog press its impossible weight against the windows of 221B Baker Street. Two friends, veterans of London's mysteries, unaware that the greatest mystery they would face together was already seeping under the door, already in their lungs, already beginning its slow, insidious work. The fog would lift eventually, Watson told himself. Fog always did. This was London, after all. Fog was simply part of the landscape, like rain or soot, or the endless march of ambition and desperation that defined this impossible city. He was wrong, of course. But that knowledge would come later, in the sleepless nights ahead, in the visions that waited in the grey space between waking and dreams, in the shadows that would prove to be all too real. For now, there was just the fire, and the fog, and two men preparing for sleep they would not find. The night folded around 221B Baker Street like a shroud, thick and impenetrable, and somewhere within its depths Sherlock Holmes discovered that sleep was not the refuge he had hoped for. He had retired to his bedroom just after 10 o'clock. Watson, having already ascended to his own quarters with a muttered good night, and a look of concern that Holmes pretended not to notice. The room was cold, despite the small fire Mrs. Hudson had laid in the grate earlier. The fog seemed to leach warmth from the air itself, turning even heated spaces into approximations of comfort, rather than the genuine article. Holmes had changed into his nightshirt, a practical garment of white cotton worn soft through years of use, and climbed beneath the heavy quilts that Mrs. Hudson insisted upon during the autumn months. For a time he lay in the darkness, listening to the sounds of the building settling around him, the creak of old wood, the distant hiss of gas through pipes, the almost imperceptible whisper of fog pressing against window panes. His mind, usually so quick to sort through the day's observations and file them into their proper categories, felt strangely sluggish, as if moving through water or thick syrup. Thoughts began, and then dissolved before reaching completion. The coded manifest case, which had occupied his attention so thoroughly just hours before, now seemed impossibly distant, its details obscured by a grey haze that had nothing to do with the fog outside and everything to do with the peculiar heaviness settling over his consciousness. Sleep, when it came, arrived not as the gentle descent into rest, but as a sudden falling, as if the bed had opened beneath him and dropped him into darkness. And in that darkness there were corridors, not the familiar corridors of 221B, with their worn carpet runners and gaslight sconces, but corridors that stretched impossibly long, their walls pressing close and then receding, their perspectives shifting in ways that defied geometry. The wallpaper, and there was wallpaper, though Holmes couldn't have said what pattern it bore, seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting, with a rhythm that matched no heartbeat, he knew. The air tasted of copper and dust and something sweet that made the back of his throat close in instinctive rejection. He walked, or perhaps floated, or perhaps merely existed within the act of movement, without actually moving at all. The distinction felt unimportant and critically vital at the same time. Somewhere ahead, there were voices. Not speaking words he could understand, but making sounds that suggested meaning, that implied communication happening just beyond the range of his comprehension. He followed them, or they followed him, or both things were true simultaneously, in the way that things can be true only in dreams. The shadows along the walls had weight. They moved independently of any light source, gathering in corners and then spilling out across the floor like liquid, like smoke, like something with intent. Holmes watched them with the part of his mind that remained analytical even in sleep, noting their behavior, cataloguing their movement, trying to find the pattern that would explain their existence. But the pattern kept shifting, kept changing the moment he thought he'd grasped it, like trying to hold water in his bare hands. And then, suddenly, without transition, he was in a room he knew, his sitting room at Baker Street, but wrong somehow. The furniture was in its proper place, but the walls had developed new angles. The fire burned with green flames that gave no heat. The fog outside the window had faces, pressed against the glass, their features blurred and indistinct, but unmistakably watching, waiting, wanting something he couldn't name. Watson sat in his chair by the fire, but when Holmes tried to speak to him, tried to ask if he saw the faces in the fog, Watson's head turned, and his face was not Watson's face at all, but something else, something that smiled with too many teeth and spoke in a voice like grinding stones. "You're not sleeping properly, Holmes. You should really try to sleep." Holmes woke with a gasp, his heart hammering against his ribs, his nightshirt damp with sweat despite the cold. The room around him was dark, the fire having burned down to embers that gave barely enough light to suggest the shapes of furniture. For a long moment he lay perfectly still, orienting himself, reminding his racing mind that he was in his bedroom, in Baker Street, in London, in the year 1890, that dreams were only dreams, and meant nothing beyond the mind's peculiar habit of processing information through bizarre symbolism. But his hands were shaking. That was unusual. Sherlock Holmes did not shake. He rose from the bed, wrapping his dressing gown around himself against the chill, and moved to the window. The fog remained, perhaps even thicker than before, a solid wall of grey-white that seemed to pulse with its own internal light. No, not pulse. That was imagination, surely. Fog did not pulse. Fog did not move with purpose. Fog was simply water vapour suspended in air. Nothing more, nothing less. A natural phenomenon explained by meteorology and requiring no further analysis. The clock on his mantelpiece showed 3:30 in the morning. He had slept then for approximately 5 hours, though it felt both longer and shorter than that, as if time itself had become unreliable. From the floor above came a sound, footsteps, slow and heavy, pacing back and forth. Watson, then, also unable to sleep. The knowledge brought a measure of comfort, though Holmes couldn't have said why. Misery-loving company, perhaps, or simply the reassurance that he was not alone in his unease. He returned to bed, but did not sleep again that night. Instead, he lay watching the shadows on the ceiling shift and change as the embers died, listening to Watson pace, waiting for dawn to bring its cold, grey light and the possibility of rational explanation. Morning arrived without fanfare, the fog simply growing lighter rather than lifting, turning from deep grey to pale pearl, like a veil, becoming translucent without ever truly revealing what lay beneath. Holmes dressed with unusual care, his fingers fumbling slightly with buttons and collar studs in a way that annoyed him profoundly. Exhaustion, he told himself. Nothing more than simple exhaustion. The sitting room, when he entered it, looked exactly as it had the night before, comfortingly mundane, reassuringly solid, with no hint of the wrong angles or green flames or watching faces from his dream. Watson was already there, standing at the window, much as Holmes himself had stood the previous evening, looking out at the fog-shrouded street with an expression that Holmes recognized immediately. It was the expression Watson wore when he was thinking about something he didn't want to think about, when his logical mind was wrestling with something that refused to be explained away. "Morning," Watson said, without turning from the window, his voice rough with lack of sleep. "Good morning," Holmes replied, moving to the breakfast table where Mrs. Hudson had laid out their usual fare: toast, eggs, bacon, marmalade, tea. The sight of food made his stomach turn slightly, but he forced himself to take a piece of toast, to spread it with marmalade, to eat, because his body required fuel, regardless of whether his appetite cooperated. Watson finally turned from the window, and Holmes saw immediately that his friend had slept no better than he had himself. Dark circles shadowed Watson's eyes, making him look older than his years, and there was a tension around his mouth that spoke of jaw muscles clenched too tight for too long. "Bad dreams?" Holmes asked quietly, his tone making it not quite a question. Watson moved to the table, poured himself tea with hands that trembled slightly, hands that had held steady through battles in Afghanistan, through surgeries in field hospitals, through all the dangers they had faced together in London's criminal underworld. "Peculiar dreams," he said carefully. "Nothing I can quite recall clearly. Impressions more than images. Corridors, shadows, faces in the fog." Holmes set down his toast, his own hands suddenly unsteady. "Faces in the fog," he repeated. Their eyes met across the table, and in that moment they both understood that something was happening, something that went beyond simple exhaustion or overwork or the reasonable effects of London's autumn weather on two men's sleep patterns. "This is absurd," Watson said, but his voice carried no conviction. "Dreams are simply the mind processing the day's experiences. Freud's work suggests—" "Freud's work," Holmes interrupted gently, "does not account for two men sleeping in separate rooms, having remarkably similar peculiar dreams on the same night, during the same unusual fog, after both experiencing several days of increasing unease." Watson sat down heavily in his chair, his tea forgotten in his hand. "What are you suggesting?" "I'm not suggesting anything," Holmes said. "I'm merely observing. And what I observe is that something is affecting us both. Whether that something is a shared exposure to some environmental factor or a peculiar meteorological phenomenon producing psychological effects, or—" He trailed off, unwilling to voice the other possibilities that his tired mind was suggesting. The morning passed slowly, both men attempting to engage in their usual routines while fighting the exhaustion that sat on their shoulders like physical weight. Holmes tried to work on the coded manifest case, spreading the documents across his desk, but the letters seemed to swim before his eyes, rearranging themselves into patterns that made no sense. Watson attempted to write up notes on a recent case for publication, but his pen kept stopping mid-sentence as his attention drifted to the window, to the fog, to the peculiar quality of light that filtered through it. Mrs. Hudson appeared at regular intervals, bringing fresh tea, inquiring about lunch, commenting on the unusual persistence of the fog, with the tone of someone making conversation rather than expressing genuine concern. But Holmes noticed that she, too, looked tired, and that her hands shook slightly as she poured the tea, and that she left the room more quickly than usual, as if eager to return to the ground floor where the fog perhaps pressed less heavily. By afternoon, the fog had not lifted at all. If anything, it seemed denser, pressing against the windows with almost palpable force. The street below had vanished entirely. No pedestrians, no carriages, no evidence that London continued to exist beyond the immediate confines of 221B Baker Street. The gas lamps, which the lamplighter had presumably come to light, though neither Holmes nor Watson had heard him, burned as faint orange smudges in the grey, providing no illumination, merely marking spaces where illumination should have been. Watson fell asleep in his chair by the fire, sometime around 3 o'clock, his medical journal sliding from his lap to the floor with a soft thump that didn't wake him. Holmes watched his friend sleep, noting the rapid movement of his eyes beneath their lids, the way his hands twitched and grasped at nothing, the small sounds of distress that escaped his throat. He considered waking him, but decided against it. Watson needed rest, even if that rest came with dreams. Holmes himself did not dare to sleep. Instead, he paced the sitting room, his mind churning through possibilities, trying to find the rational explanation that surely existed. Gas leaks could cause hallucinations, but Mrs. Hudson would have noticed the smell. Carbon monoxide could produce psychological effects, but they had experienced no headaches, no nausea, none of the other symptoms associated with such poisoning. Some new form of industrial pollution, perhaps, some chemical being released into the air that affected the nervous system. But why would it produce such similar dreams in different people? Why would it intensify during the fog? And why did the fog itself feel wrong, as if it were not merely a natural phenomenon, but something else, something with purpose? Watson woke with a cry, jerking upright in his chair, his eyes wild and unfocused for a moment before recognition returned, and he remembered where he was. He started, then stopped, his hand moving to his chest, as if to confirm his heart still beat within it. I was walking through the hospital where I trained, but it was wrong. The corridors were wrong, and there were people, patients I'd treated, but their faces... He shuddered, unable to continue. The fog, Holmes said quietly. It's the fog, Watson. It must be. Some quality to it, some chemical component that's affecting our minds. Fog is water vapor, Watson said. But his voice was uncertain now, his physician's rationality crumbling in the face of their shared experience. This fog, Holmes corrected, is something else. Evening came early, the grey daylight fading into deeper grey without the usual transition through amber and gold. The temperature dropped, and despite the fire burning brightly in the grate, both men felt cold, in a way that seemed to originate from within, rather than without. They ate dinner without appetite, forcing down Mrs. Hudson's excellent roast and potatoes, because not eating would have raised questions neither of them wanted to answer. We should sleep properly tonight, Watson said, though his tone suggested he believed nothing of the sort. We need rest, real rest. Holmes nodded, but he was already dreading the moment when he would have to return to his bedroom, to lie down in darkness, to surrender consciousness to whatever waited in those impossible corridors, those shifting shadows, those faces in the fog. The clock struck 9, then 10, then 11. Both men remained in the sitting room, finding excuses to linger. Another cup of tea, another chapter to read, another adjustment to the fire. Neither wanted to admit they were afraid of sleep. Two grown men, rational men, men who had faced real dangers without flinching, now frightened of their own dreams. But eventually, exhaustion won. It always did. Watson stood first, stretching muscles gone stiff from sitting. "Well," he said, and left it at that. What else was there to say? "Good night, Watson," Holmes said, not looking up from the document he was pretending to read. "Good night, Holmes." The footsteps on the stairs felt like a funeral march, the closing of Watson's door, like the sealing of a tomb. Holmes remained in his chair for another hour, watching the fire burn lower, watching the fog press closer, feeling the weight of sleep pulling at his consciousness like hands reaching up from dark water, pulling him down, down, down into corridors that waited with patient hunger, into shadows that moved with purpose, into dreams that were perhaps not dreams at all, but something else entirely, something that the fog brought with it, something that fed on sleep and sanity and the certainty that morning would come and things would make sense again. But morning was hours away, and in those hours the fog would deepen and the dreams would come, and two men would walk corridors that existed nowhere and everywhere, would run from shadows that pursued with relentless patience, would see things that no rational mind should see, would understand, slowly and with growing horror, that something in London was very, very wrong. The clock struck midnight, its chimes muffled by the fog, by distance, by the weight of exhaustion, finally become irresistible. Sherlock Holmes rose from his chair, extinguished the lamps, and walked toward his bedroom, like a man walking toward his own execution, knowing what waited, but unable to do anything but continue forward. Behind him, the fire died to embers. The fog pressed closer. And somewhere in the grey depths of sleeping London, something vast and patient smiled. The third morning arrived with all the enthusiasm of a funeral, the fog having now settled into London with the permanence of an unwanted guest who has decided to stay indefinitely. Holmes woke. If the transition from nightmares to consciousness could truly be called waking, with the taste of copper in his mouth, and the absolute certainty that he hadn't been alone in those dream corridors. Something had been there with him, watching from corners that shouldn't exist, breathing with a rhythm that matched his own heartbeat, following him through spaces that folded back on themselves like origami, made from architecture and madness. He lay still for several minutes, staring at the ceiling of his bedroom, noting with the detached portion of his mind that still functioned analytically that there were water stains forming around the plasterwork, new stains blooming like flowers across the white surface, spreading in patterns that almost looked like faces if one squinted and allowed one's imagination too much freedom, which Holmes was determined not to do, though his eyes kept tracing the stains, kept finding suggestions of eyes and mouths, and expressions of such profound sadness that it made his chest ache. He forced himself from the bed, dressed with fumbling fingers that betrayed his exhaustion, and made his way to the sitting room, where he found Watson already awake, already dressed, standing at the window with a cup of tea gone cold in his hand, and an expression on his face that Holmes had seen only once before, during the aftermath of a particularly brutal case involving the deaths of 3 children. It was the expression of a man whose faith in the essential orderliness of the world had been badly shaken. "I've been watching the fog," Watson said without preamble, without turning from the window. "For 2 hours now. And Holmes, it moves." "All fog moves, Watson. Air currents. Not like that." Watson turned now, and in the grey morning light he looked haggard, almost ill. "Not in response to wind or temperature. It moves with purpose. I've watched it. There are patterns. It swirls around the lampposts. It gathers at doorways. It seems to test the windows, as if looking for a way in." Holmes joined his friend at the window, and together they stood in silence, watching the fog. And Watson was right. Holmes could see it now, or perhaps he had always seen it, but had refused to acknowledge what he was seeing. The way the fog didn't simply drift, but moved with something approaching intention, the way it concentrated in certain areas and withdrew from others, the way it seemed to pulse, with a rhythm that was neither breath nor heartbeat, but something else, something that made Holmes's skin crawl with instinctive revulsion. "We cannot stay here," Holmes said quietly. "Whatever this is, whatever is happening, we must investigate. We must find the source." Watson set down his teacup with a click that sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet room. "Find the source," he repeated. "Holmes, we don't even know what this is. How do we find the source of fog, of dreams, of shadows that move wrong?" "We begin," Holmes said, his voice taking on the crisp tone he used when facing a particularly complex problem, "by gathering data. We establish a pattern. We map the phenomenon. We interview others who may be experiencing similar effects. We approach this as we would any other case, with logic and method, and the absolute refusal to surrender to fear or superstition." It was bravado, and they both knew it. But it was also necessary. They were men of science and reason, children of the Victorian age that prided itself on taming the world through knowledge and technology. They would not be defeated by fog, no matter how wrong it felt. Mrs. Hudson appeared with breakfast, and Holmes noted immediately that she, too, looked exhausted. Her usually tidy hair had escaped its pins in several places. Her apron was spotted with what looked like tea stains, and her hands trembled as she set down the tray. She caught Holmes observing her and attempted a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Forgive the state of things, Mr. Holmes," she said. "I'm not sleeping well. None of us are, I think. My sister's boy, who delivers groceries, he says the whole city is the same. People walking about like ghosts, jumping at shadows, complaining of nightmares. The churches are full, he says. People looking for... well, for whatever it is people look for when the world stops making sense." "How long has your family been experiencing these symptoms?" Holmes asked, his detective's instincts immediately alert. Mrs. Hudson considered, one hand absently rubbing at her temple as if trying to ease an ache. "Started Tuesday evening, I'd say. Same night the fog came. Not so bad at first. Just poor sleep, you know. The sort everyone has now and again. But it's been getting worse. Last night I barely slept at all. Kept dreaming I was in my late husband's butcher shop. But the meat on the hooks was..." She stopped abruptly, her face paling. "Well, never mind what it was. Just dreams, isn't it? Just foolish dreams." After she'd left, Holmes and Watson sat in thoughtful silence, neither touching the food before them. Holmes had begun what Watson recognized as his mapping meditation, that peculiar stillness where his body remained motionless, but his mind raced, constructing mental diagrams, plotting points of data, searching for the patterns that would reveal the underlying truth. "Tuesday evening," Holmes said finally. "The fog arrived Tuesday evening. We both began experiencing symptoms Tuesday night. Mrs. Hudson's family the same. Her nephew reports it's citywide." He rose abruptly, moving to the desk where he kept his maps of London, detailed charts that showed not just streets, but also elevation, wind patterns, the locations of factories and gasworks and chemical plants. If this is an environmental factor, some gas or chemical being released into the air, then there must be a point of origin. The fog acts as a carrier, perhaps, concentrating the effect, spreading it across the city. Watson joined him at the desk, his medical training asserting itself over his exhaustion. A gas that causes hallucinations and disrupted sleep. There are substances that could produce such effects. Certain ethers, opium derivatives, even some industrial chemicals, if improperly contained. But the distribution would need to be widespread and continuing. Not a single release, but an ongoing emission. Precisely. Holmes's finger traced across the map, following the Thames, marking locations with quick pencil strokes. We need to determine where the fog is thickest, where the effects are most pronounced. That will point us toward the source. "And how exactly do we conduct such an investigation?" Watson asked. "Walk through London in this damned fog, knocking on doors and asking strangers if they're having nightmares?" "If necessary, yes." Holmes straightened, and for a moment, something of his usual fierce energy returned to his features. "But we begin more systematically. We visit areas of the city representing different elevations and proximities to potential sources. The riverside industrial areas, the West End, the East End slums, the northern suburbs. We observe, we question, we gather data. By tonight, we should have enough information to form a working hypothesis." Watson wanted to object, wanted to suggest they simply alert the authorities and let someone else handle this mystery while they barricaded themselves in their rooms with wet cloths over the windows to keep out the fog. But he was also a doctor, trained to face illness and injury without flinching, and this, whatever it was clearly afflicting people. His oath compelled him forward even as his instincts urged retreat. "Very well," he said, "but we go armed, and we don't separate. Whatever is in that fog, I'd rather we face it together." They prepared with the thoroughness of soldiers going to war. Heavy coats against the cold, scarves that could be wrapped across their faces if the fog's smell became too intense. Watson's service revolver cleaned and loaded, though neither of them quite believed bullets would be useful against dreams and shadows. Holmes brought his walking stick, the heavy one with the lead-weighted head that had proven useful in previous encounters with London's criminal element. They left a note for Mrs. Hudson, telling her they would be out investigating and not to worry if they returned late. The fog swallowed them the moment they stepped outside 221B, closing around them with almost palpable eagerness. The temperature was several degrees colder than it had been inside, and the moisture in the air seemed to penetrate their coats immediately, making their clothes feel damp and heavy. Visibility extended perhaps 10 feet in any direction, enough to see the pavement before them and the vague suggestions of buildings on either side, but nothing more. The usual sounds of London, The clatter of carriages, the calls of street vendors, the thousands of small noises that made up the city's constant symphony, were muffled almost to nothing, as if the fog absorbed sound as well as light. They walked slowly, carefully, Watson's hand never far from the revolver in his coat pocket, Holmes's eyes constantly moving, observing, cataloguing. Baker Street, which should have been busy even in fog, was nearly deserted. The few people they encountered moved quickly, heads down, faces hidden by scarves or collars pulled high. No one made eye contact. No one spoke. It was as if the entire city had agreed to pretend that nothing unusual was happening, as if ignoring the wrongness might make it go away. Their first destination was the Thames Embankment, where Holmes suspected they might find the highest concentration of industrial emissions. London's river was lined with factories, gasworks, chemical plants, any of which might be the source of their troubles. The walk took nearly twice as long as it should have, the fog disorienting even Holmes's usually infallible sense of direction. Several times they found themselves at corners they shouldn't have reached, on streets that seemed to curve wrong, passing the same lampposts multiple times as if the city itself had become a maze. But eventually they heard the Thames, its waters lapping against the embankment walls with a sound like whispered secrets. The fog was even thicker here, so dense that Watson literally couldn't see his own feet when he looked down. The smell of the river cut through the fog's sweetish chemical scent, sewage and mud, and the particular reek of industrial runoff that made the Thames equal parts lifeline and open sewer. "Can you see anything?" Watson asked, his voice sounding muffled and strange even to his own ears. "No," Holmes admitted, "but I can hear. Listen." Watson strained his ears, and after a moment he heard it too, a sound beneath. The river's whisper, a low, rhythmic thrumming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was mechanical, he thought, the sound of engines or pumps, but there was something organic about its rhythm, something that made him think uncomfortably of a massive heartbeat. They followed the sound along the embankment, their hands trailing along the wall to maintain their orientation. Once, Watson thought he saw shapes moving in the fog ahead of them, tall, thin figures that walked with a peculiar jerky gait. But when they reached the spot where the figures should have been, there was nothing. Just fog. Just that rhythmic thrumming. Just the growing certainty that they were being watched by something that had no eyes, but saw everything. The industrial area of Southwark revealed more of the pattern. The few factory workers they encountered, sitting on stoops or standing in doorways during their breaks, all reported the same symptoms: poor sleep, vivid nightmares, a sense of being watched. One man, a foreman at a chemical plant, described dreams of walking through his factory at night, the machines all running but producing nothing, the vats full of substances that moved with their own volition, reaching out with tendrils that tried to pull him in. "Started Tuesday," he said, pulling nervously on his pipe. "Same time this damned fog came in. We tried to work through it yesterday, but half the men couldn't keep their eyes open. Dangerous that is, working with chemicals when you're seeing things that aren't there. Boss finally sent us home. Don't know when we'll reopen. Don't know if we will, if this keeps up." They moved north, through the city, past the Bank of England and the Royal Exchange, into areas where clerks and merchants conducted the business of empire. Here, too, the fog reigned, and the symptoms were identical. A banker, emerging from his office with the haunted look of a man who'd seen too much, described nightmares of counting coins that turned to teeth in his hands, of ledgers whose numbers rearranged themselves into messages he couldn't read but understood meant his death. "Are we all going mad?" he asked them, his voice breaking. "Is it some plague, some judgment?" Holmes assured him it was neither, though he couldn't yet say what it was. They moved on. The East End slums showed the worst effects. Here, where people lived packed together in tenements and rookeries, where multiple families shared single rooms and privacy was a luxury none could afford, the fog seemed to feed on desperation. They found people sitting in doorways in the middle of the day, too exhausted to work, too frightened to sleep. Children cried with a hopeless, continuous sound, like animals in pain. An old woman grabbed Watson's coat as they passed, her eyes wide and wild, begging him to make the shadows stop following her, to tell the faces in the fog to leave her alone. Watson gave her what comfort he could, which was none at all, really, just soothing words that meant nothing, and pressed coins into her hand that she probably wouldn't remember receiving. By late afternoon they had covered half of London, and the pattern was undeniable. The fog was everywhere, but it was thickest near the river, particularly along the industrial stretch between Westminster and Wapping. The effects were universal. Rich and poor, young and old, all experiencing the same symptoms, with only minor variations. And all of it had begun Tuesday evening, with the arrival of the fog. They sat finally in a small tea shop in Clerkenwell, grateful for the warmth and the gaslight, and the temporary respite from the grey horror outside. Watson's feet ached. His throat was raw from breathing the fog, and his mind felt thick and slow, as if wrapped in cotton wool. Holmes looked no better, his usually sharp features drawn and haggard, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. "It's deliberate," Holmes said quietly, stirring sugar into tea he probably wouldn't drink. "This isn't a natural phenomenon or an industrial accident. The distribution is too perfect, too widespread. Someone is doing this. Someone is releasing this substance, whatever it is, into the fog, using it to carry the chemical across the city." "But why?" Watson asked. "To what possible purpose? This isn't harming just a few people. It's affecting thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands. What could anyone hope to gain?" Holmes's fingers drummed against the teacup, that irregular rhythm that meant his mind was working faster than his ability to articulate his thoughts. An experiment, perhaps. Testing the effects of a new chemical weapon on an unsuspecting population. Or, he paused, his eyes distant. Or something darker. What if the nightmares themselves are the goal? What if someone is studying the effects of mass psychological trauma? "That's monstrous," Watson said. But even as he spoke, he knew that monstrous acts were committed every day in Victorian London. They'd seen enough of human cruelty in their years together to know that the depths of human ambition and callousness were effectively bottomless. "We need to find the source," Holmes said. "Tonight, before another night of this drives more people to madness or worse. The pattern points to the Thames, to the industrial areas. There must be a facility, a laboratory, somewhere near the river where this substance is being produced and released." "And when we find it?" Watson asked. Holmes met his eyes, and in his gaze Watson saw the cold determination that made Sherlock Holmes both the best consulting detective in England and, occasionally, someone who frightened even his closest friend. "Then we stop it," Holmes said simply. "By whatever means necessary." Outside, the fog pressed closer, and somewhere in its grey depths, something that might have been laughter, or might have been screaming, echoed briefly before being swallowed by the mist. The tea shop's other patrons sat in silence, too tired to talk, too frightened to go home, trapped in the grey space between waking and sleeping, between sanity and whatever lay on the other side of reason. And night was coming. Night always came, and with it the dreams that waited like hungry mouths, ready to swallow them all. The evening found Holmes and Watson back at 220 B, surrounded by maps and notes and the accumulated evidence of a day spent walking through a city, slowly losing its grip on sanity. The sitting room had become a war room of sorts, papers spread across every available surface. Holmes's precise handwriting documenting locations, symptoms, observations, all the raw data from which he hoped to extract truth the way an alchemist might extract gold from base metal. Mrs. Hudson had brought them a cold supper, neither of them having appetite for anything more substantial, and had lingered in the doorway longer than necessary, as if reluctant to return to her own quarters below. "There's talk in the markets," she said quietly. "People saying it's a judgment. End times, the wrath of God made manifest in fog and nightmares." She twisted her apron in her hands, a gesture so unlike her usual composed efficiency that it struck Watson more forcefully than any dramatic proclamation could have. "My sister's boy, he says there've been deaths. People so exhausted they walked in front of carriages without seeing them. Others who simply didn't wake up, their hearts giving out from the strain. And one man—" She stopped, swallowed hard. "One man in Whitechapel threw himself from a window, screaming about the faces in the fog coming to take him." After she'd gone, the silence in the room felt heavy, oppressive, as if the fog had found a way inside, despite closed windows and drawn curtains. Watson poured them both brandy. Medicinal, he told himself, though he knew it was more about steadying nerves than treating any physical ailment. Holmes accepted the glass, but left it untouched, his attention focused on the map of London spread before him, marked now with dozens of pencil notations indicating the severity of symptoms in different areas. "Here," Holmes said, tapping a section of the map near the river, "between Southwark and Bermondsey. The fog is thickest here, the symptoms most severe. And look," his finger traced a circle around several marked locations. 3 chemical plants, 2 gasworks, a pharmaceutical laboratory, and at least half a dozen smaller industrial operations. Any of them could be the source. "That's still too many," Watson said, moving to stand beside his friend. "We can't investigate them all tonight. And even if we could, how would we know which one was responsible? It's not as if there'll be a sign reading nightmare gas produced here." Holmes's lips quirked in what might have been a smile if it had contained any humour. "No, but there will be other signs. Unusual activity at odd hours. Security beyond what a normal operation would require. Evidence of recent construction or modification to ventilation systems. And most tellingly, employees who are either unaffected by the symptoms, suggesting access to protective equipment or antidotes, or who have mysteriously stopped coming to work." Watson had to admire the logic, even as he felt a creeping dread at the prospect of venturing back into that fog at night, searching for a facility run by people callous enough to poison an entire city for whatever dark purpose they served. "We'll need more than observation," he said. "If we find the right place, We'll need to get inside, find proof, shut down whatever apparatus is producing this substance. I'm aware. Holmes finally picked up his brandy, took a single sip, set it down again. Which is why I've taken the liberty of sending several telegrams this afternoon while you were resting. I've contacted some of my more irregular associates, people with skills that may prove useful for gaining entry to secured facilities. You mean criminals? Watson said flatly. I mean people with practical knowledge of locks, windows, and the general art of going places they're not invited, Holmes corrected, though his tone acknowledged Watson's accuracy. This isn't the time for squeamishness about methodology, Watson. Lives are at stake, thousands of them. If we must bend a few laws to prevent further deaths, then bend them we shall. It was a speech Watson had heard variations of before, and as always, he found himself both troubled by Holmes's casual relationship with legality and unable to argue with the underlying necessity. They were not dealing with a simple murder or theft here. This was something far larger, far more dangerous, and conventional methods would take too long if they worked at all. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Holmes's irregular associate then, arriving with the promptness that suggested he'd been nearby, waiting for darkness to provide cover for his visit. Watson opened the door to find a thin man of indeterminate age, dressed in the nondescript clothing of a skilled labourer, with clever eyes that missed nothing, and hands that moved with the peculiar delicacy of someone whose livelihood depended on touch. Mr. Holmes, the man said, nodding politely as he entered, received your telegram. Interesting proposition you've laid out. Breaking into chemical plants isn't my usual line, but these aren't usual circumstances, are they? My wife's hardly slept in 3 days. My daughter wakes screaming. So yes, I'm willing to help, provided we're clear about terms. They negotiated quickly, Holmes offering a sum that made Watson wince, but that he couldn't argue was undeserved given the risks involved. The man, who introduced himself only as Fletcher, had brought tools wrapped in oiled cloth, picks and probes and small pry bars, the equipment of his trade laid out, with the pride of a surgeon displaying his instruments. Now then, Fletcher said, studying Holmes's map with professional interest. You've narrowed it to this area? Smart. I know most of these operations. Worked in some of them before I found more profitable employment. This one here. He tapped a location marked as Sterling Chemical Works. That's been doing something odd lately. New construction on the riverside, big ventilation stacks being installed, and they've hired private security, rough types, not the usual watchmen. Been keeping even the regular workers away from certain areas. Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. When did this construction begin? Holmes asked. Fletcher considered. Month ago, perhaps. Maybe 6 weeks. Hard to say exactly. I only noticed because I've got a friend who works there, or did. He was moved to a different section. Told the new area was off limits. Didn't think much of it at the time. Chemical works always have restricted areas. But now, given what you're suggesting, it fits, Holmes said quietly. The timeline is right. They'd need weeks to build and test the apparatus, to refine whatever substance they're producing. Then Tuesday, they began full-scale release, using the natural fog as cover and carrier. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The casual premeditation implied by such a timeline was staggering. This wasn't an accident or a momentary madness. This was planned, deliberate. the actions of someone who had carefully considered the consequences and proceeded anyway. "But why?" he asked, voicing the question that had been plaguing him all day. What could possibly be worth inflicting this on an entire city? "Knowledge," Holmes said softly. "The Victorians' most valuable currency. Someone is conducting an experiment, Watson, testing the effects of a psychological weapon on a large population, gathering data on how humans respond to sustained mental assault, on whether such a weapon could be controlled and directed, on what concentrations produce what effects." His voice was tight with controlled anger. "We pride ourselves on being the most advanced civilization in history, on our scientific progress and technological achievements. But we're still capable of treating human beings as laboratory animals." Fletcher shifted uncomfortably. "So we're shutting this down, then? Tonight?" "Tonight," Holmes confirmed. "We observe first, confirm it's the right location. Then we get inside and destroy whatever mechanism is releasing this substance into the air. And if we can identify who is responsible, so much the better." They prepared with grim efficiency. Dark clothing for all three of them, Fletcher's tools distributed between them in case of separation, Watson's revolver checked and loaded, though Holmes cautioned that they should avoid violence if possible. Alerting the authorities with gunfire would complicate matters. And they didn't yet know how far this conspiracy reached. If influential people were involved, if this experiment had official sanction or protection, then conventional channels of justice might prove more dangerous than useful. The fog embraced them as they left 220 in Aoi, and Watson couldn't shake the sensation that it was pleased to have them back, that it had been waiting with the patience of something that knew they would eventually have to return to its cold embrace. The streets were nearly deserted now, London having essentially surrendered to the unnatural night. Most of its citizens barricaded in their homes, enduring their nightmares in private, rather than risk the streets where the fog seemed to breathe and watch and wait. They moved south toward the river, Fletcher leading them through ways that avoided the few police patrols still attempting to maintain order. The city felt abandoned, post-apocalyptic, as if some plague had swept through and left only ghosts behind. Gas lamps burned uselessly in the fog, creating spheres of sickly yellow light that illuminated nothing. Occasionally they heard sounds, footsteps that seemed to come from impossible directions, voices that might have been conversation or might have been the fog itself learning to speak. Once a scream that cut through the night, and then stopped with horrible abruptness. Watson kept his hand on his revolver, taking small comfort from its solid weight, even though he suspected bullets would be useless against whatever they might encounter. This wasn't like their previous cases, where the enemy was flesh and blood, where logic and courage and the occasional application of force could resolve matters. This was something else, something that operated on different rules, and he felt desperately unprepared despite all his years of experience. The Sterling Chemical Works loomed out of the fog like a castle from nightmare, all dark brick and iron and tall smokestacks that disappeared into the grey void above. The main gates were closed and locked, but Fletcher found a side entrance that a skilled man with the right tools could breach in under 2 minutes, which he did with the quiet competence of long practice. They slipped inside into a courtyard that smelled of chemicals and rust and that sweet metallic scent that Watson now associated with the fog itself, stronger here, almost overwhelming. The facility was not entirely dark. Light showed in windows of certain buildings, and as they crept closer, staying in shadows, they heard the rhythmic sound Watson had noticed earlier by the Thames, that mechanical thrumming that sounded too organic, like the heartbeat of something vast and patient. It came from a newer structure on the riverside of the complex, exactly as Fletcher had indicated. A building that looked hastily constructed, its brickwork fresh and unstained by the soot that covered everything else. "There," Holmes whispered, and Watson felt a surge of triumph mixed with dread. They'd found it, the source, the heart of London's nightmare. They circled the building carefully, noting the unusual ventilation system. Pipes that led down to the river level, intakes that could draw in the natural fog, and tall stacks that would release treated air back into the atmosphere. It was ingenious, really, in a horrifying way. Using London's own fog against it, concentrating whatever chemical they'd developed and spreading it across the city on the fog's natural movements. Guards patrolled the perimeter. Not watchmen, but hard-faced men who moved with military precision and carried clubs that looked capable of cracking skulls. Fletcher counted 6 and whispered that there were likely more inside. "We're not getting in the front," he murmured, "but there's always a back door. Every building has a weakness." They found it on the riverside, a loading door less carefully guarded, presumably because no one expected intruders to approach from the Thames. Fletcher worked his magic with the lock, while Holmes and Watson kept watch, and within minutes they were inside, pressing themselves against damp walls, letting their eyes adjust to the dim interior lit only by a few gas lamps turned low. The space was dominated by machinery, vats and pipes and pumping systems, all working with that rhythmic thrumming that seemed to penetrate bone and make Watson's teeth ache. The smell was intense here, that sweet chemical scent strong enough to make his eyes water and his head swim. He pulled his scarf up over his nose and mouth and saw Holmes and Fletcher do the same. And there, in the centre of it all, was a desk covered in papers, journals, carefully documented observations of what this substance did to human minds, charts showing distribution patterns across London, notes on concentrations and effects, and optimal release times. Evidence. Proof of the cold-blooded experimentation being conducted on an unwilling populace. Holmes gathered papers with swift efficiency, stuffing them inside his coat, his eyes scanning the documents, even in the poor light. Watson moved toward the machinery, looking for a way to shut it down, to stop the flow of poisoned fog into London's air. The pipes were hot to the touch, the vats bubbling with substances that looked wrong even in the dim light, colours that shouldn't exist, textures that seemed to move independently of any stirring mechanism. "Holmes," Watson called softly, "how do we—" The words died in his throat as light suddenly flooded the space, bright gas lamps igniting all at once, and a voice, cultured, educated, utterly calm, spoke from the shadows near the entrance they hadn't used. "Gentlemen," the voice said, "how predictable. I knew someone would eventually trace the pattern. I rather hoped it would be you, Mr. Holmes. Your reputation suggested you'd be intelligent enough to find us, and foolish enough to come investigate personally rather than involve the authorities." A man stepped into the light, and Watson's stomach dropped. He recognized the face from medical journals, from lectures attended during his training. Dr. Augustus Venn, formerly of the Royal College of Surgeons, brilliant researcher, pioneer in the emerging field of psychology and the study of consciousness, A man who should have been using his genius to heal, not to harm. "Dr. Venn," Holmes said, his voice level despite their compromised position. "So it's you. I should have guessed. Your papers on the malleability of human perception, your theories about controlling consciousness through chemical means, all pointing toward this." Venn smiled, and it was the smile of a man who believed completely in the righteousness of his actions. "Knowledge requires sacrifice, Mr. Holmes. The advancement of science requires that we ask difficult questions and accept difficult answers. How do human minds respond to sustained psychological assault? Can perception be controlled? Can reality itself be rewritten through chemical means? These are not questions that can be answered through conventional methods." "So you poison a city," Watson said, his voice shaking with rage. "You drive people to madness and death for your research. How many have died, Venn? How many more will die before you're satisfied with your data?" "As many as necessary," Venn replied, with the casual callousness of someone discussing experimental animals rather than human beings. "The needs of progress outweigh the comfort of individuals. Surely you, as a medical man, understand that principle. We test on the few to save the many." "This isn't testing," Holmes said. "This is torture, and it ends tonight." Venn's smile widened. "Does it? You're outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and breathing an atmosphere saturated with my compound. By now, you're experiencing the early effects. Disorientation, visual disturbances, the blurring of line between thought and perception. In moments, you'll begin to hallucinate. And my guards will find you wandering in circles, unable to distinguish reality from nightmare, as pliable and helpless as all the others." And Watson realized with dawning horror that Venn was right. The room was already beginning to shift around them. Walls breathing, shadows pooling in corners and reaching out with fingers that weren't quite fingers. Fletcher had pressed himself against a wall, his eyes wide and unfocused, seeing something Watson couldn't see. And Holmes swayed slightly, his hand pressed to his temple, fighting the effects through sheer force of will, but clearly losing that battle. The fog had found them at last, here in its birthplace, concentrated and potent. A night was coming to 221B Baker Street, one way or another. The world fractured like a mirror, struck by a stone, reality splitting into 1,000 reflections that each showed something different, something wrong. Watson felt his grip on consciousness slipping, felt his mind beginning to drift in the chemical haze that filled the laboratory like the breath of something vast and hungry. The machinery around them pulsed with that organic rhythm. No longer mechanical, but alive, the pipes writhing like intestines, the vats opening mouths that whispered his name in voices he recognized. His mother, his sister, patients he'd lost in Afghanistan, all calling to him from the bubbling substances that couldn't possibly contain them, but somehow did. He shook his head violently, trying to clear it, his hand fumbling for the revolver in his pocket. But his fingers felt thick and clumsy, and the pocket kept moving, shifting location on his coat like a living thing, trying to keep its contents from him. Beside him, Fletcher had slid down the wall into a sitting position, his hands over his ears, muttering something that might have been prayer, or might have been the beginnings of madness. Holmes alone remained standing, though Watson could see the tremendous effort it cost him. His friend's face was pale, sheened with sweat despite the cold, and his eyes had taken on a glassy quality that spoke of seeing multiple realities simultaneously, But his mind, that remarkable, disciplined instrument, was fighting back, imposing order on chaos through sheer force of will. "The scarf," Holmes said, his voice strained but clear. "Watson, the scarf over your face. Breathe through it. Shallow breaths. The fabric filters some of the compound. Not much, but enough. Focus on something real, something you can touch. Your watch, the gun in your pocket, something solid." Watson seized on the advice like a drowning man grabbing a rope. His watch. Yes, the watch his father had given him, solid silver, wound this morning, real and present and unchanged by any hallucination. He pulled it from his waistcoat with trembling fingers, felt its weight, focused on the second hand, making its steady circuit of the dial. Tick, tick, tick. Each second a small victory over the fog, trying to unmake his mind. Venn watched them with clinical interest, a researcher observing test subjects, making mental notes about response times and resistance levels. "Fascinating," he murmured. "You're both showing remarkable resilience. Most subjects enter full hallucinatory states within 2 minutes of exposure to this concentration. But then, you've been experiencing diluted doses for days now. Perhaps you've developed a partial tolerance. I'll need to note that repeated exposure may produce adaptive resistance. Excellent data, really." "You're insane," Watson managed to say, though his voice sounded strange to his own ears, echoing as if the room had suddenly grown vast. "I'm practical," Venn corrected. "The Empire didn't build itself on squeamishness, Doctor. It was built on the willingness to do what was necessary, regardless of cost. We conquer, we subjugate, we experiment, and we call it progress. I'm simply applying those principles to the realm of consciousness rather than geography." Holmes took a step toward Venn, his hand shooting out to steady himself against a workbench that might or might not have been there. "Your compound," he said, forcing each word out with visible effort. "It doesn't just cause hallucinations. It creates patterns, shared nightmares. The corridors, the shadows, the faces in the fog, too many people describing identical images. That's not random chemical disruption. That's something else." For the first time, something flickered across Venn's face. Not quite fear, but perhaps a cousin to it. Uncertainty. "You're more perceptive than I anticipated," he said slowly. "Yes, the compound does more than simply disrupt perception. It creates connections. Temporary bridges between conscious minds. What one person experiences, others nearby may experience as well. A form of induced telepathy, if you will, though that word carries unfortunate occult connotations. The scientific term would be collective subconscious synchronization. You've created a weapon that turns the human mind against itself," Holmes said, "and you've lost control of it. Those corridors, those shadows, they're not coming from individual minds. They're something the compound itself generates, a byproduct of your process, and they're growing stronger." Venn's composure cracked slightly. "Temporary aberrations, side effects that will be eliminated as the formula is refined. The important thing is that the primary function works. I can induce specific psychological states across large populations. Imagine the applications. Enemy soldiers rendered incapable of fighting. Rebellious populations pacified. Entire cities controlled not through force, but through management of their very perception of reality. Imagine the horror," Watson said, his voice stronger now, as his mind found its footing despite the chemical assault. "Imagine the suffering of millions trapped in nightmares, unable to distinguish truth from hallucination, driven to madness or death by a weapon they can't see or fight. You're not advancing science, Ven. You're embracing monstrosity. The guards will be here shortly, Ven said, checking his pocket watch with the same clinical detachment he'd shown throughout. Alerted by the lights coming on, you'll be detained, and the experiment will continue. Your resistance is admirable, but ultimately pointless. The future belongs to those willing to embrace difficult necessities, not to romantics clinging to outdated morality. But Holmes had been doing more than simply fighting the compound's effects. His eyes had been cataloguing the laboratory, noting the configuration of pipes and valves, the connections between vats and ventilation systems. And now, with the peculiar clarity that sometimes comes at moments of crisis, he saw what needed to be done. "Watson," he said quietly, "the valve assembly on the main tank, the wheel painted red. Can you see it?" Watson followed Holmes's gaze, and yes, there it was. A large wheel valve controlling flow to what appeared to be the primary distribution system. "I see it. When I move, turn it counterclockwise, all the way, then run for the river entrance. Holmes, what are you?" But Holmes was already moving, his body suddenly fluid, despite the poison in his system. Years of boxing and fencing, and the peculiar physical discipline he maintained, translating into action faster than thought. He grabbed one of Fletcher's pry bars from where it had fallen, swung it in a wide arc that sent glass beakers shattering, and forced Ven to stumble backward, then lunged toward a different part of the machinery. Not the valve Watson had identified, but a series of pipes that led from the vats to the external release system. Watson didn't hesitate. He threw himself at the red valve, gripping the wheel with both hands, putting his full weight into turning it. The wheel resisted, rust or deliberate sabotage making it stiff. But Watson had spent years building strength through physical labor, through carrying wounded men in Afghanistan, through all the demands of medical practice. The wheel moved, slowly, grudgingly, but it moved. Behind him, he heard the sharp clang of metal on metal as Holmes attacked the pipes with the pry bar, heard Ven shouting for guards, heard Fletcher suddenly gasping awake and scrambling to his feet. The machinery's rhythm changed, became erratic, the smooth thrumming replaced by grinding and clanking, as systems designed to work in harmony found themselves fighting each other. The valve gave way completely, spinning freely now, and Watson heard a rushing sound as pressurized contents began flowing in directions they weren't meant to flow. He turned, saw Holmes still battering at the pipes, saw cracks spreading across their surfaces, saw substances beginning to leak, but not out into the atmosphere, not into London's air. Instead, they were flowing back into the vats, into the containment systems, into the heart of the apparatus itself. "The river door," Holmes shouted. "Now!" Watson grabbed Fletcher, hauled the smaller man toward the exit they'd used to enter. Behind them, Ven was screaming orders, and heavy footsteps announced the arrival of guards. A gunshot cracked through the air, and Watson felt something tug at his coat, but no pain, a miss, or close enough to one. He didn't look back, just kept moving. Fletcher half running and half dragged beside him, Holmes appearing from somewhere and overtaking them both with the speed of desperation. They burst out onto the riverside loading platform just as the laboratory behind them began to truly come apart. The sound was catastrophic. Not an explosion, but an implosion. The machinery collapsing inward as the reversed flows created pressures the system couldn't handle. Windows shattered, releasing clouds of vapor that glowed with unnatural colors in the fog-heavy night. And the fog itself reacted, swirling and churning as if in distress, as if some connection it had enjoyed was being severed. "The water," Holmes gasped, already moving toward the edge of the platform. "We need to—" He didn't finish the sentence because the platform itself was beginning to crack, weakened by whatever was happening to the building it was attached to. Watson made a decision based on instinct rather than thought. Sometimes that was all a soldier had time for, and grabbed both Holmes and Fletcher, pulling them with him as he jumped. The Thames in October was cold enough to stop the heart, cold enough to make every nerve in Watson's body scream in protest. He went under, the weight of his coat trying to pull him down, the current stronger than he'd anticipated. His lungs burned, his limbs felt leaden. But he'd survived worse. Disease in Afghanistan, injuries that should have killed him, all the casual cruelties that warfare inflicted on human bodies. He would not drown in the Thames, not tonight, not when they just struck a blow against something genuinely monstrous. He surfaced, gasping, and saw Holmes nearby, his face pale, but his eyes alert. Fletcher appeared a moment later, coughing and swearing, but alive. They swam for the opposite bank, the current carrying them downstream and away from the Stirling Chemical Works, which was now fully collapsing. Walls tumbling inward, smoke and vapor rising into the fog in great billowing clouds that seemed to writhe and scream. Strong hands pulled Watson from the water. Dock workers, roused by the commotion, helping the three waterlogged men onto a pier with a mixture of concern and suspicion. Someone brought blankets. Someone else ran for the police. Watson sat shivering, watching the chemical works burn and collapse, and felt a grim satisfaction despite his misery. "Is it over?" Fletcher asked through chattering teeth. "Did we stop it?" Holmes was staring at the destruction with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. "We've stopped the release mechanism," he said slowly. "We've destroyed Venn's laboratory and apparatus, but the compound that's already been dispersed into the atmosphere." He trailed off, his jaw tightening. "That will take time to dissipate. Days, perhaps. And Venn himself escaped. I saw him run before the collapse. He'll have taken his research, his formulas, his data." "Then he could build another," Watson said, the realization heavy and cold. "He could," Holmes agreed. "But it will take time, months at least, and now we have evidence." He patted his coat, relieved to find the papers he'd stolen were still there, waterlogged but readable. "Proof of what he's done. We can alert the authorities, expose his crimes, make it impossible for him to operate openly." Police arrived, their lanterns cutting through the fog, their questions immediate and suspicious. Holmes handled them with his usual mixture of charm and obfuscation, explaining that they'd been investigating suspicious activity at the chemical works, that there had been an accident, that they'd barely escaped with their lives. It wasn't entirely untrue, and the evidence of the collapsed building spoke for itself. They were eventually allowed to leave, helped, into a police wagon that would take them to the nearest hospital for examination, though Holmes insisted they needed only dry clothes and hot tea, not medical attention. As they rode through the fog-shrouded streets, Watson noticed something that made his exhausted heart lift slightly. The fog was thinner. Not by much, not dramatically, but perceptibly lighter than it had been. The worst of the chemical concentration was dissipating, rising into the upper atmosphere, or being diluted by the natural movements of air. London would still suffer through more nights of nightmares as the compound worked its way out of the city's very breath. But the source had been cut off. The wound would stop bleeding, even if healing would take time. Back at 221B, Mrs. Hudson took one look at them, waterlogged, shivering, streaked with chemicals and river mud, and didn't ask questions, just set about boiling water for baths and tea with the efficiency of someone who'd learned that sometimes the best response to the inexplicable was practical care. Fletcher was given the spare room, too exhausted to make it to his own lodgings. Holmes and Watson found themselves back in the sitting room, as dawn began to lighten the fog from black to grey, wrapped in dry clothes and blankets, holding teacups for warmth more than taste. "We didn't save everyone," Watson said quietly. "People died. More will die before this is fully over. And Venn got away." "We saved thousands," Holmes replied. "Perhaps hundreds of thousands. The experiment is ended, the apparatus destroyed. Venn is exposed. He can't operate openly now, can't claim respectability or institutional support. We did what we could, Watson. Sometimes that has to be enough." Watson wanted to argue, wanted to insist that it wasn't enough, that justice demanded Venn be caught and punished for the suffering he'd inflicted. But exhaustion was catching up to him, and he recognized the truth in Holmes's words. They had done what they could. They had fought against something genuinely monstrous and had, at least partially, won. "Will you sleep?" he asked Holmes. His friend was quiet for a long moment, staring into the fire that Mrs. Hudson had built up for them. "I don't know," he admitted finally. "The compound is still in our systems. The nightmares may still come. But perhaps knowing their source, understanding that they're not supernatural but chemical, not punishment but poison, perhaps that knowledge will make them easier to bear. Or perhaps," Watson said, "we'll simply be too exhausted to dream at all." Outside, London was beginning to wake. Somewhere a milk cart rattled past. Somewhere a baker opened his ovens. Somewhere the city's millions were stirring to face another day, another fight, another chapter in the endless story of human endurance and resilience. The fog would lift eventually. The nightmares would fade, and London would continue, as it always had, scarred but surviving, bearing its wounds, with the stoic determination that had carried it through plague and fire and all the other catastrophes of its long history. Holmes and Watson sat in companionable silence, watching the dawn creep through the fog. Two friends who had faced the darkness together and emerged, if not unscathed, at least unbowed. The horror had been real. The danger had been genuine. But they had met it with courage and determination and the absolute refusal to surrender to fear. And in a city of 5 million souls, that had to count for something. The fire crackled, the fog thinned, and morning, impossible and improbable and infinitely welcome, arrived at last. The days that followed moved with the peculiar quality of a fever breaking. Not sudden relief, but gradual improvement, the world slowly righting itself degree by degree, hour by hour. The fog began to lift on the second day after the destruction of Venn's laboratory. Not all at once, but in patches, like curtains being drawn back in a darkened room. First, the upper reaches of the city's buildings emerged from the grey, then the rooftops, then finally the streets themselves became visible again, London revealing itself like a patient waking from anesthesia, confused and uncertain, but fundamentally intact. Holmes spent those first days in a state of controlled activity that Watson recognized as his friend's particular method of managing exhaustion and trauma. He wrote letters to medical authorities and scientific institutions, documenting what they had discovered, providing evidence from the waterlogged papers salvaged from Venn's laboratory. He sent telegrams to contacts in the government and the police, ensuring that Augustus Venn's name and crimes became known in circles where such information mattered. He catalogued the symptoms they had all experienced, creating a detailed record that might help future researchers understand the compound's effects and potentially develop treatments for those whose minds had been most severely damaged by the exposure. Watson, for his part, returned to his medical practice, finding it flooded with patients seeking help for the nightmares that still plagued them even as the fog lifted. He could offer little in the way of effective treatment. The compound's effects had to simply work their way out of the system, like any poison, but he could provide reassurance, could explain that what they had experienced was not madness or supernatural visitation, but chemical assault, could promise that recovery would come with time and patience. The newspapers, once they caught wind of the story, descended on it with the appetite of sharks scenting blood. The Times ran a carefully worded piece about an unfortunate industrial accident at a chemical works near Southwark. The more sensational papers were less restrained, with the illustrated police news running lurid drawings of people fleeing in terror from green vapours, and the Pall Mall Gazette publishing a series of interviews with victims describing their nightmares in disturbing detail. Venn's name appeared in print, his reputation shredded, his former colleagues at the Royal College scrambling to distance themselves from a man they had once celebrated as a brilliant researcher. But Venn himself remained elusive. Despite Holmes's efforts, despite police searches of his known addresses and associations, the man had vanished as completely as if the fog had swallowed him. "He's left England," Holmes said on the fourth evening after their Thames-side adventure, standing at the window of 221B and looking out at a London that was finally, blessedly, visible again under a clear October sky. Probably on a ship to the continent by now, he'll find some other patron, some other country willing to overlook his methods in exchange for his knowledge. Men like Venn always do. "Then he's won," Watson said bitterly from his chair by the fire. "Killed and tortured and driven people to madness, and he gets away with it." "He's exposed," Holmes corrected. "His work is known now. Any government or institution that employs him will do so with full knowledge of his crimes. His reputation is destroyed among respectable scientists. He'll be forced to operate in shadows, to work for people who don't care about ethics or legality. That's not winning, Watson. That's being transformed into the very thing he claimed to transcend, a mere criminal skulking in darkness." Watson wanted to take comfort in that, but the anger sat heavy in his chest. He'd been having nightmares still, not as severe as during the worst of the fog, but persistent, disturbing, corridors that stretched into infinity, shadows that moved with purpose, and always the sense of being watched by something that existed just beyond the threshold of perception. He knew it was residual effects of the compound, knew it would fade with time, but knowledge didn't make the experience less unsettling. Mrs. Hudson had been slowly returning to her usual efficiency, the colour coming back to her cheeks, the steadiness returning to her hands. She'd said little about her own experiences during those fog-bound days. But Watson had noticed the way she sometimes paused at windows, staring out as if reassuring herself that the world beyond the glass was truly solid and real. Fletcher had visited once, bringing payment for his ruined clothes and tools, looking healthier than he had, but still carrying a haunted quality in his eyes, the look of someone who'd seen too far behind reality's curtain, and couldn't quite forget what he'd glimpsed there. The city itself was healing, but slowly. The death toll from those days was still being calculated. People who'd walked in front of carriages while disoriented, others whose hearts had simply stopped from the strain, a few who'd taken their own lives rather than face another night of nightmare. The newspapers reported dozens, but Holmes suspected the true number was higher, that many deaths had gone unreported or been attributed to other causes to avoid panic. "What frightens me most," Watson said, breaking a long silence, "is how easily it was done. One man, one laboratory, and an entire city brought to its knees. We pride ourselves on our civilization, our progress, our mastery over nature. But we're so vulnerable, Holmes, so easily manipulated, controlled, destroyed." Holmes turned from the window, and in the firelight his face looked older, more worn than Watson had ever seen it. "That's the nature of horror, Watson. True horror doesn't come from ghosts or monsters or supernatural entities. It comes from the recognition of our own fragility, our vulnerability to forces we can't see or fight. Venn didn't need fangs or claws or dark magic. He needed only chemistry and a willingness to treat human beings as experimental subjects. And ambition," Watson added, "the belief that his goals justified any means. That's the real monster. Not Venn himself, but the philosophy that allowed him to commit such acts without moral hesitation." "The Victorian disease," Holmes said quietly. "We conquer continents and call it destiny. We exploit millions and call it progress. We experiment on the vulnerable and call it science. Venn is not an aberration. He's a product of an empire that has taught its citizens that power justifies everything, that the strong have not just the right, but the duty to impose their will on the weak." It was perhaps the most politically charged statement Watson had ever heard Holmes make, and it revealed something of the toll these events had taken on his friend's usually detached worldview. Holmes preferred to operate outside moral judgments, to see crimes as intellectual puzzles rather than ethical failures. But there was no puzzle here that could be neatly solved, no satisfaction in unravelling Venn's methods when those methods had caused such suffering. They sat in silence for a time, each lost in their own thoughts, the fire crackling softly, the gas lamps burning steady and true, all the familiar comforts of 201B reasserting themselves after days of wrongness. Watson found himself thinking about the nature of home, of sanctuary, of the spaces humans created to feel safe in a world that offered no guarantees. The fog had violated that sanctuary, had made even their sitting room feel alien and dangerous. But it was just a room again now, just walls and furniture and the accumulated detritus of their shared life. "I saw my father," Watson said suddenly, surprising himself with the admission. "In the nightmares, I mean. In the worst ones. He was standing at the end of one of those impossible corridors, calling to me. But when I tried to reach him, the corridor stretched longer, and he moved further away. And I knew, with that peculiar certainty one has in dreams, that if I couldn't reach him, something terrible would happen. Not to him, but to me. As if he was my anchor to reality, and losing sight of him meant losing myself. Holmes didn't respond immediately, but when he did, his voice was gentle. "I saw my brother," he said, "Mycroft, but wrong somehow. Too many angles to his face, too many teeth in his smile. He kept telling me to sleep, to rest, that I was working too hard and needed to let go. And part of me wanted to surrender to exhaustion and stop fighting. That was perhaps the most disturbing part. Not the horror of the images, but the temptation to give in to them." "Do you think that was intentional?" Watson asked. "Part of Venn's design, to not just terrify, but to break us, to make us want to surrender?" "Possibly," Holmes said. "Or it may have been an emergent property of the compound itself. We don't fully understand how it worked, how it created those shared spaces of nightmare. It's possible the substance itself developed a kind of intent. Not consciousness precisely, but something analogous to it. A chemical process that mimicked purposeful behavior. The idea was deeply unsettling, suggesting that the horror they'd faced was not just Venn's creation, but something that had taken on a life of its own, something that might have continued to evolve had they not destroyed its source. Watson thought about those shadows in the fog, the faces pressing against windows, the sense of vast intelligence watching from beyond the grey veil. Had that been Venn's compound learning, adapting, becoming something more than its creator intended? A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Mrs. Hudson appeared a moment later, ushering in a visitor that neither of them had expected. Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, looking tired but determined, his notebook already in hand. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said by way of greeting, "I've been going through the reports from that business at the chemical works, trying to make sense of it all. The official line is industrial accident, but between you and me, I know there's more to it. Always is, when you two are involved." Holmes gestured to a chair, and Lestrade sat with the heavy gratitude of a man who'd been on his feet too long. "What exactly do you want to know, Inspector?" "The truth," Lestrade said simply, "or as much of it as you can tell me. I've got dozens of reports of deaths and injuries during those fog days. I've got witness statements describing nightmares and hallucinations. I've got a prominent scientist vanished and his laboratory destroyed. And I've got you two, soaking wet and covered in chemicals, pulled out of the Thames the same night the whole thing ended. So, the truth, please." Holmes considered for a moment, then began to speak, laying out the facts in his precise, methodical way, the pattern of symptoms, the investigation that led them to the Stirling Chemical Works, what they discovered about Venn's experiments. He edited carefully, leaving out certain details that might prove legally problematic, emphasizing their role as investigators rather than the more active part they'd played in the laboratory's destruction. Lestrade listened without interrupting, his expression growing increasingly grim. When Holmes finished, the inspector sat back in his chair and let out a long breath. "So we were all of us test subjects," he said quietly. "The entire city, guinea pigs in some madman's experiment." "Not madness," Holmes corrected. "That's the truly frightening part. Venn was perfectly sane, perfectly rational. He simply operated from a moral framework that placed scientific advancement above human welfare. Many of history's greatest monsters have been entirely rational." "And he got away?" Lestrade said. Not a question, but a statement heavy with frustration. "For now," Holmes said. "But he's marked now. Known. He can't operate openly, can't claim the protection of respectability. If he surfaces again, if he tries to continue his work, we'll know about it, and next time we'll be ready." Lestrade made notes for several more minutes, asked a few clarifying questions, then stood to leave. At the door, he paused and turned back. "You did good work," he said gruffly. "Don't always understand your methods, and you drive me half mad with your secrecy. But this time, you saved lives, probably thousands of them. So, thank you, both of you." After he'd gone, Watson felt something in his chest loosen slightly. Not relief, exactly, but perhaps a small measure of closure. The official record would show an industrial accident. But Lestrade knew the truth, would carry that knowledge with him, would watch for any signs of Venn or his work resurfacing. It wasn't justice, not really, but it was something. The evening deepened, and Watson found himself thinking about all the people across London who were, like them, sitting in their homes, recovering from an ordeal most of them still didn't fully understand. How many were staring out windows, grateful for clear glass and visible streets? How many were holding loved ones close, treasuring the simple reality of another person's warmth? How many were lying awake, afraid to sleep, afraid of what might wait in the darkness behind their eyes? "It will fade," Holmes said, as if reading his thoughts. "The memories, the nightmares, the fear. Time heals, or at least dulls. In a year, this will be a strange story Londoners tell, half disbelieving even their own memories. In 10 years, it will be legend, distorted and embellished. In 50 years, if anyone remembers at all, it will be a curiosity, a footnote in medical history." "But we'll remember," Watson said. "Yes," Holmes agreed. "We'll remember. That's our burden, perhaps. To bear witness to the darkness, to remember what most will forget, to stay vigilant against the horrors that ambition and curiosity can create." Watson rose and moved to the window, looking out at Baker Street, at the lamplighters making their rounds, at the normal, mundane, infinitely precious ordinariness of London going about its evening business. The fog was truly gone now, the air clear and cold and clean. Stars were visible overhead, a rarity in London's perpetually smoky sky. The world was solid again, real again, safe in all the ways it had once been and would be again. But he would never quite trust it the same way. That was what Venn had taken from them, from everyone who'd suffered through those nightmare days. The illusion of security, the comfortable belief that the world was fundamentally knowable and controllable. They had learned what horror truly meant. Not ghosts in the dark, but humans with power and no conscience. Not supernatural evil, but natural human ambition untethered from morality. "Come away from the window," Holmes said gently. "Mrs. Hudson left supper. We should eat, should maintain the routines that anchor us. That's how we fight back against what was done to us. By living, by continuing, by refusing to be broken." Watson turned from the window and returned to the fire, to the warmth and the light and the presence of a friend who had faced the darkness beside him and would do so again if necessary. They ate Mrs. Hudson's excellent stew, drank tea, spoke of mundane things, cases to be written up, bills to be paid, the small necessities of daily life that seemed profoundly important now, precious in their very ordinariness. And slowly, gradually, as the night deepened and the fire burned low, Watson felt something like peace beginning to settle over him. Not forgetfulness, he would never forget, but acceptance. They had faced something terrible and had survived it. They had fought against genuine evil and had, if not triumphed completely, at least dealt it a significant blow. That had to be enough. It would have to be enough. Because morning would come, and with it new cases, new challenges, new opportunities to do what they had always done. Stand against the darkness, fight for justice, bear witness to both the best and worst that humanity could produce. That was their calling, their purpose, the meaning they had carved out of a world that offered no guarantees, but demanded courage anyway. The clock struck midnight, and Watson realized with something like surprise that he was ready to sleep, ready to face whatever dreams might come without fear. They were just dreams now, just chemistry and memory, not monsters lurking in fog. And morning would come, as it always did, bringing light and warmth and the possibility of new beginnings. The 10th morning after the fog's lifting arrived with the kind of crystalline clarity that October sometimes granted London. Cold and bright and sharp-edged, the sun climbing over rooftops with an authority that seemed to banish not just darkness, but the very memory of darkness. Watson woke in his own bed, in his own room, and lay still for a moment, cataloguing the sensations that had become precious through their temporary absence. The familiar weight of blankets, the angle of morning light through his window, the distant sounds of Mrs. Hudson moving about downstairs, the knowledge that what he saw and felt and heard was real, unmediated by chemical manipulation or psychological assault. He had slept through the night, properly slept, deeply and dreamlessly, for the first time since the fog had come. His body felt rested in a way it hadn't for days, muscles relaxed, mind clear, the persistent low-level anxiety that had become his constant companion finally, blessedly, absent. He rose and dressed, with something approaching his old efficiency, noting as he did that his hands were steady, his movements sure, all the small physical betrayals of exhaustion and stress having faded like morning mist. Downstairs he found Holmes already awake, seated at the breakfast table with newspapers spread before him, and a cup of tea steaming at his elbow. His friend looked better than Watson had seen him in weeks, the hollows beneath his eyes less pronounced, the tension around his mouth eased, something of his natural vitality restored. He glanced up as Watson entered, and a small smile touched his lips. "You slept," Holmes observed. "I did," Watson confirmed, moving to pour his own tea. "Properly. No dreams at all, or none that I remember. And you?" "The same." Holmes folded one of the newspapers and pushed it toward Watson. "The final death toll has been published. 73 confirmed deaths directly attributable to the fog and its effects. Hundreds more injuries, psychological trauma that may take years to fully heal. But it could have been far worse. If Venn had been allowed to continue, to refine his methods." Watson didn't need Holmes to finish the thought. They had both seen enough of Venn's research notes to understand the man's ultimate goals. Not just a weapon, but a tool of control. Something that could be used to manage populations, suppress resistance, reshape human consciousness on a massive scale. The 73 deaths were a tragedy, but they represented a far smaller catastrophe than what might have been. "Have there been any sightings?" Watson asked. "Any indication where Venn might have fled?" "Nothing credible." Holmes took a sip of his tea, grimaced at its temperature, too cool now, having sat too long, and set it aside. "I've had responses from contacts in Paris, Berlin, Vienna. They're watching for him, but a man with his skills and resources can disappear quite thoroughly if he chooses. We may never know where he went, though I suspect we'll eventually hear about similar experiments beginning elsewhere, conducted with slightly more discretion. The thought was sobering, but Watson forced himself to consider it pragmatically. They had done what they could within the scope of their abilities and authority. They had stopped the immediate threat, exposed the perpetrator, saved countless lives. To demand more, to expect they could somehow prevent all future harm, chase down every thread of consequence, was to court frustration and despair. There were limits to what two men could accomplish, even two men as capable as themselves. Mrs. Hudson appeared with fresh toast and eggs, her movements brisk and efficient, her usual competence fully restored. "There's a bit of colour back in both your faces," she observed with satisfaction. "Proper sleep does wonders, doesn't it? I've had the rooms aired out thorough-like, all the windows open yesterday despite the cold, getting every last trace of that nasty fog out. Place smells clean again, like home should." After she'd gone, Watson found himself thinking about the idea of home, of what made a place feel safe and solid. The rooms at 221B had been violated by the fog, had become alien and threatening during those nightmare days. But they were home again now, reclaimed not through any dramatic action, but simply through time and care, and the gentle persistence of normal life reasserting itself. Mrs. Hudson's housekeeping, the familiar routine of breakfast, the morning papers, the comfortable presence of a friend across the table. These were the things that defeated darkness, not through confrontation, but through simple continuation. They spent the morning in companionable occupation, Holmes writing letters, while Watson worked on the manuscript he was preparing for publication. Not about the fog and Venn, not yet. That story was still too raw, would require more time and distance before it could be shaped into narrative form. Instead, he was writing up an earlier case, one involving a stolen necklace and a clever forgery, the sort of puzzle that Holmes solved with brilliant observation and Watson recorded with admiring detail. It felt good to write again, to shape events into story, to impose the structure of beginning, middle, and end onto the chaotic flow of lived experience. Around noon, Fletcher arrived, looking healthier than when Watson had last seen him, but still carrying visible marks of their ordeal. A certain carefulness in his movements, a tendency to glance at windows, as if checking that what lay beyond them remained properly solid and real. He brought payment, an unexpectedly generous sum, and also, more touchingly, a bottle of very good whiskey as thanks for their efforts. "Saved my sanity, you did," he said simply. "Maybe my life. My wife's sleeping again, and my daughter's stopped waking up screaming. That's worth more than money, but money's what I've got to offer, so here it is." Holmes tried to refuse the excess payment, but Fletcher was insistent, and eventually they accepted with the grace of men who understood that sometimes people needed to express gratitude in concrete terms, needed to feel they'd properly acknowledged a debt, even if no debt was truly owed. After he'd gone, Holmes set the money aside in the strongbox, where he kept funds for his irregular expenses, bribes and payments to informants, and all the small costs of maintaining his network of contacts throughout London's underworld. The afternoon brought visitors of a different sort. A delegation from the Royal College of Surgeons, 3 distinguished gentlemen in formal dress who arranged themselves in 221B's sitting room with the awkward stiffness of people profoundly uncomfortable with the conversation they were about to have. Watson recognized one of them, Dr. Harrington, a professor who taught him anatomy years ago, a brilliant surgeon with a reputation for both skill and integrity. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Harrington began, his discomfort evident in every word. "We've come to discuss the matter of Dr. Augustus Venn. As you're aware, he was until recently a member in good standing of the college, a respected researcher whose work we supported and celebrated. What has come to light about his recent activities is—" He paused, searching for words adequate to the horror. "It is unconscionable, a betrayal of everything our profession represents. We want you to understand," one of the other men interjected, "that we had no knowledge of his experiments. None whatsoever. Had we known, had there been any indication—" "We know," Holmes interrupted gently. "Venn operated in secrecy precisely because he understood that no legitimate institution would sanction his work. You were deceived, as were many others. The question now is what you intend to do going forward." They had come, it emerged, to offer assurances that the college was conducting a thorough review of all of Venn's previous research, examining every paper and grant and recommendation to determine if there had been earlier warning signs they'd missed. They were also implementing new oversight procedures, requiring independent ethical review of all research proposals, ensuring that no single investigator could pursue such a monstrous course without detection and intervention. "It's not enough," Harrington said heavily. "Nothing we do can undo the harm he caused or fully restore trust in our institution. But it's what we can offer. Acknowledgement of our failure, commitment to learning from it, determination that it never happen again." After they'd left, Watson poured 2 glasses of Fletcher's whiskey and handed one to Holmes. "Do you think they mean it?" he asked. "Or is this just institutional self-protection, the appearance of accountability without the substance?" Holmes considered the question with his usual thoroughness. "Both, probably. Institutions are like people, capable of genuine reform and self-serving deception simultaneously. But Harrington, at least, is sincere. He's a good man who failed to see what was happening under his watch, and that failure haunts him. Whether the reforms they implement will be effective," he shrugged, "time will tell. The important thing is that the conversation is happening, that the possibility of such abuse is now acknowledged rather than dismissed as unthinkable." The evening drew in slowly, the autumn darkness arriving earlier each day as winter approached. Watson found himself at the window again. He'd been drawn to windows repeatedly over the past days, reassuring himself that he could see clearly, that the world beyond the glass remained visible and comprehensible. The street lamps were being lit, their warm glow pushing back the darkness in civilized circles, and he could see people moving about their business. Ordinary Londoners going home to their dinners and their firesides, living their lives in blessed ignorance of how close they'd come to something far worse than the inconvenience and fear they'd experienced. "Do you think they'll remember?" Watson asked. "In 10 years, 20 years, will London remember what happened, or will it fade into just another peculiar story, half believed and mostly forgotten?" Holmes joined him at the window, the two of them standing side by side as they had so many times before, looking out at the city they'd chosen to defend in their own irregular way. "London has short memory for unpleasantness," he said. "It has to, really. A city this large, this old, has accumulated too many tragedies to carry them all consciously. But the memory exists nonetheless, buried in the collective awareness, shaping behavior and attitudes in ways people don't consciously recognize. The fog will be remembered, if not in specifics, then in a general wariness about trusting too completely, in the solidity of perception, in the benevolence of scientific progress, in the assumption that horror only comes from obviously evil sources. And us? Watson asked. How will we remember it? As one of many battles in a war that never ends, Holmes said quietly. The war between human ambition and human compassion, between the drive to know and the wisdom to consider whether some knowledge comes at too high a cost. We won this battle, Watson. We stopped Venn, destroyed his apparatus, saved lives. But the war continues, because there will always be other Venns, other brilliant minds willing to treat human beings as experimental subjects in pursuit of knowledge or power or whatever justification they construct. It should have been a depressing thought, but somehow it wasn't. There was comfort in accepting the endless nature of their work, in understanding that they weren't fighting toward some final victory, but simply holding the line, day after day, case after case, doing what they could with the resources they had. It was enough. It had to be enough. Mrs. Hudson called them to dinner, a proper meal, roasted chicken and potatoes and vegetables, served in the dining room with the good china that she brought out only occasionally. It was, Watson realized, her way of marking the end of the ordeal, of declaring through the ritual of a formal meal that normalcy had been restored, that 221B was once again the refuge it had always been. They ate slowly, savoring both the food and the comfort of routine, of familiar flavors and familiar company, of being together and whole and safe. After dinner, they returned to the sitting room, and Holmes took up his violin, the first time in weeks that he'd had the peace of mind or energy for music. He played softly, nothing dramatic or demanding, just gentle melodies that seemed to flow from the instrument without conscious thought, filling the room with sound that was more atmosphere than performance. Watson settled into his chair with a book, a novel he'd been meaning to read for months, finally able to focus on someone else's story, someone else's carefully constructed drama. The clock ticked, the fire crackled, the music flowed, and slowly, gradually, Watson felt the last of the tension that had been his constant companion for days finally, fully release. They had survived. They had faced something genuinely terrible and had emerged scarred, but unbroken. That was worth celebrating, worth acknowledging, worth carrying forward as proof that darkness could be confronted and, if not defeated, absolutely, at least, held at bay. Holmes set down his violin eventually and came to sit in his own chair, the two of them falling into the comfortable silence of people who knew each other well enough not to require constant conversation. Outside, London continued its eternal rhythm, millions of lives being lived simultaneously, tragedies and triumphs and mundane routines all happening at once in the vast, chaotic, beautiful mess of human civilization. "Thank you," Watson said quietly, surprising himself with the words. Holmes raised an eyebrow. "For what?" "For—" Watson gestured vaguely, trying to capture everything in a simple motion. "For being someone who notices when darkness comes, for having the courage to investigate, to fight, to risk yourself for strangers who'll never know your name, for being my friend through all of it, for giving me a purpose beyond my own small life." Holmes looked uncomfortable. He always did, with direct expressions of sentiment, but also touched, his usual deflective sarcasm absent. "The thanks should be mutual," he said finally. "You're the one who makes this work bearable, Watson. Who reminds me that behind the puzzles and the intellectual challenges are actual human beings with actual lives. Who stops me from becoming too much like Venn, so focused on knowledge that I forget compassion." They sat in silence for a while longer, and Watson found himself thinking about legacy, about what they would leave behind when their time came. Not fame, probably. Holmes cared nothing for public recognition, and Watson's stories, while popular, were ultimately entertainment, ephemera. But perhaps they would leave something more valuable: the memory, preserved in those stories and in the minds of people like Lestrade and Fletcher and everyone else they'd helped over the years. That darkness could be faced, that horror had human sources, and therefore human solutions, that courage and intelligence and simple, stubborn determination mattered. The clock struck 11, and Watson realized, with mild surprise, that he was tired, genuinely tired, the natural exhaustion of a body ready for rest, rather than the poisoned weariness of the fog days. He stood, stretched, felt his spine pop in several places with the satisfying crack of joints realigning. "I'm for bed," he announced. "Actual sleep, in an actual bed, with actual dreams, or no dreams at all." "Good night, Watson," Holmes said, and in those simple words was carried all the weight of shared experience, of battles fought together, of friendship tested and proven strong. Watson climbed the stairs to his room, undressed, slipped beneath the covers that Mrs. Hudson had turned down while they were at dinner. His last conscious thought was of gratitude for this bed, this room, this life, this friendship, this ordinary, precious, infinitely valuable moment of peace. And then he slept. Below, in the sitting room, Holmes remained awake a while longer, listening to the sounds of the building settling, the distant noises of London at night, all the familiar textures of home and safety. He thought about Venn, somewhere in Europe or beyond, perhaps already planning new experiments, new horrors. He thought about the victims of the fog, some still struggling with nightmares, some who would never fully recover. He thought about the nature of horror and the persistence of hope, about how humanity continued despite everything, wounded but resilient, scarred but unbroken. Eventually, he too retired, climbing the stairs to his own room, his own bed, his own dreams, which came gentle and kind, full of music and mathematics and the peaceful contemplation of puzzles that harmed no one and helped him understand the beautiful, terrible, endlessly complex world he'd chosen to spend his life defending. Morning would come, as it always did, and with it, new cases, new mysteries, new opportunities to stand against darkness in all its forms. But that was tomorrow's concern. Tonight, 221B Baker Street was at peace, its occupants safe, its walls solid, its future uncertain, but faced with courage. The fog was gone, the nightmare was over, and London